Columbus Day Conundrum, Holiday Cozy Mystery, Book 10. Written by Tonya Kappas. Narrated by Christina Sagnameni. Chapter 1.
I knew better than to lick that calf again,
Millie K. Rhinehammer, my mama, spat. What now? I asked, and used my hands to push off my desk just hard enough for the wheels on my chair to roll back enough for me to look out my office door, across the hall, and into her office. She had phrased her sentence in a way that we Southern folks did when we knew not to do something a second time. The salty tang of the ocean breeze passed by me through the open window of the Junction Journal cottage office. It was a warm fall day, the kind when you could open your windows and let the refreshing air come in. Today I was going to be spending most of it inside, so I needed to make it as inviting as ever, because as a journalist, I rarely loved to be in an office. Even if the office's cozy interior was a mix of old and new, with antique wooden desks and modern computers, reflecting the village's charm and my efficiency as the editor-in-chief. I was busy finalizing this week's paper, my fingers dancing over the keyboard, while Mama sorted through a stack of pumpkin donuts, her expression one of mild disapproval. Mama held up a pumpkin donut with the white icing drizzled all over the top, eyeballing it like it had personally offended her.
"These donuts from Sugar Brush Bakery ain't what they used to be," Mama huffed, and took a reluctant bite. "These taste like they've been sitting out all night."
The office phone rang, breaking up our conversation. I picked up, my professional tone kicking in. "Junction Journal, this is Violet." "Hey, Violet, I was wondering if you could come take some photos of the wedding cake for the wedding announcement." Amelia, of all people, was on the other end of the line. "We were just talking about you," I told her, which got Mama's attention. Her head perked up like one of those buttons on a cooked turkey that popped up when it was done. "About the pumpkin donuts?" Amelia seemed pleased. "That's right. Mama brought in all those pumpkin donuts." My tone was upbeat, but when I looked across the hall at Mama, she had put her hands up to her neck like she was dying a slow donut death. "Mama is dying for more." "Good," Amelia said. "I'll send some more with you when you leave. Can you come now?" I glanced up at the clock. It was nearing noon, and with the Columbus Day Festival preparations in full swing, I figured a little break wouldn't hurt us. Plus, capturing the perfect shot of Amelia's wedding cake could make a lovely feature for the paper. "I'll be there in 10 minutes, I replied, making a mental note to grab my camera. As I hung up, I turned to Mama. "I'm heading over to Amelia's bakery to take some photos of a wedding cake. Want to come along?" Mama shook her head, her expression softening. "No, you go on ahead. I'll hold down the fort here, and maybe, just maybe, I'll give those donuts another chance." I laughed and grabbed my camera bag, ready to dive into the bustling activity of Holiday Junction. With the Columbus Day Festival just around the corner, there was no shortage of stories to cover and moments to capture. As I stepped outside, the warm fall air embraced me, filled with the promise of adventure and the cozy charm of our small village. Plus, it gave me a moment to call Darren Strickland, my boyfriend, about our little secret, the Merrymaker, and our co-Merrymaker activity, the big end of the festival party. It was a very big secret. Not the Merrymaker, but the identity of the Merrymaker. Let's just say Darren had found out that I had been dubbed the Merrymaker, though I didn't want the privileged title, and that's when I had enlisted him as my co-Merrymaker. All of this was before he became my boyfriend and the newest lawyer in Holiday Junction, when he took a full-time job with Diffie Delk, who had been the only lawyer in the village. "I'll be back soon." I popped my head into Mama's office. "I'll be sure to bring back some more donuts."
"Not if you're aiming to kill me."
Mama jerked up, her eyes wide as she dropped one in the trash. When I got outside, I saw that the trolley was rumbling away from the seaside. I picked up the pace and hurried down the wooden bridge over the dunes so I could reach the trolley stop. Wheels squealed, and the trolley changed as it came to a halting stop when Goldie Bennett, the driver, noticed me waving an arm in the air. "Uh-oh," Goldie said with a cheerful grin as she pulled the lever to fully open the bifold doors. "Looks like you've got a scoop, camera bag and all. I'm used to seeing Radley with the equipment now that he's here." Goldie Bennett, the town's unofficial ambassador of good cheer, was decked out in her usual sparkling attire. The visor she wore on her head had blinking lights in the colors of the Columbus Day Festival, red, white, and blue. Of course it did. Everything in Holiday Junction was lit up, glittered, sparkled, or shined. And if it didn't, the residents of the small town made sure it did somehow. Goldie's earrings, shaped like tiny ships, glittered with every movement, and her festive scarf was woven with metallic threads that caught the light. She embodied the very essence of Holiday Junction, ensuring that even the dullest of days sparkled with a bit of holiday magic. "Thanks, Goldie," I said, stepping up into the trolley. "Where are you headed?" she asked as she closed the doors behind me. "Sugar Brush Bakery first, then I'm off to Diffie's office to see Darren," I replied, settling into a seat. Goldie nodded knowingly. As the trolley left the seaside, I looked over my shoulder and saw the village council setting up for the first day of the festival. Everyone was excited because they had an old Columbus Day reenactment coming to shore, complete with sailors in period costumes and replica ships. The spirit of celebration was in the air, and I couldn't wait to capture it all for the Junction Journal. Chapter 2. Goldie was busy using the speaker to point out to the tourists who were riding the trolley all the various things to see while they were here. She couldn't really talk about historical events, because nothing historical had happened in the village that I knew about. She would slow down for everyone to get their cameras ready to snap a photo before she stepped on the gas, nearly knocking them back in their seats. I knew better and hung on for dear life. Goldie hung a right on the first roundabout before hitting the curvy road from downtown to the village's art district. I got off the trolley, and as I navigated the art district's charming streets, I felt like I was stepping into a storybook, just as I had every time I visited since the summer. The district had a new vibe now that it was autumn, with every corner buzzing with color and creativity. The streets were lined with quaint little shops, each with its own unique charm. Florists filled the air with the sweet scent of fresh bouquets, while artistic boutiques displayed handmade treasures in their windows, enticing people to come inside. The architecture was a beautiful mix of old and new. Some buildings had a classic Victorian style, with detailed balconies and wrought iron decorations. Others were modern, with sleek designs and large glass windows. Ivy and vines gracefully draped over the brickwork, adding touches of natural beauty. One balcony in particular caught my eye, a picturesque scene straight out of a magazine. It was adorned with flower boxes overflowing with vibrant fall blooms, fiery orange chrysanthemums, deep red dahlias, and golden sunflowers that swayed gently in the breeze. The flowers were stunning, but what truly captured my attention was the small "For Rent" sign hanging just above the railing. The thought tugged at me. I wasn't homeless, not by a long shot, but I did live in the garage apartment behind my parents' house on Hart Lane. To say the least, it wasn't as private as I'd have liked it to be, especially now that Darren and I were becoming more serious as a couple. A little more space and privacy could make all the difference. I pulled my phone out of my jacket pocket and quickly dialed the number on the sign, my heart beating a little faster with anticipation. As I waited for someone to pick up, I glanced back up at the charming balcony, imagining what it might be like to have a place of my own up there, surrounded by those vibrant flowers. "Hello?" A cheerful voice answered on the other end.
"This is Octavia Quinlan."
"Hi, Octavia. My name is Violet Rhinehammer," I said, trying to keep the excitement out of my voice. "I'm calling about the apartment you have for rent in the Art District. I'm actually standing in front of it right now."
"Oh, how wonderful!" Octavia replied warmly. "It's a lovely spot, isn't it? When would you like to see it?"
"Well, I'm in the area and have a little time before my next appointment," I said, glancing at the Sugar Brush Bakery across the street. "Could we meet today?"
"Of course,"
Octavia said, without hesitation.
"I can be there in about half an hour. Would that work for you?"
"That would be perfect," I agreed, my excitement bubbling over. "I'll see you soon." I slipped my phone back into my pocket, feeling a thrill of anticipation at the thought of possibly moving into this beautiful new place. With plenty of time before the meeting, I turned my attention to the Sugar Brush Bakery across the street, where I could snap some quick shots of Amelia's friend's wedding cake, ask a few details to go with the announcement for the Junction Journal, and get out of there quicker than a fox in a hen house at sunrise. It took a couple of minutes to maneuver around the throngs of folks. The sidewalks were full of life. I saw artists absorbed in their work, sketching or painting the vibrant street scenes. People strolled casually, attracted by the variety of shops and sights. Their happy chatter and laughter added a cheerful soundtrack to the lively atmosphere. Sunlight peeked through the trees, and playful patterns of light and shadow danced on the ground. Everywhere I looked, colorful flowers bloomed from window boxes and hanging pots, brightening up the view. In this artistic area, the old and the new blended seamlessly, united by a love for beauty. There was a line outside of the bakery. I gnawed on my lip, wondering how I was going to get around them without looking like I was cutting the line. I paced back and forth a couple of times, curling up on the balls of my feet to see over customers' heads and to try and get Amelia's attention. I couldn't see her, but I heard her laughter as it drifted out the open door. I stopped in front of the display window and was just in awe at how Sugar Brush Bakery was a masterpiece in itself. The large display window was like a canvas, showcasing Amelia Hartman's flair for creating edible art. The Columbus Day theme was in full swing, with intricately decorated pastries arranged to resemble tiny ships, complete with sails made of delicately piped icing. The window display featured a miniature scene of the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria, crafted entirely out of cake and fondant, set against a backdrop of blue icing waves. Amelia had outdone herself, as always. Each creation was almost too pretty to eat. The colors were vibrant, the attention to detail remarkable. It was no wonder that locals and tourists flocked to her bakery, not only for the delicious treats, but also to admire her artistry. As I stood admiring the display, the sweet aroma of fresh bread, cinnamon, and sugar wafted out, drawing me back to the reality that I had to get in there, get the information, and head across the street to meet Octavia. I glanced over the line of customers again, hoping to spot Amelia through the bustling crowd. Just then, a flash of fiery red curls caught my eye, bobbing above the heads like a beacon. It was Amelia, her bright red hair a testament to her vibrant personality. She was laughing with a customer near the counter, but her gaze drifted to the window display where I stood. Our eyes met, and she waved enthusiastically, her smile wide and inviting. "Excuse me," I said politely to the people in line as I maneuvered my way through the crowd. I held my camera up high to signal my purpose, avoiding any side glances from those who might think I was cutting the line. "Press coming through," a jovial man in line joked, making space for me. I gave him a grateful nod and slipped inside the bakery, the warmth and aroma wrapping around me like a cozy blanket. "Violet, I'm glad you made it," Amelia called out, her voice cutting through the chatter. She wore a flower-dusted apron over a dress as colorful as her personality, her cheeks flushed with the joy of her craft. "Your display is incredible, Amelia," I said, gesturing to the camera in my hand. "I'm here for the wedding cake photos and a quick interview for the Junction Journal." "Perfect timing," Amelia replied, motioning for me to follow her. "Come on back. I'll introduce you to my friend." She led me past the counter, through a swinging door, and into the heart of Sugar Brush Bakery's kitchen. The space was a flurry of activity, with bakers decorating cakes, kneading dough, and piping delicate details on the pastries. Amid the organized chaos, a tall woman putting the finishing touches on a beautiful 3-tiered cake. "Violet, this is my friend Badilla." Amelia introduced us with a proud smile. "Badilla, this is Violet Rhinehammer, our local journalist and photographer extraordinaire." "It's a pleasure to meet you, Badilla," I said, raising my camera. "That cake is stunning. Mind if I take some photos?" "Not at all," Badilla replied with a gracious nod, stepping aside to let me capture the cake in all its glory. "Amelia's been telling me all about your paper. We're thrilled to have you feature our little celebration." The wedding cake was absolutely stunning, a true work of art. It had 3 tiers, each perfectly covered in smooth ivory fondant that looked almost too perfect to be real. Beautiful lace patterns were carefully piped on each layer, giving the cake an elegant, classic look. On one side, a cascade of sugar flowers added a pop of color. Roses, peonies, and dahlias in deep red and soft pink. Each flower was so detailed they looked almost real. Tiny edible pearls were sprinkled across the cake, catching the light and adding a little sparkle. On top sat a small bride and groom, crafted with such care that they seemed almost ready to dance. This cake was sure to be the highlight of Badilla's special day. As I snapped a few shots of the cake, I turned to Badilla, who was glancing at her phone with a slight frown. Despite the interruptions, she seemed eager to share the details of her upcoming wedding. "So, Badilla," I began, tucking my camera back into my bag, "could you tell me a bit about the wedding for the announcement? Our readers love a good romance story." Badilla gave me a small smile, though her eyes flicked back to her phone as it vibrated again. "Of course. We're keeping things simple but elegant. The ceremony will be held at Holiday Junction's chapel, followed by a reception at the community center. We wanted something that felt personal and meaningful," she said. "That sounds lovely," I said, jotting down notes. "What about your fiancé? How did you two meet?" "We met during college." Badilla's expression softened, her frustration momentarily forgotten. "He was my best friend's roommate, and we just clicked from the start. We've been inseparable ever since." As she spoke, her phone buzzed again, and I saw her jaw stiffen. She took a deep breath before continuing. "He proposed at our favorite spot by the lake, where we always used to have picnics. It was perfect." "That sounds so romantic," I replied, scribbling down her words. "And what about the wedding theme? Any special colors or traditions you're incorporating?" "We're going with a fall theme, lots of deep reds and golds to match the season." Badilla sighed, glancing at her phone again. This time I saw a flash of anger on her face. Her phone pinged with another text, and she rolled her eyes, obviously trying to stay focused on our conversation. "Sorry, it's just been one of those days," she muttered, flashing an apologetic smile. "No worries, I understand," I reassured her, giving her a knowing nod. Who knew planning a wedding could be so stressful, right? She chuckled, though it was tinged with exasperation. "You have no idea. Everyone seems to have an opinion, and managing it all has been a challenge." "Yes, it has," Amelia called from the ball of dough she was kneading, her hands moving rhythmically as she tried to keep up with the bakery's demands. Suddenly she paused, her eyes widening in realization. "Oh no," she muttered under her breath. "I forgot to add the sugar again, just like the donuts earlier." Badilla and I exchanged a knowing glance, and I could tell she was just as aware of the mounting stress as Amelia was. I wasn't about to tell her how Mama's donuts were awful. I'm guessing those donuts were part of the batch she'd left the sugar out of. I nodded sympathetically. I can only imagine. Is there anything specific you'd like to mention in the announcement? Maybe a fun fact or special moment you'd like to share? I asked. Badilla paused, her expression softening again. You could mention how much we love the fall season and that we're both avid hikers. That's part of why we picked this time of year. It just feels right for us. I jotted down her notes, appreciating the sincerity behind her words. That's a great angle. Our readers will love it. And I'll make sure to highlight your love of nature. Her phone rang again, and she glanced at it with a mixture of irritation and resignation. Sorry about this, she said, her voice tight. It's just one of those days. No problem, I said, closing my notebook. I've got everything I need. Thanks so much for sharing your story with me, Badilla. Thank you, Violet. I really appreciate you coming by, she replied, her smile grateful despite the stress. Before I leave, I said, pulling the camera up to my face, I'd love to get a photo of you next to the cake if I can. Badilla smiled, looking over at Amelia for reassurance. You should, Amelia told her, flashing a supportive smile. You look beautiful. Through my camera lens, I observed Badilla's striking resemblance to her friend, but also noted her unique flair. It was like the idea that if you hung around someone long enough, you both started to take on each other's personality and looks. Her hair was a cascade of golden curls, a perfect contrast to Amelia's auburn locks. Badilla's blue eyes sparkled with warmth and friendliness, capturing her gentle nature. She wore an apron decorated with delicate floral prints over a dress that reflected the colors of the fall season. Her natural grace was evident, though her furrowed brow hinted at the pressures of wedding planning and running the busy bakery. Despite the stress, Badilla exuded a calm and collected demeanor, her genuine kindness shining through as she spoke about her special day. Perfect! Hold that smile, I instructed, capturing the essence of Badilla's beauty and elegance. After a few shots, I lowered the camera. Amelia, why don't you join Badilla for a photo together? I asked. Amelia laughed and joined her by the cake, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. The two women stood side by side, their contrasting hair colors creating a stunning visual. Okay, ladies, give me your best smiles, I said, snapping a few more pictures. The friends giggled and struck playful poses, the room filled with their infectious laughter. I glanced at the clock on the wall through my lens. I realized I needed to head out soon to meet Octavia. But I didn't want to cut the moment short. The photo shoot was too much fun. After a few more clicks, I finally lowered the camera. These are going to look fantastic in the Junction Journal, I said, checking the images on the camera's screen. I'm really looking forward to hanging out with you and Darren tonight at the festival. It's going to be a blast. Amelia walked over to me, still grinning. Absolutely, I replied, my mind already juggling the evening's events. Can't wait to see you there. With my photos taken and my notes gathered, I thanked Badilla and Amelia for their time and hospitality. I slipped out of the bakery, the lively art district welcoming me back into its embrace as I headed across the street, where my potential new apartment awaited. The thought of having a place to call my own filled me with excitement. No more sneaking past my parents' house or worrying about being overheard when Darren was over. I imagined the freedom of decorating my own space, hosting friends, and having a quiet sanctuary to unwind after long days at the Junction Journal. As I approached the building, I felt a sense of possibility and independence, a new chapter in my life ready to unfold. The prospect of having a cozy apartment in this vibrant part of town made me feel like I was truly starting to carve out my own path, right here in Holiday Junction. Chapter 3. As I left the bakery, I hurried across the street, eager to meet Octavia and see the apartment. The art district buzzed with the energy of locals and tourists enjoying the afternoon, but my thoughts were focused on the possibility of finally having a place of my own. I reached the building and spotted Octavia Quinlan waiting at the entrance. She was a petite woman with a bright smile and a welcoming demeanor. Her auburn hair was pulled back into a loose bun, and she wore a stylish scarf that hinted at her artistic side. "Violet, I presume?" she said, extending her hand in greeting. "Yes, that's me," I replied, shaking her hand warmly. "Thank you for meeting me on such short notice." "No problem at all," Octavia said, leading me to the door. "I'm always happy to show the place. It's a real gem." As she unlocked the main door and pushed it open, I felt a rush of anticipation. The entrance led to a set of narrow stairs that wound their way up to the second floor, and I followed Octavia, taking in the cozy charm of the building. The walls were adorned with framed artwork, vibrant paintings of local scenes, and vintage prints that added a touch of character to the stairwell. At the top of the stairs, Octavia opened the door to the apartment and stepped aside to let me enter. As I crossed the threshold, I was immediately struck by the charm and warmth of the space. The apartment was a one-bedroom delight, filled with natural light streaming in from the large double window. The living room had a distinct writer's theme, with floor-to-ceiling bookshelves lining one wall, filled with a collection of novels, travel guides, and beautifully bound journals. A comfortable-looking armchair was nestled in the corner, next to a small side table that held a classic typewriter, clearly a nod to the apartment's previous occupant, or perhaps just a whimsical touch from Octavia herself. The kitchen was compact yet functional, with vintage-style cabinetry painted in a soft sage green and accented with brass handles. A wooden butcher block counter extended into a breakfast bar with two high stools, creating a perfect spot for morning coffee or casual meals. Pots of fresh herbs lined the windowsill, infusing the air with the scent of basil and rosemary. The bedroom was cozy, featuring a wrought iron bed frame draped in a quilt made of patchwork fabrics. The walls were painted a soothing shade of lavender, and a small writing desk sat under a window that overlooked the bustling street below. I imagined myself sitting there, penning my thoughts or working on articles for the Junction Journal, inspired by the vibrant life outside. Octavia led me to the double window in the living room, which opened onto the balcony. "This is one of my favorite parts," she said, demonstrating how to climb out onto the charming outdoor space. The balcony was small but enchanting, adorned with the colorful flower boxes that had caught my eye earlier. Only the bursts of red geraniums, yellow marigolds, and purple petunias were even prettier up close. The balcony also had a quaint cafe table with two wrought iron chairs that completed the scene, offering a perfect spot for enjoying a cup of tea while watching the world go by. "This is amazing," I said, feeling a sense of excitement and possibility. "I can already picture myself living here." Octavia smiled, clearly pleased with my reaction. "It's a great spot for someone who appreciates creativity and needs a peaceful retreat. Plus, it's fully furnished, so you can move in whenever you're ready," she said, and looked around. I stood on the balcony. I felt a sense of calm wash over me. The apartment seemed to resonate with everything I loved. A quiet space to work, a vibrant neighborhood to explore, and just enough room to entertain friends. Privacy. Oh, the privacy. It was as if the place was calling out to be my new home. "So, what do you think?" Octavia asked, her eyes twinkling with anticipation. "I think it's perfect," I replied, already imagining the next chapter of my life unfolding in this charming apartment. "When can I move in?" "Today." She held the key up in the air. "I will need a full month's rent for a deposit, and since we're almost to Columbus Day, I can just collect half the rent. I usually have tenants fill out a background check, but I recognize you from the paper, and I know you date Darren Strickland. That's enough for me." She was willing to cut the rent in half since we were halfway through the month. And I knew the Strickland name did carry some weight around these parts. "Do you take a check?" I asked, and pulled my wallet out of my bag, knowing a lot of people didn't take checks nowadays, but Mama always told me I needed checks, and today I was grateful for that. "I sure do." Octavia reached over the balcony and removed the for rent sign. "Welcome home." "Home," I whispered, as the mere mention of home reminded me of Mama. I gulped and smiled and reached out to take the key from her. How on earth was I going to tell Mama? "Are you having second thoughts?" Octavia asked. "If so, it's not a problem." No, I said. "I want it, but there's one problem." "I have no idea what that could be," she said. "It's fully furnished, the utilities are included, and you have a gorgeous view of Holiday Junction as well as the sea. You will be next to all the shops." "Oh, no." I waved my hand, the key ring dangling from my finger. "All of that's amazing. It's just—" "What?" she asked. "I've got to tell my Mama," I said, in a way that told her everything she needed to know. "That I cannot help you with." She patted my arm. "But I'm going to walk out that door, and right now is the time to change your mind before I go draw up the paperwork." No, I told her again, and reached around the camera bag to retrieve a business card to give to her. "You can email me the paperwork, and I'll get it right back to you." "You have my number if you need anything." She twisted around on her feet and turned to leave. "I really think you're going to love it here. You look like you'll fit in." She gave me one more reassuring smile before she left, shutting the door and leaving the rest of the world behind it. Chapter 4. "Something has you all tore up," Goldie Bennett said as she pulled the trolley over after seeing me walk down the road from the art district back to town. "Or you wouldn't be walking back to town." It was a fair piece to walk back if you asked me, but my mind was circling around other things. Maybe I was trying to walk back as a way to give myself some more time, procrastinate the inevitable. Mama. Or more so, Mama's reaction when I told her I'd just signed a lease on an apartment and was moving out. "Come on, get in," Goldie said as she leaned way over, keeping her grip on the lever that opened the accordion-style trolley door. I climbed into the trolley, my thoughts a tangled mess. As soon as I sat down, the words came spilling out like a waterfall. "I just signed a lease, Goldie," I said, my voice a mix of excitement and dread. "I'm moving out, and Mama is going to die when she finds out. I mean, I love her to pieces, but ever since I moved out here, it took her no time at all to show up on my doorstep and buy a house. And before I could shake a stick at it, I was living in my parents' backyard on Hart Street in a garage apartment." I said all of this in one breath, my heart racing as the scenery flew by outside the trolley window, shops and trees blurring together as we rumbled down the road. I looked at Goldie, expecting some sage advice or at least a knowing nod. But Goldie just chuckled and shook her head. "I ain't got nothing for you. Millie K's a hard one," she said with a twinkle in her eye. Before I could even process her words or form a reply, the trolley came to a sudden stop. Goldie pulled the lever to open the door again, glancing back at me with a grin. "Good luck. I'll be watching out for a murder victim." I blinked, momentarily stunned, as I realized we had reached the stop where I usually got off for my apartment, my parents' place, my soon-to-be old apartment. With a deep breath, I stepped out of the trolley, trying to prepare myself for the conversation that lay ahead. As I watched Goldie drive off, I couldn't help but chuckle at her parting words. The trolley stop was on the corner of the street leading down to Hart Lane. I took my time to send Darren a quick text to let him know that I wouldn't be coming to the office to see him. Instead, I'd meet him at the Jiggle Joint before we joined Radley and Amelia, because I had something very important to tell him. Instead of waiting for his reply, I threw my shoulders back, tossed my long blonde hair over my shoulder, and fixed my eyes straight ahead. Right then and there, I made the decision to tell Mama that I was a 30-year-old woman with a career and a mind of her own. I was going to stand my ground because I knew Mama was going to throw a giant-sized hissy fit, and I needed to be mentally prepared. When I turned the corner to head down Hart Lane, a wave of nausea washed over me at the sight of Mama's golf cart sitting in the driveway. Steeling myself, I marched up the path to the front door and pushed it open, the smell of home-cooked Southern food wafting through the air. "Supper's on the table," Mama called out from the kitchen. "I made your favorite, fried chicken, mashed potatoes with gravy, and collard greens, and there's peach cobbler cooling on the counter." I stepped into the kitchen, where my dad was hunched over the dining table, pencil in hand, working on his crossword puzzle. He didn't look up as I entered, completely absorbed in his game. Mama continued, "I hope you solved the mystery of those awful doughnuts. Poor Amelia must be beside herself for getting them so wrong." She hadn't even glanced in my direction, still busy setting the table and chatting away as if everything was perfectly normal. Finally, she turned around and took one look at me. Her eyes widened, and she rushed over, slapping her hand on my forehead to feel for a fever. "Violet, you look pale as a ghost. Are you sick?" "Mama, I'm fine," I tried to say, but she was already in full mama mode. "You need to get over to your apartment and into bed," she said, bustling about the kitchen as if preparing to nurse me back to health. "I'll whip up some of my homemade chicken soup and get you a Sprite. Don't worry about a thing with the paper. I can handle it. And the merrymaker," she added in a whisper, glancing around conspiratorially. "I'll take care of that for the Columbus Day Festival." "Mama," I tried to interject, but she kept talking, not even pausing to breathe. "And you know," she continued, "a little rest'll do you good. You've been working yourself ragged. You shouldn't have to worry about anything. I can handle everything just like always." "Mama," I finally shouted, my patience snapping, "I'm moving out. I rented an apartment in the art district." Silence fell over the kitchen like a heavy blanket. Mama's eyes widened, her mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water. My dad finally looked up from his crossword, his eyes darting between us, clearly unsure of what was about to happen. "Mama, say something," I urged, feeling the strain in the room build to a breaking point. For a moment, Mama seemed too shocked to speak, but then her face turned a deep shade of red. "You hate me," she blurted out, her voice a mixture of hurt and anger. "You couldn't have moved any further away in the village than the art district." Without another word, she turned on her heel and stomped down the hall to her bedroom, the door slamming shut with a finality that echoed through the house. I stood there, feeling a mix of guilt and relief, knowing that I'd done the right thing, but hating how it had turned out. My dad glanced at me with wide eyes, clearly worried about the fallout. "Mama just needs time to cool off," he said softly, though he didn't sound entirely convinced. "I know," I replied, trying to steady myself. "But I had to tell her." He nodded, his expression a mixture of understanding and concern. "She'll come around. She just wasn't expecting it, that's all." "I hope so." I took a deep breath. As I stood there, I realized that this was the beginning of a new chapter for me, a chance to carve out my own space, make my own decisions, and truly start living life on my own terms. It was scary, but it was also exhilarating. The only time I'd ever lived on my own was when I moved to Holiday Junction and took a room at the Jubilee Inn, which made me think of Christine Whitlock, who had asked me to come get some photos of the mayor in her Columbus Day outfit. "I've got to go get some photos of Mayor Paisley," I told my dad, offering the excuse to leave.
leaving me here in the fire." Dad laughed. "I see how it is."
"You can handle her better than I can," I told him, and walked over to kiss him on the head. "I'll see you tonight?"
"Yep, but I could be alone,"
he said, half joking, but we knew full well it was more than likely the truth.
"This just might make your mama take to the bed clear past the new year."
Chapter 5. I had no reason to go back to the garage apartment at the moment. Daddy was right. Mama needed time, and that meant time away from me or anywhere in the vicinity of me, which might prove difficult since she had already offered her services to me this week at the Junction Journal. But maybe with a little time, which I'd give her now, she'd calm down and see things my way. Even though she never gave me a chance to let me tell her my way, but that was a Southern mama for you. I'd been down this road with Mama before. She'd wanted me to be a beauty queen and take it all the way to the top. There was no denying I loved being a local beauty queen, and I loved to look pretty, fancy, and all gussied up. But when I went to the University of Kentucky on a pageant scholarship, I fell in love with the Kentucky Colonel newspaper run by students at the university. Since I made sure to smile pretty, as Mama would say, I was able to get in front of different controversial people and topics before hitting them with hard questions. Now, pageants got me all ready for how to answer hard questions. It wasn't always about putting that big fat grin on your face and pretending like all was well with the world. You had to answer world problem questions in front of thousands of people. But I had a natural talent for it. That's when I had decided to become a journalist. Mama, let's just say she had other plans for me, like coming home to the Daniel Boone National Forest after I sowed my oats in Lexington and got my MRS degree. There was no such thing as an MRS degree. It was Mrs., as in snag yourself a man that's getting a good paying job after his big education. Then she had in her little head that we would all live in Normal, Kentucky, next to her and Daddy, while I birthed her some grandkiddos, and used all the time and money she'd spent on me in pageants, volunteering with a child on my hip. Of course, I had my own ambitions, and when I told Mama, let's say it just didn't suit. That was probably the first time I really remember Mama taking to her bed. Only then she'd repeated how I was killing her. Then say things like, "When I'm dead and gone, you're gonna regret treating me this way." Maybe so, but today I wanted to live in my own apartment, pay my own rent, and have my boyfriend spend the night if I wanted him to. Speaking of Darren, I had decided to take my camera and walk up to Celebration Park. I had texted Christine Whitlock on the way to meet me before I met Darren later on at the Jiggle Joint. The park wasn't the site of the Columbus Day Fest, but it was still all dolled up in celebration, just like the rest of the town. I made my way toward Celebration Park, letting the crisp fall air clear my mind. The streets of Holiday Junction were alive with the vibrant energy of the season. Everywhere I looked, the town was decked out in its finest autumn attire, celebrating the upcoming Columbus Day Festival. The carriage lights lining the streets had their dowel rods changed to reflect the holiday, adorned with small flags and miniature replicas of Columbus's ships, the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria. The decorations fluttered in the breeze, adding a whimsical charm to the village's streets. I strolled past the quaint shops that lined the road, their windows showcasing seasonal displays. Hay bales and pumpkins sat outside storefronts, while wreaths of orange and gold leaves adorned the doors. A few stores had even painted their windows with colorful murals depicting scenes from Columbus's voyage, drawing in curious tourists who paused to snap photos. As I approached Celebration Park, I could hear the faint sounds of laughter and music drifting through the trees. The park was buzzing with activity, its pathways lined with vendors pushing carts filled with festive treats and souvenirs. One vendor was selling caramel and candied apples, their shiny red skins gleaming under the sunlight. Another offered fresh kettle corn, the sweet and salty aroma in the air. A cart filled with homemade fudge and baked goods tempted passerby with sweet promises. I paused to watch a group of children chasing each other near the small amphitheater in the park where village players, the theater group, which included Mama, put on plays during the year. Brightly colored pennants fluttered above them. Mama and a few of the older women in the community had dubbed themselves the leading ladies, when in reality they were only leading each other, the blind leading the blind. But I'd never tell Mama that. Tomorrow night, Darren and his band, the Mad Fiddlers, were going to play, and he was looking forward to it. A little further on, I caught sight of the swan boats gliding gracefully across the lake in the park's center. Tourists and locals alike enjoyed the nice ride, snapping pictures of the picturesque surroundings and waving to those on shore. The lake shimmered under the afternoon sun, its surface dotted with ripples as the boats moved leisurely across the water. The path wound its way toward the heart of the park, where the grand fountain stood proudly, surrounded by neatly trimmed hedges and colorful flower beds. I could see families gathered around it, tossing coins into the water and making wishes, their faces lit with joy and anticipation. I took out my camera and began capturing the candid moments that unfolded around me. A couple sharing a quiet moment on a bench, children with sticky fingers clutching candy apples, and the gleeful chaos of the playground, where kids swung and slid with abandon. Each scene was a testament to the warmth and vibrancy of Holiday Junction, and I knew these photos would bring life to the pages of the Junction Journal. I soaked in the sights and sounds, feeling grateful for this small, bustling village that I called home. The festival might not have officially started yet, but the spirit of celebration was already alive and well, weaving a thread of community through every corner of Holiday Junction. "Over here!" Christine Whitlock waved her arms over her head, since that was the only way I could see her, now that our famous mayor had been swarmed with tourists wanting photos. Mayor Paisley, the beloved Boston Terrier of Holiday Junction, stood proudly in the center of the crowd, her tail wagging enthusiastically. Her little chest puffed out with pride as she posed for pictures, donning her signature red and blue collar, adorned with tiny bells that jingled with every movement. Holiday Junction had never had an actual human mayor. Instead, the town was run by the village council. But every 4 years, a fun election was held where residents could vote for a pet to be mayor. The election cost $1 per vote, bringing in thousands of dollars as a fundraising effort for the village. It was a tradition that not only raised money for the town, but also brought the community together in good-natured competition. Mayor Paisley had been elected 2 terms in a row, a testament to her charm and the love the townspeople had for her. Her owners, Christine and Hubert Whitlock, were the proud proprietors of the Jubilee Inn, where tourists often stayed just to catch a glimpse of the famous canine mayor. I made my way through the crowd, capturing photos of Mayor Paisley with delighted visitors. Her sweet face was framed perfectly by the autumn leaves in the background, and her easy demeanor won the hearts of everyone she met. Christine was by her side, beaming with pride. She waved at me as I approached, finally managing to break through the throng of admirers. "Looks like Mayor Paisley is as popular as ever," I remarked, snapping a few more candid shots. "Isn't she just? We've had tourists coming from all over just to see her this week," Christine replied, scratching Paisley behind her ears. "It's amazing how much of a draw she is for the village. She's even got her own Instagram page now." I chuckled at the thought of the 4-legged mayor's social media presence, picturing her iconic face popping up on timelines everywhere. "It's a genius way to bring in more visitors," I said, watching as a group of kids took turns posing with the little celebrity. As the crowd slowly began to disperse, I noticed the time on my phone. I still had to meet Darren later, but first I needed to finish capturing the heart of Holiday Junction for the paper. Mind if I steal a quick interview? I asked Christine, hoping to get a few quotes for the next edition of the Junction Journal. "That's why we are here," Christine replied with a bright smile. "Mayor Paisley is always ready to share her insights on village matters." I laughed, knowing full well the charm of this annual tradition and its importance to the community. "What do you think about the turnout this year?" I asked, pen poised over my notepad. "It's been incredible," Christine said, gesturing around the park. "Every year seems to get bigger, and we're thrilled to see so many people enjoying the festivities. The Columbus Day Festival is shaping up to be one of the best yet." Mayor Paisley gave a small bark, as if agreeing with her owner's assessment. The park buzzed with excitement, families enjoying picnics on the grass and children running around with painted faces and balloons. I took a few more notes and snapped additional photos, feeling grateful for the sense of community that defined Holiday Junction. As I wrapped up my interview with Christine, I couldn't help but feel a renewed appreciation for the quirky charm of this town and its unique traditions. "Thanks, Christine," I said, tucking my notepad away. "And thank you, Mayor Paisley, for your invaluable contributions to the village," I added with a wink. Christine laughed, and Paisley wagged her tail in response. "Anytime, Violet. We're just glad to be a part of it all. We will see you tonight at the opening ceremony." "Hey, what about me?" I heard that familiar voice that put an instant smile on my face. "I deserve some of your time." I turned around and saw Darren Strickland striding toward me. He was wearing a long-sleeved polo shirt rolled up to his elbows and slouchy khaki pants that could use a good ironing. His longer hair fell just past his ears, and his dark eyes were framed by thick brows that gave him an effortlessly handsome, rugged look. The world seemed to slow down as I watched him approach, a warm flutter spreading through my chest. In that moment, it hit me like a ton of bricks. Oh crap, I am really smitten with this man. This realization hit me with the force of a freight train, making my heart skip a beat. His smile lit up his face as he came closer, and I couldn't help but return it, feeling a bit giddy. My heart raced as I realized how much he meant to me. Seeing him here, against the vibrant backdrop of the festival preparations and the community we both loved, I knew I was in deep. He stopped in front of me, his presence pulling me in like a magnet. There was something so genuine and comforting about Darren, and I knew without a doubt that he was becoming a huge part of my life. As he reached out to take my hand, a surge of excitement and certainty rushed through me. I was caught off guard by my own gut punch feelings, but it felt right, like all the pieces were finally falling into place. And just like that, I knew this was more than just a casual romance. It was something real and profound, and it was only the beginning. Chapter 6. The Jiggle Joint was the loving name, using loving loosely, that I called Darren's small and dark bar located down on the seaside. By dark, I mean pitch black. No place for light to enter other than the very dirty circular windows that were smaller than my face. One on the door that opened up into the bar, where there was some jiggling going on, if you know what I mean by that. Not so much these days, but sometimes if the liquor was flowing and the mood hit, there might be someone from the audience who would hop up on stage and take advantage of the equipment there. Again, if you know what I mean. Hence the enduring name I gave it when I first popped in there, before I had started dating Darren, the Jiggle Joint. As a matter of fact, I had no idea if there was a real name to the bar. The word bar was drawn on the door with a Sharpie. Darren had told me once that he had never invested in a sign or anything to point people to the bar from anywhere in the village, because if an out-of-towner wanted a bar, they could ask any local, who would definitely give them directions. or they'd seek it out. Make no mistake about it, the sharpied door said it all. Bar. I sighed and pushed the door open. As I stepped inside, my eyes struggled to adjust to the dim light of the jiggle joint. The air was thick with the smell of whiskey and aged wood, a combination that instantly brought a sense of comfort. The place was as dark as ever, with only a few low-watt bulbs trying their best to light up the interior. To my right, the long bar stretched out, its polished surface gleaming in the muted light. The usual suspects were there, cozied up on their stools. The Easter Bunny, also known as Owen, a grizzled old-timer who wore a perpetual smirk, and the Tooth Fairy, better known as Sean, who'd never missed a chance to tease a laugh out of anyone who'd listen. Both men looked up as I entered, raising their glasses in a mock salute.
"Violet, join us for a drink?"
Owen called out, his voice gravelly yet good-natured. "Just passing through," I replied with a smile, waving as I made my way toward the back. "I'm looking for Darren." With his glass in his hand, he pointed to the door behind the bar, gesturing that Darren was in the office. The bar's tables and stools were scattered across the floor, leading up to a small stage where the infamous jiggling happened from time to time. The stage was unoccupied at the moment, but the equipment, a microphone, speaker, and well-worn stripper pole, stood ready for any spontaneous performances. A jukebox hummed in the corner, its neon lights flickering to the beat of an old country tune, while a dartboard hung on the far wall, surrounded by a few stray holes from less than accurate throws. I was just about to head toward the back when a burst of laughter caught my attention. To my surprise, I spotted Amelia and Radley with a group of bridesmaids, clearly in the midst of a pre-wedding celebration, surrounding Bedilla, who was right in the middle. The group was huddled around the table, taking shots and hooting and hollering like they were at a honky-tonk. Amelia's cheeks were flushed with joy as they clinked glasses, and Radley, ever the good sport, looked like he was having the time of his life, surrounded by the giggling bridesmaids. "Well, I'll be," I muttered to myself, amused by the unexpected sight. I approached their table, grinning as Amelia noticed me. "Violet!" she exclaimed, waving me over. "Come join the fun." "I didn't expect to see you here." I slipped into an empty seat. "So early." I turned to Bedilla. "And you?" "Take our picture!" Bedilla screamed, grabbing up all of her bridesmaids and Amelia. "Steve! Steve!" She yelled over where the dartboard was located and waved him over. I took a few snapshots for Bedilla to have and a few of the bar, focusing in on Owen and Sean and the other patrons having a good time. Amelia laughed, a bit tipsy, but clearly enjoying the revelry. "We figured we'd kick off the wedding celebrations early since I was already coming down here to meet you, and—" Amelia stopped talking, her eyes suddenly widening as she stared over my shoulder, a hint of surprise and confusion etched on her face. "You know, get everyone in the mood before my big day," Bedilla finished for her friend, oblivious to the change in Amelia's demeanor. The alarm on my phone went off, letting me know it was time to check the online paper for tomorrow, something I had to start doing when the summer hit, because I loved spending long, lazy afternoons at the beach and found myself scrambling to get the next day's paper completely uploaded to the online version. Steve downed his drink and leaned over, whispered something in Bedilla's ear before he headed to the door. Amelia and Bedilla waved him off. Bedilla turned back to her friends, while Amelia continued to stare like she noticed something, or someone. No one seemed to notice how quickly Amelia's good cheer took a downward spiral, the sparkle in her eyes dimming as she appeared to sober up fairly quickly. She sat a little straighter, her hands nervously twisting in her lap. Radley raised his shot glass in a toast. "To love, laughter, and happily ever after," he cheered, and the group echoed the sentiment, clinking their glasses together. Except Amelia. She stared blankly at her glass, her fingers drumming anxiously on the table. I chuckled, raising an imaginary glass to join in, but kept an eye on her because something was just off. Her gaze flickered toward the bar, her eyes narrowing as if trying to confirm what she was seeing. "What about the Columbus Day scene tonight?" I asked, nudging Amelia gently. "I hear it's going to be quite the spectacle." "Oh, everyone's excited for that," Amelia replied flatly, her voice lacking its usual warmth. She blinked a few times, her brows furrowing as if she were trying to process an unexpected puzzle piece. "Excuse me," she mumbled, pushing her chair back abruptly. She slammed down her full shot glass on the bar table, the contents sloshing over the side, and scurried off behind me into the dark. "It's all anyone's been talking about. A reenactment on the beach. Can you imagine?" Badilla squealed, leaning forward with excitement. "And right here before my wedding!" She put her hands to her chest, and the big diamond sparkled under the dim lights. "Should be a great show," Radley added, leaning back in his chair, completely unaware of Amelia's sudden mood change. "We're all heading over there after this." He nodded at me. "Where's Darren?" "He's in the office," I said, throwing a glance toward the bar. I caught a glimpse of Amelia's puffy hair, silhouetted against the dim light, but couldn't make out who she was talking to. Her body language stiffened, her shoulders stiff, and her posture defensive, as if she had unexpectedly stumbled upon a ghost from her past. Clearly it was someone she'd recognized, and someone who made her leave the party she was with in such a hurry. The room buzzed with excitement, a mix of anticipation for both the upcoming wedding and the Columbus Day festivities. It was a good night to be in Holiday Junction, with celebrations in full swing and the promise of more to come. Until it wasn't. Just then, Owen popped up from his bar stool, his face flushed with anger. He loomed over whomever Amelia was talking to, his fist clenched and ready to strike.
"You don't treat a lady like that,"
Owen bellowed, his voice booming through the bar, reverberating off the walls. Amelia gasped, backing away from the stranger, her eyes wide with alarm. Her face drained of color as she tried to pull Owen back, her voice barely audible over the chaos. "Owen, don't! Please stop!" But it was too late. The pressure that had been building exploded into chaos. Owen lunged at the man, knocking him off his stool, and both of them tumbled to the floor in a tangle of fists and fury. The bar erupted into a frenzy as the two men grappled on the sticky floor, each trying to gain the upper hand. Chairs skidded across the room, and tables wobbled as patrons scrambled to get out of the way. The jukebox, seemingly spurred on by the commotion, blared a fast-paced rock song, its bass thumping loudly as the scene unfolded. Glasses shattered on the ground, spilling their contents, while the air filled with shouts and gasps from stunned onlookers. Amelia stood frozen for a moment, her hand clasped over her mouth in horror. Then she snapped back to reality, her voice cutting through the noise. "Stop it! Stop it right now!" she cried out. I watched in shock as the two men rolled across the floor, each struggling to pin the other down. Owen's face was a mask of rage, while the other man, a stranger with scruffy dark hair, fought back with equal fervor, desperation etched in his features. "Get off him, Owen!" someone yelled, but it was hard to tell who given the pandemonium. Just then, Darren burst out of his office, a wooden baseball bat in hand. His eyes widened as he took in the scene, quickly assessing the situation. He dashed toward the brawl, weaving through the crowd with the bat raised high. Break it up now!" Darren shouted, his voice authoritative and commanding.
"I ought to take that fancy ring off you and whoop you with it."
Owen clearly didn't hear Darren. With a swift motion, he swung the bat gently but firmly, not at anyone, but just hard enough to get the fighter's attention and to make a loud thwack against the floor beside them. The sound seemed to echo through the bar, momentarily pausing the scuffle. Owen hesitated, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he kept a firm grip on the stranger. The room held its breath, the air thick enough to cut with a knife. "Get off him, Owen," Darren repeated, stepping closer, the bat ready in case things flared up again. "Let's find out what this is all about." Owen finally relented, pushing himself up, but keeping a wary eye on the man beneath him. The stranger lay there, his shirt rumpled and face slightly bruised, breathing heavily. Amelia rushed to Owen's side, helping him steady himself as she looked at the stranger with a mix of confusion and fear. The man groaned, trying to sit up. He wiped a trickle of blood from his lip, then looked up at Badilla, who was now standing behind Owen, her expression unreadable. "What's going on?" Badilla asked, trying to get through the crowd, echoing the confusion swirling through the air. "Amelia?" Amelia had a frown on her face and blinked a few times at her as if she knew there was something awful coming next. Darren, still holding the bat, addressed the man. "You better start talking, or we're calling the police." The stranger, now propped up on his elbows, met Badilla's gaze. There was something resigned in his eyes as he spoke, his words cutting through the air like a cold blade. "I'm Wallace," he said, each syllable hanging in the air with an uncomfortable weight. "Badilla's husband." The room fell into a stunned silence. Badilla's eyes widened, and she took a step back as if struck. A collective gasp went up from the crowd, all eyes turning to her. "What?" Badilla stammered, shaking her head as if trying to clear a fog. "That's not possible. We're divorced." Wallace's lips twisted into a grim smile, despite the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Hey, baby doll, you forgot to sign the divorce papers," he said, his voice dripping with a mix of bitterness and amusement. "We're still married." Chapter 7. I'd heard folks say when something big or memorable happened in their lives that time stood still. It was a phrase I'd not really related to until just now. Wallace's words hung in the air like an unwelcome guest. Badilla stood frozen, her face a mask of disbelief, while the reality of the situation slowly sank in. A silence followed, broken only by the soft crackling of the jukebox and the distant murmur of the ocean outside. The crowd remained hushed, eyes darting between Badilla and Wallace, waiting for what would come next. But for now, all I could do was watch, my heart thumping wildly in my chest, as the truth of Badilla's past unfolded in the most unexpected and public way possible. "No, no." Badilla shook her head, her voice breaking as her bridesmaids rushed to her side. They formed a protective circle around her, their faces a mix of shock and anger. The tight-knit group moved quickly, guiding her toward the exit, determined to shield her from the eyes of curious onlookers. Amelia stepped forward, her eyes blazing with fury as she confronted Wallace. "We don't believe you," she spat, her voice echoing off the walls of the bar. "You only came here to ruin Badilla's wedding, just like you tried to ruin her life." Wallace tried to sit up straighter, but his expression faltered under Amelia's fierce gaze. "It's the truth," he muttered, wiping the blood from his lip. The signet ring on his finger hit the bar light just right, which made it glow. Amelia scoffed, dismissing him with a wave of her hand. "You're pathetic, Wallace. You can't stand to see her happy without you, so you crawl back in here with your lies." As the group reached the door, Badilla turned around, her eyes meeting Wallace's with a mixture of hatred and defiance. "You'd better stay far away from me, Wallace," she warned, her voice low and threatening. "Because if you ruin this for me, I swear you'll regret it." The room went silent as her words lingered in the air, charged with unease. Her bridesmaids ushered her out, their heels clicking sharply against the floor as they exited the bar, leaving behind an atmosphere thick with unspoken threats and unresolved conflicts. Amelia shot one last look at Wallace, her lip curling in disgust, before she followed Bedilla and the bridesmaids out the door. The heavy thud of the door closing was a punctuation mark to end the drama that had unfolded, leaving an uncomfortable quiet in its wake. The patrons slowly began to return to their conversations, but the air buzzed with speculation. Darren stepped back, lowering the bat, but keeping a wary eye on Wallace. "Why don't you leave?" Darren said, pointing the end of the bat at Wallace. He slid it in front of Owen, but the bat touched Owen's chest. Owen's mouth was slightly open, his eyes drawn down to where the bat was touching him. His tongue fiddled with the edges of his teeth. "Get that bat off me now, Darren," Owen said in a very stern voice. Darren lowered the bat and stepped aside to let Owen pass. I stood next to Darren, both of us watching, with Radley behind me. Once the door shut behind Owen, Darren turned his focus to Wallace. "Get out," Darren told him, pointing the bat at the door. "Now." Wallace stood there for a moment, glancing around at me, Darren, and Radley. He wiped the sleeve of his shirt across his mouth as blood still dripped, before he finally turned and slowly walked out of the bar. The door closed behind him with a dull thud, leaving the bar in an uneasy silence. Darren turned back to the crowd, raising his voice above the murmurs. "All right, folks, it's over. Time to get back to drinking. Next round's on the house." A cheer erupted from the patrons, the unease melting into excitement as they returned to their drinks and conversations. The room buzzed with renewed energy, glasses clinking together in celebration. Radley leaned in and said, "I'm going to go check on Amelia and Bedilla. Sorry, we probably won't be joining you and Darren at the Columbus Day kickoff." "I understand," I replied with a nod. "Family comes first, but if you can, try to make it." Radley gave a small smile, appreciating the sentiment. "We'll see how things go. Thanks, Violet." He turned and made his way out of the bar, leaving Darren and me standing by the door. Darren sighed, a mix of relief and lingering frustration in his expression. He took the bat back to the office, and I followed him, wanting to make sure he was okay after everything that had happened. Once inside the small, cluttered space, Darren placed the bat against the wall and ran his hand through his hair. "What a mess," he muttered, shaking his head. I stepped closer, reaching out to touch his arm. "Are you all right?" "Yeah," he said with a weary smile. "Just didn't expect all that drama tonight." "I don't think any of us did," I agreed, leaning against the desk. "Bedilla's situation is more complicated than we thought." Darren nodded, crossing his arms as he leaned back against the wall. "I hope they can sort it out. But right now, I'm more worried about what this means for the festival and her wedding." We stood there in the quiet of the office, the noise of the bar a distant hum through the walls. The events of the evening played over in my mind, each detail contributing to the escalating details surrounding Bedilla and Wallace. "Do you think Wallace will cause more trouble?" I asked, voicing the concern that had been gnawing at me since the confrontation. "Hard to say, but I'll keep an eye out, just in case." Darren shrugged, his expression thoughtful. "He doesn't seem like the type of person to back down easily." As we lingered in the office, my thoughts drifted back to Bedilla and the tangled mess that had just been revealed. A dozen questions buzzed in my mind, each one more unsettling than the last. "Darren," I said, breaking the silence, "what's going to happen to Bedilla's wedding? I mean, legally speaking, if she's still married to Wallace." Darren sighed, pushing away from the wall and walking over to the desk. He picked up a legal pad and idly flipped through its pages as he considered my question. "Well, if Wallace is telling the truth and they're still legally married, it complicates things," he explained, his tone serious. "For one, she can't legally marry someone else until her divorce from Wallace is finalized." I felt a knot tighten in my stomach at his words. "But the wedding is just a few days away. Is there any chance they could sort this out before then?"
It's possible, but it's not likely,
Darren said, setting the legal pad down and meeting my gaze.
Divorce proceedings can take time, especially if there's any dispute involved. They'd need to file the paperwork, have it processed, and depending on the circumstances, there might be a waiting period. Plus, if Wallace wants to contest anything, it could drag it out even longer.
Great, I muttered, running a hand through my hair in frustration. So, what's the worst-case scenario here?
The worst-case scenario is that Badilla can't get married until the divorce is officially finalized,
Darren said, leaning back against the desk.
If she goes ahead with the wedding before it happens, it wouldn't be legally binding. She'd essentially be committing bigamy, and that could lead to legal repercussions for her and her new husband. Or Wallace could die.
That last part was a joke. I winced, imagining the chaos that would ensue if Badilla went through with the ceremony without resolving her legal status. The scandal alone could overshadow both the wedding and the Columbus Day festivities. "Do you think she knew?" I asked quietly, the thought weighing heavily on my mind. That she was still married, I mean. Darren hesitated, considering my question.
I can't say for sure. She might not have realized it if there was a mix-up with the paperwork. But given how Wallace showed up out of the blue, it's possible he's been holding on to this information, waiting for the right moment to use it.
I nodded, trying to process the implication of Darren's words. So what can she do now? Just wait it out and hope for the best?
She should contact a lawyer immediately,
Darren advised, his voice calm and reassuring.
They can help her sort through the details and see if there's a way to expedite the process. Maybe there's a way to get things moving faster, especially if Wallace is willing to cooperate.
And if he's not? I asked, my chest tightened.
Then it could get messy,
Darren admitted, his expression sympathetic.
But Badilla has options. She just needs to stay calm and tackle this head on. And she's got Amelia and the rest of her friends to support her, not to mention us.
I took a deep breath, grateful for Darren's steady presence. His legal expertise provided a glimmer of hope in the midst of the confusion. I just hope this doesn't ruin everything for her, I said softly, thinking of Badilla and the joy that had surrounded her impending wedding just hours before. Well, I said, and clapped my hands together. I have some pretty great news that will make both me and you happy. Darren's curiosity piqued. He stepped closer and wrapped his arms around me. His dark eyes softened, and a playful smile tugged at the corners of his lips.
What could be better than this?
He murmured, leaning in to brush his lips against mine in a tender, heart-fluttering kiss. The world seemed to pause for a moment, and all the worries and chaos of the day melted away. His embrace was warm and reassuring, a perfect blend of strength and love that made me feel like the luckiest woman in Holiday Junction. When we finally pulled apart, I looked at him with a grin. I rented an apartment in the art district. His eyes widened in surprise and delight.
You did? That's amazing, Violet.
Yes. No more sneaking around or awkward encounters with Millie Kay catching you leaving the garage apartment at all hours of the night. He chuckled, a deep, warm sound that made my heart flutter.
That's definitely a relief. I was starting to feel like a teenager sneaking out past curfew.
We both laughed, the stress of the earlier events fading away as excitement bubbled between us. Darren twirled me around the room playfully, his happiness infectious.
I'm so proud of you, Vi. Your own place, your own space to decorate as you like. This is such a big step.
It is, I agreed, feeling a rush of independence and anticipation for what lay ahead. And I can't wait to make it my own. You'll have to help me pick out some decor.
I'm at your service,
he said with a dramatic bow, making me laugh again. The office suddenly felt too small to contain our joy, and I could sense the anticipation for the evening ahead growing. The opening ceremony of the Columbus Day Festival awaited, and I couldn't think of a better way to celebrate this new chapter.
Well, we better get going,
Darren said, taking my hand and leading me toward the door.
We don't want to miss the seaside festivities.
Right, I said, grabbing my camera bag and slinging it over my shoulder.
Let's go see what Holiday Junction has in store for us tonight before we have to go see Vern.
You got in touch with him then? I said, knowing how it was Darren's co-merrymaker turn to get in touch with Vern McKenna, the local who was an excellent woodcrafter that made the larger-than-life cutout we needed to let the villagers know where to gather for the last day of Columbus Day Festival.
Yep, he said to come after the opening ceremony. That way you and I can slip out without anyone seeing us,
he said, closing up the computer on his desk and grabbing his keys so we could make it outside before the opening ceremony. Perfect, I said, and grabbed his hand on our way to the door. Darren called out to the few staff members he employed to call him if they needed anything. After receiving responses of, "Will do," we headed out just in time to see the large mast of the ships popping over the horizon. We stepped out of the bar and onto the bustling seaside street, hand in hand, where the festive energy of the Columbus Day Festival was already in full swing. The streets were lined with vendors selling everything from popcorn to cotton candy, and children ran past us with paper ship hats perched atop their heads, their laughter mingling with the sound of distant music. The salty breeze swept through the air as Darren and I crossed the street to the beach, where the opening ceremony was about to begin. The horizon was a breathtaking sight, with the large masts of the Columbus Day ships emerging slowly, silhouetted against the warm hues of the setting sun. The golden sky, tinged with shades of pink and purple, really did make the ocean feel magical and made the ships appear like ghostly figures from another time. I pulled out my camera and began snapping photos, capturing the beauty and excitement of the moment. The crowd gathered along the shoreline, their eyes glued to the approaching ships, creating a scene that was nothing short of enchanting. Children waved small flags, and vendors strolled through the sand with balloons and trinkets, adding a splash of color to the festive atmosphere. "This is perfect," I said to Darren, lowering my camera for a moment to take in the scene with my own eyes. "I'm glad to be getting these photos, because I need something to fill the space I reserved in the online paper for Badilla's wedding spread." Darren nodded, his eyes still on the horizon.
"Did you go to Sugarbrush to get photos of the cake and interview Badilla?"
"Yeah," I replied, adjusting the camera strap on my shoulder. I talked to Badilla about how she met her fiancé, but now... Before I could finish, Radley appeared beside us, having overheard our conversation.
"No, keep the wedding spread,"
he said, slightly out of breath from his jog over the sand.
"Badilla is still insisting on getting married. She ran off to call her lawyer."
I raised an eyebrow, surprised by the tone in his voice. "Really? Even after everything that happened at the bar?" I asked. Radley nodded, his expression serious.
"She's not backing down. She's going to fight for it. It's like she's on a mission to make this wedding happen no matter what." "Well, that's certainly going to be interesting,"
Darren said, crossing his arms and looking thoughtful.
"I guess we'll see how it all plays out."
The ships drew closer, their outlines becoming more defined as they sailed toward the shore. The crowd erupted in cheers. A brass band playing a lively tune filled the air. It was a perfect evening for a celebration, with the cool breeze carrying the scent of the sea and the promise of adventure. Around us, families settled onto blankets, and children danced in the sand. The glow of string lights draped around nearby palm trees added to the cozy, inviting atmosphere that made the festival feel like something out of a storybook. I continued to snap photos, capturing the joyous expressions of the crowd and the majestic beauty of the ships as they approached the beach. It was moments like these that reminded me of why I loved Holiday Junction so much. The sense of community, the rich traditions, and the unexpected surprises that always seemed to unfold at just the right time. Darren and I stood together, watching as the ceremony officially began, with the raising of the Columbus Day flag, signaling the start of a night filled with laughter, music, and celebration. "Looks like it's going to be a memorable evening," I said, leaning into Darren's side, feeling grateful for the magic of the moment. He wrapped an arm around my shoulders, pulling me closer. "Absolutely, and I'm glad we're experiencing it together." As the first ship reached the shore, a chorus of oohs and ahs echoed from the crowd, the magic of the festival unfolding before our eyes. "I think this would be a great time to slip away and get the you-know-what," Darren whispered, referring to our secret mission for the merrymaker. Without responding verbally, I slipped my camera into my hand and pretended to be snapping photos along the way. In case someone did see us, they would think I was just taking photos for the Junction Journal. The Columbus Day Festival's opening ceremony had been a dazzling success, and the crowd's energy was infectious. But now, as the festivities continued to unfold along the seaside, Darren and I needed to slip away to meet Vern McKenna to pick up the Merrymaker sign. We made our way past the bustling shops, which were filled with tourists browsing through souvenirs and local crafts. The shops gradually gave way to a more residential area, where quaint cottage homes lined the sandy streets. Each house was painted in bright hues, sunny yellows, ocean blues, and pastel pinks, that added to the town's cheerful charm. Many homes had small boats or jet skis parked outside, reminding me of the easy access to the beach just a stone's throw away. As we left the seaside behind us, the sound of the waves gently lapping against the shore faded into the background. I took a deep breath, savoring the salty breeze that mingled with the scent of pine from the nearby woods. "It's such a perfect setting," I mused aloud, glancing at the vibrant clapboard houses. "Small-town living with the best of both worlds, beach and mountains." Darren nodded, smiling as he waved to a passing neighbor. "Holiday Junction really is a special place. It's like stepping into a postcard." We continued down the sandy path, exchanging waves and smiles with residents who seemed unfazed by our hurried pace. A few dogs barked as we passed, their tails wagging in greeting from behind fences. At the end of the street, a rickety bridge came into view, its weathered boards creaking underfoot as we crossed. The salty air had clearly taken its toll on the wood, with rusty nails peeking out from the surface. Beyond the bridge, the sandy terrain transitioned to grass and clay, leading us deeper into the woods. The path was narrower here, bordered by tall trees whose branches formed a canopy overhead. Sunlight filtered through the leaves. It reminded me of the trails back home in Normal, Kentucky, nestled in the heart of the Daniel Boone National Forest. As we walked, I felt a sense of nostalgia wash over me, the familiar setting bringing back memories of simpler times. But the peace was short-lived when a loud bark echoed through the trees. "That's Monty," I said, recognizing the sound of Layla Camson's dog. "We must be getting close to their place." "Yeah, Vern's shed should be just past here," Darren replied, listening intently to the continued barking. Monty's barks served as our guide, leading us along the winding path that seemed well-trodden by both humans and woodland creatures. The ground was marked with tracks that resembled the wheels of a cart, possibly reeds from his daily rounds. Finally, a small clearing opened up before us, and the shed came into view. The structure was modest, with weathered wooden walls and a sloping roof. A tall, lanky figure stepped out from the doorway, and I recognized Vern McKenna instantly by his thinning hair and easygoing demeanor. "Hey there, Vern," Darren called out, waving as we approached. Vern raised his hand in greeting, a broad smile on his face. "Well, if it isn't the merrymakers themselves," he said with a chuckle. "We are here," I said, glancing around at the various woodcrafts scattered about the yard. "It's time to get everything set for the big finish to the festival." Vern nodded, gesturing for us to follow him back to the shed. "Got it right here for you."
Been working on it all week. Think you'll be pleased with the result."
We followed him around the shed, anticipation building as we caught sight of a large, colorful cutout. A huge replica ship, complete with billowing sails and intricate details that made it look like it had sailed right out of history. The ship was a stunning piece of craftsmanship, its vibrant paintwork depicting the Nina, Pinta, and Santa Maria in all their glory. The sails were made of fabric that fluttered in the soft breeze, adding an element of realism to the design. Vern had even included tiny flags atop the masts, each one painted with care and precision. "This is incredible," I said, admiring the replica's attention to detail. "You've really outdone yourself, Vern." He beamed, clearly pleased with the compliment.
"Glad to hear it. This baby's going to be the centerpiece for the grand finale, leading everyone to the final day of celebrations."
Darren grinned, nodding in agreement.
"It's perfect for the festival. I can already imagine the crowd's reaction when they see this beauty."
"Where are you going to put it?" Vern asked, a member of the secret society of knowers. "The marina," I said. Darren nodded, confirming our plan to place the ship in a spot that would not only be perfect for the grand reveal, but also make it easy to transport under the cover of darkness without drawing attention. "Perfect," Vern said, standing back with his arms crossed, admiring his handiwork. "The town's gonna love it." With quick nods of thanks, Darren and I carefully lifted the ship. Darren took one side, and I took the other, my camera bag slung across my body, bouncing lightly against my hip with each step. "We'll talk soon," I said over my shoulder to Vern as we headed back through the woods the way we'd come. The path was dimly lit by the moonlight, dotting shadows across the forest floor. The chatter of crickets and the occasional hoot of an owl were the only sounds accompanying us as we made our way through the familiar trail.
"Careful,"
Darren warned as we navigated around a particularly gnarly route that had upended more than a few unsuspecting travelers. "I've got it," I assured him, adjusting my grip on the ship. But as we continued down the path, my foot caught on something unexpected. Before I knew it, I was pitching forward, the ship slipping from my grasp as I tumbled to the ground.
"Violet!"
Darren called out, trying to catch me but losing his own hold on the ship as he did. I landed with a thud, the ship clattering down beside me, my hands scraping against the rough earth as I attempted to break my fall. The forest floor was damp and soft, but my heart skipped a beat as I realized what, or rather, whom, I had landed on. Wallace. He lay sprawled on the ground, his face partially obscured by shadows, but there was no mistaking the familiar features. His skin was pale, his lips slightly parted, and his eyes were closed. He wasn't breathing. "Darren!" I gasped, scrambling off of Wallace and onto my knees. Panic surged through me as I reached for his wrist and searched desperately for a pulse. Darren was beside me in an instant, his face paling as he realized the gravity of the situation.
"It's Wallace,"
he muttered, kneeling down to check for signs of life. "Are we sure?" I questioned, and looked for the signet ring with the W on it, the one I heard Owen mention during their fight.
"It looks like that guy, but it doesn't matter."
Darren had his phone up to his ear.
"It's a body."
Darren stepped back, the phone pressed to his ear as he called his dad, the police chief of Holiday Junction. I hit the flashlight app on my phone and aimed the beam at Wallace's hands. The ring was gone, but a clear indentation marked where it had been, evidence that it was indeed him. The last time I'd seen that ring, Wallace was very much alive, arguing in the bar just hours ago. Darren's voice buzzed in the background as he spoke urgently to his dad, but his words were lost on me. My thoughts swirled, replaying the heated confrontation between Wallace and Badilla earlier at the Jiggle Joint.
"You better stay far away from me, Wallace, because if you ruin this for me, I swear you'll regret it."
Her words echoed in my mind, laced with anger and desperation. Had Badilla really been pushed to the point of doing something this drastic? The timing, the threats, it all pointed to her. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. Badilla might have killed Wallace. I tried to shake off the thought, feeling a chill creep up my spine despite the warm evening air. The sound of sirens approached, their wails cutting through the night as they drew closer. Darren placed a steadying hand on my shoulder, pulling me back to reality.
"Help's on the way,"
he said, his voice calm but tinged with concern.
"We need to hide the sign. You stay here. I'll go hide it."
I nodded, knowing we still had to keep the merrymaker a secret. Chapter 8. The flashing lights of the police cars painted the forest clearing in a surreal wash of blue and red. I stood off to the side with Darren, watching as the quiet patch of woods transformed into a bustling hive of activity. The air, once filled with the soft rustling of leaves, now buzzed with the chatter from police radios and the purposeful movements of officers. Chief Matthew Strickland, Darren's dad, arrived with an air of authority that immediately commanded respect. His uniform was immaculate, the badge on his chest gleaming under the harsh light. I watched as he moved through the chaos with a calm assurance, his eyes scanning the area like a hawk surveying its domain. He paused near Wallace's body, his expression unreadable but focused. The chief gestured to his team, and officers quickly set about securing the perimeter with yellow police tape, creating a barrier around the scene. The tape fluttered in the night breeze, a stark reminder of the seriousness of the situation. I took a deep breath, feeling a chill creep into my bones despite the warmth of the evening. The clearing, once so familiar and serene, was now transformed into the backdrop of a mystery I was somehow tangled up in. A group of forensic technicians arrived, carrying kits filled with tools and equipment. They worked with quiet efficiency, documenting every inch of the scene, looking for anything that might hint at what had happened here. Their methodical approach added a layer that made my heart sink. Nearby, a photographer snapped photos of Wallace's body from every conceivable angle. The click of the camera shutter was unnervingly loud in the silence, each shot echoing through the trees like a gunshot. I couldn't help but flinch each time, the sound a grim reminder of the reality before us. Curtis Robinson, the village coroner, arrived shortly after, his presence adding yet another layer of solemnity to the scene. With his well-worn leather bag in hand, he approached Wallace's body with the practiced ease of someone who'd seen it all. His face was lined with years of experience, and his eyes held a quiet determination as he set to work. I glanced at Darren beside me, his face a mask of concern. I knew he was trying to piece together what had led us to this point. There was something reassuring about having him by my side, sharing in the weight of the moment. Curtis knelt beside Wallace, examining him with a careful eye. His fingers moved deftly, checking for signs of trauma or anything out of the ordinary. I watched as he worked, his movements precise and deliberate, a stark contrast to the chaos swirling around him. The scene was a flurry of activity, yet there was an eerie stillness to it all, a thickness hanging in the air that made my skin prickle. I couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning, that there were layers to this story waiting to be uncovered. Standing there, I felt a mix of emotions, fear, curiosity, and a burning desire to understand how everything had unraveled so quickly. I couldn't help but think of Badilla's angry words at the bar, the way she looked at Wallace with such hatred. As the investigation continued around me, I knew that finding the truth would be far from easy. But one thing was certain, the villagers of Holiday Junction sure did deserve to know the truth. What a better way to deliver it to them than by making it an investigation piece in the Junction Journal, I thought to myself. Badilla, I whispered to Darren, the name hanging heavily between us. Huh? He looked at me, his eyebrows pinched with confusion. Then his face fell as the implication hit. Oh, yeah. Before we could delve further into our suspicions, Chief Strickland approached, his sharp eyes flicking between us. The weight of his presence was unmistakable, and I felt a familiar twinge of anxiety under his gaze. Violet, Darren, the chief said, his voice firm. I need to ask you a few questions about what you are doing here tonight. I exchanged a quick glance with Darren, our unspoken agreement hanging in the air. We couldn't reveal anything about the Merrymaker sign or our clandestine roles. It was crucial to keep our secret under wraps, especially now. Of course, Dad, Darren replied, maintaining a steady tone. We were just, taking a walk after the festival opening. You know, trying to enjoy the night and get some fresh air. I nodded in agreement, adding, we wanted to check out the area since it's usually so peaceful here, especially after the festivities by the seaside. It's kind of our way of unwinding. Chief Strickland looked at us, skepticism in his eyes, though he didn't press too hard. You just happened to stumble upon Wallace out here in the woods? Yeah, it was pure coincidence, Darren said, his voice carrying a hint of conviction. We were on a walk, not really paying attention. That's when we found him. I tried to keep my expression neutral, hoping it was enough to satisfy the chief's curiosity without raising further suspicion. We couldn't let anyone know about the Merrymaker. Chief Strickland paused, studying us both. I could feel his eyes searching for any cracks in our story, any hint that we weren't being entirely truthful. But to my relief, he nodded, seemingly accepting our explanation for now. All right, he said, though I sensed he wasn't entirely convinced. I'll need to take a formal statement from both of you later. For now, you two can leave and let us handle the scene. Of course, I replied, nodding quickly. We'll do whatever we can to help. As the chief moved on to speak with the officers and forensics team, I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. Darren turned to me, a hint of a smile on his lips, despite the situation. That was close, he murmured, keeping his voice low. Too close, I agreed, relieved that we'd managed to keep our secret intact. I just hope it holds up. As Darren and I left the chaotic scene behind us, we made our way out of the woods, the dense trees gradually giving way to open sky. The unease of the evening still lingered in the air, but as we walked down the gravel road lined with cute cottage houses, a sense of calm began to settle over me with the sound of the lapping waves. Darren and I walked in silence. I didn't know what he was thinking about, but I was trying to process and remember the events before Wallace had died. Chief Strickland might not have said he was murdered, but I was pretty sure he was. Our footsteps crunched on the gravel road. Suddenly, a loud squeal echoed through the night, stopping us in our tracks. The sound came from one of the small cottage houses near the edge of the woods. Darren and I exchanged a quick, puzzled glance before hurrying towards the source of the commotion. As we approached, we saw a group of people gathered outside one of the cottages, their faces lit with glee and excitement. The homeowners were beaming, their eyes sparkling with delight as they gestured excitedly towards something propped up against the side of their house. It was the Merrymaker sign, a magnificent replica of a wooden ship, sails billowing in the moonlight. "Oh, it's beautiful!" one of the women exclaimed, clapping her hands together. "I can't believe the end of the Columbus Day Festival is going to be here, right on our street." "We're so lucky," another added, her voice filled with genuine joy. "Imagine all the people who will come by and see this. It's going to be the talk of the town." "No wonder the chief's car is parked at the end. He has to be helping the Merrymaker." The woman hopped up and down. Darren and I stood frozen, shock washing over us like a wave. The ship, meant to be hidden until the grand finale of the festival, was now in plain sight, an unintended centerpiece for the entire street to admire. I turned to Darren, eyes wide with disbelief. "I thought you were going to hide it," I whispered, trying to keep my voice low enough so the homeowners wouldn't overhear. Darren looked just as surprised as I felt, his mouth opening and closing as he tried to find the right words. I thought I did. I just stuck it somewhere I thought no one would see it. At least, not until tomorrow." He ran his hand through his hair. We exchanged another look, both realizing the magnitude of our blunder. The excitement of the cottage owners was something we knew we couldn't take away, and there was no easy way to explain that the ship wasn't supposed to be there yet. There was no turning back now. The secret was out, and the villagers were thrilled at the prospect of being chosen for such a special occasion. With our cover potentially blown, and the eyes of the villagers upon us, Darren and I had no choice but to embrace the situation and hope the rest of the festival would go off without a hitch. Congratulations! I had to keep my cover and pulled my camera up to my face, snapping photos of the happy couple with the sign between them. "Did you know the merrymaker was going to pick us?" The homeowner put her hands on her chest, pride written all over her face. "I got an anonymous squeal," I said, not lying, since her scream was what led us there. "It has to be. The merrymaker knows you've been working so hard on the festival in the marina." She turned to her husband and patted him on the back. The neighbors that had gathered were also giving him congratulatory handshakes and pats. "Smile!" The word cracked coming out of my mouth, and my lips quivered as I pulled them up in a smile. As the neighbors continued to gush over the unexpected honor, I snapped more photos, capturing the genuine delight etched across their faces. The ship, with its elegant sails and intricate details, served as the perfect backdrop for their celebration. The homeowner turned to me again, her eyes alight with excitement. "I can't wait to tell everyone. The whole town is going to be talking about this." I nodded, still feeling the weight of our blunder, but relieved that it had brought so much joy to them. "It's going to be quite the event," I agreed, trying to keep my voice light and enthusiastic. Darren nudged me gently, a silent reminder that we needed to make a graceful exit before we found ourselves answering questions we couldn't truthfully address. "Well, I've got to get back to the office," I announced, lowering my camera and stepping back slightly. "I need to upload these photos to the Junction Journal's online edition before morning." "Oh, of course!" the homeowner exclaimed, still beaming. "Thank you so much for coming by. We can't wait to see the pictures in the paper." I offered a final wave as Darren and I slowly backed away, the neighbors still chattering excitedly amongst themselves. A sense of relief fell on me as we turned and made our way down the street, the weight of the evening's events finally beginning to ease. We hurried down the gravel road, past the charming cottages with their twinkling porch lights and well-tended gardens. The sound of laughter and conversation faded into the night as we put some distance between ourselves and the impromptu celebration. As we walked, I couldn't help but chuckle softly at the absurdity of it all. "Well, that didn't go quite as planned," I said, glancing at Darren with a wry smile. He laughed, shaking his head. "No, but at least they're happy. Maybe it's not such a bad thing." "True," I agreed, feeling a bit lighter now that we'd escaped the situation without too much trouble. "I just hope we can keep the rest of our merrymaker duties under wraps until the festival's over." "Fingers crossed," Darren replied, his tone playful yet sincere. "Now what?" he asked. "We are going to go back to the office and download all of these photos, including some which I took at the bar." I patted the camera, knowing I had some shots of Wallace at the bar and maybe could see him talking to someone other than Owen and Amelia. I took some bar shots. "Dad hasn't ruled Wallace's death a homicide. We have to tread lightly." Darren had lost his mind to the lawyer side. "Tread lightly?" I scoffed. I'm a journalist. I fell on top of a dead body. He's not from here. He had too much to drink and got lost. Possibly died from alcohol poisoning.
Darren was throwing out all of these things. As we walked, I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that something more sinister was at play. There was an unease in my gut, a suspicion that Wallace's death was just the tip of the iceberg. I couldn't help but replay Badilla's threat over and over in my mind, her words echoing with a gravity that hinted at deeper secrets and hidden motives. It seemed too convenient that Wallace's death would be written off as an accident. There were too many unanswered questions, too many loose ends that begged to be tied together. I knew I needed to dig deeper, to uncover the truth that lay hidden beneath the surface of this picture-perfect town. And if I was right, the real story was far more complicated and dangerous than anyone realized. And he was beat up by Owen, possibly died from internal injury. I shrugged, picking up my speed.
Violet.
Darren started to try to calm my murdery mind. Don't you Violet me, I warned. There's something here, and I'm going to be all over it. I looked over at him. He had a goofy smile on his face. What? I questioned. He put his arm around me and pulled me tight, our legs practically crossing over each other's as we tried to continue our walk.
You're so cute when you get all mad. That southern accent of yours just comes out.
He sighed, pointing out something I had tried hard to not let happen when I had become a journalist. The cool night air was crisp against my skin, carrying the faint scent of salt from the nearby ocean. As we walked, the distant sound of festival music drifted through the streets, blending with the occasional cheers from late-night revelers still celebrating the Columbus Day festivities. The warm glow of street lamps illuminated our path. Overhead, a full sky of stars peeked through the branches of the towering trees that lined the street, their leaves rustling softly in the wind. The charm of Holiday Junction wrapped around us like a comforting embrace, even as the weight of the evening's discovery lingered in the back of my mind. Oh well, I shrugged, deciding I didn't have any time to worry about that. I had a murder case on my itchy journalist hands, and I couldn't wait to dive in. Chapter 9. The soft hum of my computer filled the small office of the Junction Journal as I plugged in my camera. I sat back in my chair, glancing around the cozy cottage that had become my second home. My desk was cluttered with notebooks, pens, and the odd coffee mug, each item a testament to the busy life of an editor-in-chief. The photos from today were downloading, and I thought about all the pictures I'd taken. Mayor Paisley, our famous Boston Terrier, posing with tourists at the Columbus Day Festival's opening ceremony. The beautiful Columbus Day ships on the horizon, their sails glowing against the evening sky, and the pushcart vendors with their colorful displays of festival treats. I remembered the photos from the Sugar Brush Bakery, where Amelia and Badilla had stood proudly beside the amazing wedding cake. The cake was a work of art, covered in intricate designs that reflected Badilla's dream of a perfect wedding. Despite the chaos surrounding her now, the cake seemed like a symbol of hope. Then there were the shots from the bar. I had captured Amelia and Radley laughing with their friends, the bridesmaids enjoying the night. In the corner of one photo was Wallace, looking caught up, deeply engaged in a conversation with Owen. I needed to take a closer look at those images. They might reveal something important about what happened later in the woods. The memory of finding Wallace's body was still fresh in my mind, and I felt the weight of the evening bearing down on me. There was so much I didn't understand yet, but I hoped the photos might help unravel the mystery. In the small kitchen of the cottage, Darren was making a pot of coffee. The comforting aroma began to fill the air, mingling with the scent of the sea. He knew we were in for a long night, and he was ready to help me sort through the photos to find any clues. I leaned back in my chair, watching the images download one by one.
Each picture was a step closer to understanding the events of the day. Tonight, these photos weren't just memories. They were potential evidence, waiting for the right moment to reveal their secrets. "Coffee will be ready soon," Darren called from the kitchen, sounding calm and reassuring. "Looks like we've got a lot to go through." "Thanks," I replied, focusing on the screen as the last few images appeared. "Which ones are you using for the online paper?" he asked, looking over my shoulder. "I'm not sure. That's not what I'm focusing on right now." I bit my lip and scanned the photos. My eyes moved up, down, left to right, and all around to see what would get my attention. "Vi." Darren called me by his little nickname for me. "Why don't you just do the online paper, and we can dive into this tomorrow? It's been a big day." "And it's only going to get bigger if I don't sort these," I told him, not giving in. I hit the button to print some of the photos and stood up as the printer whirred. I need to get this whiteboard cleaned off. My office had a couple of whiteboards where I wrote down various things happening in and around Holiday Junction that citizens might find interesting. Also things like funeral notices, wedding notices, and the events of the Columbus Day Festival, so I could go and get photos. All the things. But tonight, that was going to change. "I need to see all of these," I said to Darren, using the eraser to wipe the board clean. "We have a victim." I picked up the dry erase marker and plucked off the lid. I wrote Wallace in the middle of the board. Under his name, I drew parentheses with victim written between them. I stared at Wallace's name on the whiteboard, the word victim sitting heavily beneath it. My mind buzzed with the possibilities, each one a thread in a tangled web I needed to unravel. "Let's start with the obvious," I said a little louder, since Darren had walked back to the kitchen, writing Owen beneath Wallace's name. They had that fight at the bar. Owen might have been angry enough to follow Wallace into the woods. Darren came back in with 2 cups of coffee and set one down on the edge of my desk for me. I picked up my camera to scroll through the photos to get timestamps. "Wallace was at the bar around 7 p.m. when it was already dark," I told Darren. "We went to see Vern around 10 p.m. I showed him the timestamps on the photos I'd taken. Darren nodded, leaning against the desk with the mug in his hands. "True, but what about Badilla? She seemed pretty upset when Wallace showed up, claiming they were still married." He shrugged. I added Badilla to the list, remembering the venom in her voice when she confronted Wallace. Badilla definitely had a motive. She threatened him, and with her wedding on the line, she could have snapped. "And don't forget Amelia," I said. I wrote her name next. She was really upset when Wallace appeared, and she left the bar quickly. What if she followed him? Darren raised an eyebrow. "I don't know if Amelia would do something like that. She seemed more shocked than angry." "Maybe," I conceded, tapping the marker against my chin. "But we can't rule anyone out yet. Plus, Wallace isn't from around here. There might be something in his past we don't know about. Someone from outside Holiday Junction could have a reason to hurt him." I wrote unknown motives with a question mark beside it. The thought of a dangerous stranger lurking in our small town sent a chill down my spine, but it was a possibility I had to consider. "And there's always a chance that someone we haven't even thought of yet could be involved," I added, drawing more question marks beside the lists of names. Someone who has been watching from the sidelines, waiting for the right moment. Darren leaned closer, his eyes scanning the board. "There are a lot of angles to consider. I wonder if the photos you took at the bar show anything more." "I'll take a closer look," I said, feeling the familiar rush of adrenaline that came with chasing a story. Maybe there's a clue hidden in plain sight. The whiteboard was quickly filling up with names, motives, and possible connections. Each scribbled note represented a path that needed to be explored, a story waiting to be told. "We also need to think about the timeline," I said, stepping back to take it all in. Who was where when things went down, and who might have seen something important without even realizing it? Darren nodded.
We can start by talking to everyone who was at the bar. Someone might have noticed something that could break this case wide open.
The task ahead was daunting, but with each new note on the board, I felt more focused, more driven to uncover the truth. Wallace's death was a mystery that needed solving, and I was determined to find out who was responsible and why. As the printer spat out the last of the photos, I pinned them up beside the names, each image a snapshot of the night that ended in tragedy. The evidence was there, waiting to be pieced together like a jigsaw puzzle. There was a pause and silence. All the things that we knew were there. Even Owen's name was added.
We won't know anything until Curtis gets the autopsy done.
Darren sighed and looked at his watch.
The truth could be as simple as he sustained injuries from the fight.
I stared at Owen's name, knowing if that was the case, it wouldn't go well for him. Yeah, I guess it's time to wrap up, I smiled. And I still haven't moved any of my things to my new apartment.
You have some things here.
He pointed to the office closet, where I did keep a few outfits for these late nights, a trick I'd learned in the field long ago. Plus, I have doubles of my toiletries in the bathroom, I said, because I had even gone to great lengths to stock the office bathroom with all my needs, including my favorite facial masks.
You get all your things ready, and I'll run down to my house to get my moped,
Darren said, offering to drive me up to the art district. Thank you, I said, leaning over to kiss him before he headed just a few yards away where he lived in the lighthouse on the beach. With Darren heading out to grab his moped, I turned my attention back to the office. The whiteboard, now filled with names, photos, and question marks, loomed over me as a constant reminder of the mystery I was determined to solve. I grabbed my phone and snapped a picture of the board. I wanted to have it with me, just in case inspiration struck while I was at my new apartment. I knew the puzzle pieces would be swirling in my mind long after I left the office. I moved around the room, gathering my things. My laptop went into its bag first, nestled among the cables and notepads I always carried. I tossed in a few pens, knowing I'd probably need to jot down some late-night thoughts or ideas. I opened the office closet, pulling out a couple of outfits I kept there for nights like this. It was an old reporter's trick. Always be prepared for the unexpected. As I folded the clothes, my eyes lingered on the whiteboard again. The weight of the case pressed on me, but I felt energized by the challenge it presented. I headed to the small bathroom to grab my toiletries. Everything was a duplicate. My favorite shampoo, face mask, even a toothbrush. I'd prepared for many late nights, but tonight felt different. There was an urgency, a need to find the truth that wouldn't let me rest until the pieces fit together. As I packed up, my mind raced with possibilities. What if someone else was involved? What if we missed something at the bar? The photos on my camera might hold the answers, and I was itching to analyze every detail, every shadow that could reveal the truth. With my bags packed and my laptop slung over my shoulder, I took one last look around the office. It had been a long day, filled with surprises and twists, but I was ready for what lay ahead. Just then, I heard the distinctive beep of Darren's moped outside. It was a sound I'd grown fond of, a reminder of the adventures and challenges we faced together. I grabbed my keys from the desk, double-checking that everything was locked up tight before leaving. I stepped outside, the night air cool and refreshing. The sound of the ocean was a gentle backdrop as I locked the door behind me, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness about heading to my new place. Darren was waiting at the curb, the moped's headlights shining on the street. He flashed me a grin, the kind that made me feel like everything was going to be okay.
All set?
He asked as I approached. Ready as I'll ever be, I replied, securing my bags before climbing onto the back of the moped. I wrapped my arms around Darren, feeling a sense of comfort and security in his presence. The moped revved to life, and we took off down the street, the lights of Holiday Junction twinkling around us. As we zipped through the quiet town, I couldn't help but think about Wallace and the mystery surrounding his death. It was a puzzle I was determined to solve, even if it meant a few sleepless nights in my new apartment. Chapter 10. A loud banging on the door startled me awake, dragging me from a restless sleep. I groaned, pushing the hair plastered to my face aside as I squinted against the morning light streaming in through the open window. I could feel sleep still clinging to my eyes, and for a moment I was completely confused about where I was. As I sat up, I took in the mess around me and remembered where I was. My new apartment. Papers and photos were scattered across the coffee table, all the evidence I had gathered in my first night of amateur sleuthing. My laptop sat open on the couch next to an empty coffee mug, a silent witness to my late-night detective work. The window to the balcony was cracked open, letting in a soft breeze that rustled the papers. Darren had dropped me off last night and stuck around long enough to see the place before heading home. We both needed time to process everything that had happened and get some rest. But clearly, rest wasn't on my agenda. Another series of knocks echoed through the apartment, and I rubbed my eyes, trying to shake off the fog of sleep. With a sigh, I stumbled toward the door, thinking it was Darren coming back with breakfast. But when I opened the door, it wasn't Darren standing there. It was Mama, looking as polished as ever in her Southern Belle style, with a to-go cup of coffee in one hand and a bag of donuts from Sugar Brush Bakery in the other. "Morning, Mama," I mumbled, suddenly aware of how I must look, half asleep with my hair in a wild tangle. Mama gave me a once-over, her eyes narrowing slightly. "I was up all night waiting for you to come home, and when you didn't, I called Darren. He told me where to find this new place of yours." I stepped aside, letting her sweep into the apartment with her usual air of authority. Her expression carried a mix of concern and disapproval, the kind only a Southern mama could pull off. It was clear she still wasn't thrilled about my decision to move out. "Come on in," I said, trying to sound more awake and cheerful than I felt. She took a quick look around the small apartment with disorganized papers all over the place. "Well, I brought you some coffee and doughnuts," she said, handing me the cup and bakery bag. Her tone was pleasant enough, but I could sense something she was covering up. "Thanks, Mama," I replied, accepting the peace offering and setting it on the coffee table. "I didn't expect you so early." Mama walked over to the window and looked out at the balcony, her expression softening just a bit. "Nice view you've got here, Violet. But it's not too late to come back home." I smiled, knowing this was just her way of saying she missed having me close by. "I appreciate it, but I'm really excited about having my own space." She nodded, though I could tell she wasn't completely convinced. As she turned back to face me, I noticed her eyes scanning the papers and photos spread out around the room. "So, what is all this?" she asked, gesturing to the cluttered coffee table. I sighed, running my hand through my hair. "Just some work stuff. I'm trying to piece together what happened." Mama paused, her eyebrows raising in curiosity. "What happened?" she asked, clearly out of the loop on the latest town drama. I sat down next to her, grabbing one of the donuts from the bag and taking a bite. "Well, it's a bit of a long story, but there's been a death. Wallace, Badilla's supposed ex-husband, was found dead in the woods last night. I'm trying to figure out what really happened to him." Mama's eyes widened in shock as she slowly sank into the couch, her coffee cup cradled in her hands. "Oh, my Lord," she murmured, taking a long sip of coffee. "That's just awful. Poor Badilla, having to deal with that right before her wedding." "Yeah," I said, nodding. "It's a real mess. The police haven't ruled it a homicide yet, but there's something fishy about the whole thing. I'm trying to connect the dots, see if I can find anything that might help." Mama set her coffee cup down and pulled a donut from the bag, examining it with a critical eye. "I hope these are better today," she said, with a hint of skepticism before taking a bite. She chewed thoughtfully for a moment, then shrugged. "Not bad. Maybe they got a new batch in this morning." I chuckled, amused by her ambition to find the perfect donut. "Let's hope so." As Mama nibbled on her donut, she reached for the photos scattered across the table. She picked up one of Wallace at the bar, her eyes narrowing as she studied it. "This him?" she asked, pointing to Wallace's blurry figure in the background. "Yep, that's him," I confirmed, watching her face for any signs of recognition. Mama shook her head, setting the photo back down with a sigh. "He's not local, is he?" "No, he's not from around here. That's part of what makes this so tricky. There could be something in his past we don't know about." Mama leaned back, sipping her coffee thoughtfully. "Well, sugar, we can't let the grass grow under our feet. You'd best get a move on this investigation and see what you can dig up." I smiled at her colorful way of saying I needed to get on with my work. Mama had always had a way with words, and I appreciated her nudge to keep moving forward. She took another sip of her coffee, then said, "Oh, by the way, the online paper this morning was really good. The wedding announcement with those photos was just beautiful. You captured the spirit of the festival perfectly." "Thanks, Mama," I said, feeling a swell of pride. After Darren left last night, I stayed up late putting together the online edition, carefully choosing the photos that showed the best of Holiday Junction's charm. The wedding announcement had turned out especially nice, with the candid shots of Badilla and Amelia looking genuinely happy, despite the evening's later events. The festival coverage, too, had a warm and inviting feel, featuring the colorful ships and the joy of the first day's festivities. I'd decided not to mention Wallace's death in the paper yet. Without an official police report, it felt premature to jump the gun. Plus, I wasn't sure if it was murder or an unfortunate accident, and I didn't want to spread rumors without facts. "It's a good thing you held back on mentioning anything about Wallace," Mama continued, her eyes meeting mine. "No sense in stirring up trouble till we know what's really going on." "Exactly," I agreed. "I'm waiting for the official word before making any moves in that direction." Mama nodded, a knowing look in her eyes. "You've got good instincts, Violet, and I know you'll figure it out." Her faith in me was comforting, a reminder that I wasn't alone in this. I had support, not just from Darren, but from Mama, too, and that made all the difference. As she finished her coffee, Mama glanced at the clock on the wall. "Well, I suppose I should get going. I've got things to do at the senior center. But you let me know if you need anything." I walked her to the door, grateful for her visit despite the early morning surprise. "Thanks for coming by, Mama. It was nice to see you." She gave me a quick hug, the warmth of her embrace a familiar comfort. "I reckon your daddy is right." Mama let go of a long sigh. "I've got to cut the cord at some point." Chapter 11. Mama told me she'd wait outside while I got ready for the day. She said she was there to give me a lift to the office, and I was grateful for that. I shut the door behind her and felt the unfamiliar yet exciting aura of the place. My coffee table was cluttered with papers and photos, remnants of last night's late-night sleuthing session. I finished getting ready and went to get my keys, expecting to find them on the counter where I'd left them, but they weren't there. I paused, scanning the room quickly, and spotted them sitting in a bowl on the small table next to the door. A smile crept across my face as I realized Mama must have moved them while I was in the shower, tidying up as she always did. With my keys in hand, I took a moment to look around my apartment. It felt good to be in my own space, even if it was a little chaotic. Soon the walls would have a few of my favorite photographs, and the furniture had a charm that reflected my personality. It was perfect. I grabbed my bag and headed for the door, locking up behind me as I made my way down the steps to the street below. The morning air was crisp and refreshing, carrying the scent of pine from the nearby woods. Outside, Mama was waiting in her golf cart as promised, but what caught my eye were the few boxes strapped onto the back of it. My eyebrows shot up in surprise. "Mama, what's all this?" I asked, pointing at the boxes. "Just some of your things from the garage apartment, sugar. I thought I'd bring 'em over once I saw the place and decided it was appropriate for you." She gave me a knowing smile. I laughed, touched by her protectiveness and her approval of my new home. "You didn't have to do that. I could have gotten them later," I told her, but I was very grateful. "Nonsense," she said, waving her hand dismissively. "You've got enough on your plate with this murder business. I decided I'd help you out a bit since Radley is on vacation." She was right. Radley had taken vacation time to help Amelia and Badilla out with the wedding, but I wasn't so sure if that was still taking place. As of last night, it was still full steam ahead. We carried the boxes up to my apartment. "It's a real nice place, Violet," she said, giving my shoulder a squeeze. "I'm proud of you." "Thanks, Mama," I said, feeling a warmth spread through my chest. "I'll unbox these later. Right now, we've got a murder to solve." Her eyes lit up with excitement, the idea of playing detective clearly appealing to her. She'd always loved a good mystery, and now she had a real one to sink her teeth into once again with me. "Let's go get it, then," she said, putting the golf cart in drive and punching the gas. We zoomed down the mountain from the art district, heading toward the seaside. The wind whipped through our hair as we descended, the golf cart bouncing slightly on the uneven path. Mama handled the cart like a pro, expertly navigating the twists and turns as we approached the bustling heart of Holiday Junction. The sun had already popped up, so the downtown area was already packed with tourists and townfolks. With Mama at the wheel and the town spread out before us, I felt good. The guilt I had been feeling was gone, and this was the beginning of a whole new chapter for me. "Who is on your list first?" Mama asked, hanging a left past Celebration Park, slower this time to avoid hitting anyone jaywalking and crisscrossing the main street. "I hate to even think of it, but Badilla is our first suspect," I said, gripping the sidebar of the golf cart because Mama had a heavy foot as she left the downtown area and headed through the neighborhoods toward the curvy road that led through the countryside of Holiday Junction and down toward the seaside. Badilla told Wallace if he stopped her wedding, he'd regret it. That sounds like a real threat, and now he's dead. "Seems like she had something to hide," Mama said, adjusting her sunglasses. "Do you think Wallace was blackmailing her or something?" "That's what I want to find out," I said, my mind racing with possibilities. If Wallace had something on Badilla, it could explain why she wanted him gone. He might have threatened to reveal something that would ruin her reputation or the wedding. Mama hummed thoughtfully. "What about financial gain? Maybe Wallace was holding something over her that would cost her money. Or maybe she stood to inherit something if he wasn't around." "It's possible," I agreed. "I'll have to dig into her financial situation and see if there's anything unusual. And then there's the matter of her fiancé. Maybe there was something between them because of Wallace." "Wallace?" Mama asked, raising an eyebrow as she said his name. "Exactly," I said. If Wallace was a threat to her relationship, that could be another motive for wanting him out of the picture. Badilla might have been desperate enough to do something drastic. As we drove, I considered the psychological factors that might have pushed Badilla to the edge. Planning a wedding was stressful enough, but with Wallace's sudden appearance, she must have felt the pressure mounting. Desperation could drive people to do things they wouldn't normally consider. "And what about her behavior?" Mama asked, bringing me back to the present. "Has she been acting different since Wallace showed up?" I nodded. I noticed she was a bit on edge, especially at the bakery. She seemed evasive, like she was hiding something. I need to observe her interactions with friends and family and see if she's showing any signs of stress or guilt.
The donuts were awful yesterday, Mama said, still stuck on them.
You know, I wagged a finger, recalling the photo shoot from Sugar Brush. Badilla was helping Amelia at the bakery, and Amelia said something about forgetting the sugar earlier in the donuts.
And those must have been the ones she sold me.
Mama scowled. I bet Badilla forgot the sugar because Wallace was on her mind. I threw out a new theory.
Go on,
Mama said. The smell of salt was mixed into the air, a sure sign we were getting closer. She knew Wallace was there. What if they had some sort of talk before she helped Amelia out at the bakery, and she forgot to put the sugar in because it was on her mind? The fact that she was still married. The more I talked, the more plausible it seemed. And Amelia has gotten some upset customers.
And she took the blame because she's the owner and the baker, Mama pointed out. Good thinking.
Mama's eyes were on the road.
And you want to listen for any gossip or rumors about her. People love to talk, especially in a town like ours.
I will, I promised, determined to uncover the truth. I'll keep an ear out for anything unusual, and I'll talk to Amelia, too. She might know something about Badilla's state of mind, or if Wallace had been in touch with her before the bar incident. As we pulled up to the cottage, I saw Badilla was there, and she wasn't alone. She was sitting on the steps with one of her bridesmaids, who was balancing a tray of coffee cups and a bag from Sugar Brush Bakery on her lap. The two women looked up as Mama and I approached, offering hesitant smiles. My heart pounded a little faster as I climbed out of the golf cart, trying to maintain my usual journalistic poise. This was a chance to learn more about Badilla's mindset and how she was handling everything. But for now, I had to keep the conversation light and friendly. "Morning, y'all," I called out, putting on my best welcoming smile.
"Good morning, Violet," Badilla said, standing up and brushing off her skirt. "This is Deborah."
She looked surprisingly composed, considering everything that had happened. Deborah followed suit, her expression warm and friendly.
"I hope you don't mind us stopping by,"
Deborah added, holding up the tray of coffee as if it was a peace offering.
"We brought some coffee and donuts to say thank you."
"For what?" I asked, genuinely surprised as I walked up the steps.
"For the beautiful spread of cake photos and the wedding announcement in the online paper,"
Badilla explained, a hint of relief in her voice.
"It was absolutely stunning, and it really lifted my spirits to see everything look so perfect despite the chaos."
I felt a rush of pride at her words, knowing that my work had touched her in a meaningful way. "I'm glad you liked it. The cake was truly a work of art, and you looked gorgeous in the photos." Badilla's face softened. Deborah handed me a cup of coffee, and I gratefully accepted it, relishing in the comforting aroma. "Come on inside," I offered, pushing the door open and gesturing for them to enter. "We can sit and chat for a bit." As we walked into the office, Mama lingered behind to give us some space. She winked at me, a silent signal that she'd be keeping an eye on things, just in case. The office was still filled with remnants of my late-night detective work, papers and photos scattered across the table. There was one photo where I'd blown up the image of the missing signet ring, the ring that had been as clear as a bell on his finger when he left the bar, but was not there when I fell on him. I quickly swept a stack of papers into a neat pile, making room for the donuts and coffee. Deborah set the bag of donuts on the table, and I caught a whiff of the sweet aroma. "These are fresh," she said with a grin. "Amelia said they're your favorite." I glanced inside the bag and noticed they were the maple long johns. I appreciate it, but unnecessary. I chuckled, grateful for the gesture. Badilla settled into one of the chairs, her hands wrapped around her coffee cup as if drawing warmth from it. Deborah sat beside her, giving her friend a reassuring pat on the shoulder. I couldn't help but notice both of them looked at the whiteboard. "So, how are things going?" I asked, curious about Badilla's state of mind
and trying to take their minds off the board. I know it's been a whirlwind with planning the wedding and all. Badilla sighed, a mix of exhaustion and gratitude in her eyes. It's been hectic, but having everything come together with the wedding announcement really made it feel like it's all going to be okay. The photos were just what I needed to keep my spirits up.
She obviously didn't want to talk about Wallace. I nodded, sensing there was more beneath the surface that she wasn't saying. But for now, I kept the conversation focused on the wedding. Your cake is amazing, I said, and the details were just perfect. Deborah beamed with pride, clearly pleased to see her friend happy despite the circumstances. You did an incredible job capturing the essence of it all, Violet. It's like you have a knack for knowing exactly what people need. I took a sip of my coffee, letting the compliment sink in. It was moments like these that reminded me why I loved being a journalist, capturing stories and moments that mattered to people. But as we chatted about wedding plans and the festival, I couldn't shake the feeling that Badilla was holding something back. Her gratitude seemed genuine, but there was a flicker of something else in her eyes, something that hinted at the stress and turmoil beneath her calm exterior. Everything okay with the preparations? I asked, hoping to glean a bit more insight into her mindset. Badilla hesitated, then nodded.
Yes, everything's on track. Just a few last-minute details to iron out. You know how it is.
So, how did you two meet? I asked, curious about the friendship between Badilla and Deborah. They exchanged a knowing smile, clearly sharing a history.
We met as co-workers,
Badilla replied, her eyes lighting up with the memory.
We're both travel agents. I actually met Amelia when I came here to check out Holiday Junction for a client. I fell in love with the place and Sugar Brush Bakery, and Amelia and I became fast friends.
Deborah chuckled, nodding as she took a sip of her coffee. Yep, that's Badilla for you. She can make friends anywhere she goes. It's one of her many talents. We've been working together for a few years now, and she is one of the easiest people to get along with. I smiled, thinking of how Badilla's charm must come in handy for her line of work. That's a great quality you have, especially when you're meeting new people all the time. Deborah nodded enthusiastically. Absolutely. Badilla is such a good person, always looking out for others and doing her best to help anyone in need. There's just no way she could have hurt or harmed anyone, let alone Wallace. The way Deborah painted Badilla as a saint was almost too perfect, and it made me wonder if there was more to their visit than just thanking me for the article. It seemed like they might be here for another reason entirely. I took a sip of my coffee, letting the warmth wash over me as I considered my next move. They seemed like there was something more they wanted to say, but were hesitant to bring up. You know, I heard Radley mention that I'd probably be looking into Wallace's death, I said, keeping my tone casual but direct. Is that why you're really here? Badilla glanced at Deborah, a flicker of something, perhaps relief or nervousness, crossing her face. Deborah quickly recovered, giving me a reassuring smile.
Well, we did want to thank you for the beautiful article,
Badilla said, choosing her words carefully.
But we also thought it wouldn't hurt to touch base with you, just in case you were starting to investigate.
Yeah, Deborah added, leaning forward slightly. We figured you'd have questions, given your line of work and all. I nodded, appreciating their honesty. It was clear they were concerned about how the investigation might affect Badilla and wanted to be proactive in shaping the narrative. I understand, I replied, keeping my tone neutral. I'm just gathering information right now, trying to make sense of what happened. It's a small town, and people are bound to talk. Badilla sighed, a hint of worry slipping into her eyes.
I just hope people don't jump to conclusions. Wallace's death was a shock to all of us, and I wouldn't want any misunderstandings to make things worse.
I nodded, sensing her genuine concern. It was a difficult situation, and the last thing anyone needed was more stress piled on top of everything else. Don't worry, I said, offering a reassuring smile. I'm committed to finding out the truth, whatever it may be. But if you want to help me out, why don't you tell me what happened after the bar fight with Wallace?
Like an alibi?
Badilla asked, a little hesitant.
Yes, I replied gently. It would help clear up any misunderstanding and focus the investigation in the right direction. Badilla took a deep breath, her gaze meeting mine. After the fight with Wallace, I left the bar and went to the festival. I needed to clear my head and think about everything that had happened.
That sounds reasonable, I said, nodding. Did you go alone?
Well, after I left the bar, I called my fiancé,
Badilla explained.
He said he'd look into things and talk to Wallace and see if they could resolve it, but my bridesmaids were with me.
Deborah nodded for assurance. Where's your fiancé now? I asked, curiosity piqued, but I had his name and I knew I could look him up.
Steve isn't coming into town until tomorrow,
Badilla answered, a touch of disappointment in her voice.
With all the wedding preparations, we thought it best for him to finish up work and arrive the day before.
That makes sense, I replied, jotting down a note in my notepad that I needed to make sure he wasn't in town. As Badilla continued, she mentioned something that caught my attention.
Amelia was supposed to check on the cake. She left us to make sure the layers were settling correctly at the bakery. It has all those tiers, you know.
I felt a flicker of suspicion. Amelia leaving the bar to tend to the cake seemed innocuous, but I couldn't shake the feeling that there might be more to it. Could Amelia have had a private conversation with Wallace? I wasn't saying she killed him or anything, but she might know something. Did Amelia say anything about Wallace before she left? I asked, keeping my tone casual.
Badilla shook her head. Not really. She just seemed preoccupied with the bakery.
But we were all furious with Wallace and his false claims. Deborah patted Badilla with a friendly hand. I nodded, absorbing the information. Badilla's alibi seemed solid, especially if there were witnesses at the festival who could confirm her presence. But Amelia's actions piqued my curiosity. Could she have been involved in Wallace's death somehow? These thoughts swirled in my mind, but I kept them to myself. I didn't want to jump to conclusions without solid evidence, and for now, my priority was gathering as much information as possible. Thank you for sharing that with me, Badilla, I said, offering a reassuring smile. Every bit of information helps. Deborah placed a comforting hand on Badilla's shoulder. See? We knew Violet would understand. I chuckled softly, feeling the pressure of the investigation weighing on me. I'll do my best to find the truth, I promise. With that, the conversation shifted back to lighter topics, and we spent the next few minutes enjoying the donuts and coffee. But as I watched Badilla and Deborah, I couldn't help but wonder what secrets might still be hidden beneath the surface. After finishing our refreshments, I walked them to the door, trying to keep my tone light and friendly, though my mind was still buzzing with unanswered questions. They stepped outside onto the small cottage porch, and I lingered in the doorway, holding on to the door handle as I hesitated with one last question that refused to leave my mind. So I'm guessing with Wallace dead, you're a widow, which means you're automatically no longer married, I said, testing the waters. Badilla's expression faltered for a split second before she recovered, a tight smile on her lips. I suppose that's true, in a way, she replied, her voice carefully neutral. But there are still legalities to sort out. It's not as simple as that. Deborah quickly interjected, giving Badilla a pointed look. Let it go, Badilla, she urged, her tone firm but protective. You've got enough to worry about with the wedding. They both turned a glare to me, a silent warning in their eyes as they headed down the steps and walked across the dunes. I watched them go, my mind racing with possibilities. Badilla's reaction had been subtle but telling, and Deborah's quick intervention only added to my suspicions. There was more to this story than they were letting on, and I was determined to find out what it was. As they disappeared over the dunes, I stood in the doorway, the sea breeze brushing against my skin as I pondered my next move. The case was far from over, and the truth was still out there, waiting to be uncovered. Well, Mama moseyed up behind me. Badilla has a secret, I said, and continued to watch her and Deborah walking off. And I'm going to find out just what that secret is all about. Starting with Steve,
Mama's hand came around my shoulder, a sticky note on her finger with all of Steve Sillinger's information on it. He's staying at the Jubilee Inn. Chapter 12. There was certainly no better time than now to pop on over to the Jubilee Inn, where I just had to show Christine the photos of Mayor Paisley. They were just too cute to pick from, so I'd let her pick which one she wanted to put in the Junction Journal alongside the ad she'd purchased. Of course, her picking would come at a cost. Any information on Steve Sillinger. As I made my way down to the seaside, the vibrant colors of the festival surrounded me. Stalls lined the boardwalk, each offering a delightful array of treats and trinkets. The vendors were setting up for their day, their cheerful banter adding to the festive atmosphere. Families strolled by, their laughter mingling with the crash of waves against the shore. Children ran along the beach, their feet kicking up sand as they chased after colorful kites fluttering in the breeze. The boats were already preparing for their tours, their sails catching the light as they bobbed in the water. The Columbus Day Festival had brought an extra layer of excitement to the town, with the promise of boat tours adding to the allure of the seaside. I paused to snap a few candid photos of the bustling beach, to capture the joy and energy that seemed to flow through Holiday Junction. The camera clicked rhythmically, freezing moments of happiness and wonder in time. Just beyond the beach, the marina was bustling with activity, with all the boats tied up, their colorful sails fluttering in the breeze like flags waving in welcome. Darren's lighthouse in the distance caught my eye, its silhouette standing tall against the clear blue sky. It reminded me to give him a quick call since I'd not heard from him. Reaching into my pocket, I pulled out my phone and dialed his number. It rang a few times before he picked up.
"Hey, Vi."
Darren's familiar voice came through the line, a warmth in his tone that never failed to make me smile. "Hey yourself," I replied, feeling a little flutter in my stomach. "I was just thinking about the boat tour tonight. I thought it might be fun for us to go together, as a date." There was a brief pause on the other end, and I could picture Darren's grin as he considered the idea.
"A date, huh? I like the sound of that. I was thinking about you, too. Seems like the perfect way to enjoy the festival."
"So you're in?" I asked, my heart skipping a beat in anticipation.
"Absolutely,"
he replied without hesitation.
"I'll meet you at the docks around sunset."
"Perfect," I said, feeling a wave of excitement wash over me. "I can't wait. I've never been in ships like those."
"Me neither."
Darren chuckled softly.
"It's a date, then."
Before we hung up, Darren's tone shifted, becoming more serious.
"Oh, by the way, I got an update on the Wallace case. It's definitely murder. He was stabbed in the neck with a letter opener."
I felt a jolt of surprise, mixed with intrigue. The news of Wallace's murder added a new layer of complexity to the situation. "How did you find out?" I asked.
"I heard Dad talking about it to my mom when I went over there for breakfast this morning,"
he said. "That's terrible," I said, trying to keep my voice steady.
"Yeah, it's pretty stressful,"
Darren continued.
"Curtis is still piecing together the details, but it looks like it was a deliberate act. Figured you'd want to know."
"Thanks for the update," I replied, my mind already racing with possibilities. "We'll talk more about it tonight, okay?"
"Of course,"
Darren agreed.
"See you later, Vi."
As I hung up, the pieces of the puzzle began to shift in my mind. A letter opener was an unusual weapon, but it suddenly clicked in my memory. The Jubilee Inn had letter openers in all the rooms as part of their quaint, old-fashioned decor. The fact that Wallace had been murdered with something so specific made me even more curious about Steve Sillinger's connection to all this. I had stayed at the Jubilee Inn when I first moved to Holiday Junction, so I knew exactly where to find those letter openers. I picked up the pace, hurrying past the lighthouse, and took the shortcut leading up to Celebration Park. The path wound its way through the trees, offering a peaceful break from the lively seaside. The air was crisp and invigorating, carrying the earthy scents of fallen leaves. In the background, the mountains looked like a beautiful painting with their vibrant fall colors. As I walked, a feeling of gratitude settled in my heart. reminding me how lucky I was to live in such a picturesque place. The park was alive with autumn colors, the trees dressed in shades of gold and crimson. Leaves crunched beneath my feet as I walked, the sound a comforting reminder of the changing seasons. With my camera full of charming moments, I continued down the street where the Jubilee Inn was located. The inn sat on the left side, across from Brewing Bean's coffee shop. I made a mental note to stop by for a caffeine boost after my visit with Christine. The inn's quaint facade greeted me as I approached, with its wraparound porch and flower boxes brimming with seasonal blooms. As I stepped inside, the familiar scent of freshly baked goods mingled with the aroma of old wood, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere. Christine was behind the counter, sorting through a stack of brochures. Her Boston Terrier, Mayor Paisley, was curled up on her princess bed behind the counter, snoring softly. "Hey, Violet!" Christine greeted me with a bright smile as I walked in. "I hope you've got those photos of Paisley ready." "Of course," I said, pulling out my camera. "I took a few shots that I think you'll love." I showed her the photos of Mayor Paisley, capturing the pup's regal pose and playful expressions. Christine's eyes lit up as she flipped through the images. "These are perfect," she exclaimed, clearly thrilled. "Paisley looks like she's running for office." We both laughed, and I felt a warm sense of community that only Holiday Junction could provide. As we chatted, I casually brought up the topic of Steve Sillinger. "So, Christine, have you had any interesting guests lately? Maybe someone named Steve?" Christine's eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief. "Oh, you mean the mysterious Mr. Sillinger? Chief Strickland came in asking about him, too." I leaned in, intrigued. "Really? What did he want to know?" Christine glanced around to make sure no one else was listening, then lowered her voice. "Steve's been asking a lot about the marina. He seems really interested in the boats and how things operate down there." "Interesting," I said, filing away the information. "You know, I literally stumbled onto Wallace when I found his body. Felt right on top of him, actually." Christine gasped, her eyes widening with shock. "No way! That must have been awful." "It was," I admitted, feeling the weight of the memory. "But it also makes me more determined to figure out what happened." Our gossip session was cut short when the bell above the door chimed and Darren walked in with a man beside him. The man was well-dressed and carried an air of confidence.
"Excuse me for interrupting, but I need to step outside and take this call,"
the man said to Darren.
"No problem, Steve," Darren replied, watching as the man stepped outside.
I stared at Darren, my mind reeling. "Steve?" I repeated, unable to hide my surprise.
"Yes, Steve Sillinger,"
Darren confirmed, pulling me to the side.
"What are you doing here, Vi?"
"I came to see Christine and find out more about Steve," I explained, quickly filling him in on the details. "He's been asking questions about the marina, and now he's the suspect in Wallace's murder." Darren looked conflicted, glancing between me and the door.
"I'm representing him, and I can't talk to you about this now that my father has pegged him as a suspect."
"But Darren, he has the means and the motive," I argued, laying out my case. "Think about it. He's interested in the marina, and Wallace's death was linked to a letter opener from the inn. It all connects." Darren gave me a questioning look, and I pressed on. "Steve is Badilla's fiancé, right? If Wallace and Badilla were still legally married, that would mean he'd want Wallace out of the picture. He had everything to gain from getting Wallace out of the way."
"I can't talk to you about this."
He tried to wave me off. "Does he have the missing signet ring?" I asked.
"Vi, I can't talk to you about this,"
Darren said under his breath. He'd had enough, and I knew it. He hurried out of the inn. I felt like our relationship just took one step backwards.
"Violet?"
Christine called to me, and I looked up. I could feel the flush of embarrassment on my face.
"Are you okay?"
"Oh, I'm fine, just fine." My confidence took a boost when I realized Darren and I weren't necessarily on the opposite sides. We were on the same side. It was just a question of who was going to find the truth first. This means I have to find out, and I'm going to need your help.
Sure, she nodded, as long as I don't get in trouble with the chief.
He'll never know you knew anything. I gnawed my lip and wondered what I needed. The murder weapon was a letter opener. Apparently, it was still stuck in his neck, but it was too dark for us to see.
Us?
She asked, her eyes even bigger than when I told her I'd fallen on top of Wallace's body. Me and Darren, I confessed, and there's a ring missing, a ring with a letter on it, W for Wallace. That caused her to really go into a frenzy. She started to search around the desk, touching things, picking up items and papers. Then,
like this one?
She held up the signet ring I'd noticed on Wallace, the same one from the photos I'd taken at the bar. It was like the life had been sucked right out of me. The room seemed to spin for a moment as the implications sank in. Christine's eyes were wide with a mix of shock and excitement.
I remember seeing this earlier and thought it was strange. Why would someone leave it here?
I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. I don't know yet, but this could be the key to everything. Chapter 13.
You've got to be kidding me.
Steve stood behind Darren after Christine had called Chief Strickland to tell him her maid had found the ring in the hallway right in front of Steve's inn door.
I didn't kill him.
Shh, let me take care of this.
Darren used his hand to gesture Steve to tone it down.
Dad, Chief,
he corrected himself.
Listen, I'm not going to let you or anyone else tell me to keep my mouth shut,
Steve demanded, garnering a lot of attention from other guests at the inn.
Why don't we go down to the station to talk about this?
Chief Strickland was using his best inside voice to persuade Steve to leave the public area. Steve turned to Darren, frustration etched on his face.
I was just on the phone with some of my people back home, and they said you just passed the bar exam. Are you sure you're the right man for my case? Because it sure does seem like they're wanting to arrest me after I already gave them a statement.
Before Darren could respond, I stepped in, unable to hold back. Watch it, Steve. Darren is the best lawyer in town. Now that he's here, he makes the second lawyer, and by far your best chance. Darren shot me a look, trying to signal for me to quiet down, but I pressed on. He's been working hard on this case, and you're lucky to have him. And for the record, I'm the best at uncovering evidence and clues, so having both of us is your best shot at proving your innocence. Steve looked between Darren and me, clearly taken aback by my fervent defense. Darren, sensing an opportunity, nodded in agreement.
Violet's right. She's got an incredible knack for finding the truth. With both of us on your side, we'll get to the bottom of this.
I blinked in surprise, still processing Darren's unexpected support. Just earlier, he had told me to stay out of it, but now he seemed to need me on the case. It was a moment of clarity, showing me that despite our differences, we made a formidable team. Chief Strickland cleared his throat, breaking the moment.
All right, let's move this discussion to the station. Steve, we need your cooperation.
Reluctantly, Steve nodded and followed Chief Strickland out of the inn. The crowd of onlookers began to disperse, their curiosity satisfied for the moment. Darren turned to me, a mixture of apology and gratitude in his eyes.
Thanks for backing me up, Vi.
Any time, I said, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. We're in this together.
Definitely,
Darren agreed.
Let's get to work and solve this thing.
We are, but you're not getting let off the hook that easily for how you treated me earlier, I said, making it clear that I wasn't going to let anyone talk to me the way he did. Even if he might have been right, and I should stay out of things, there were nicer ways to phrase it than he had. Darren gave me an understanding nod.
Fair enough. I'll make it up to you. I promise. You coming?
Darren asked, his expression softening, as if he wanted me to go to the police station with him. No, I'm going to dig around a little more, I replied. He hurried over to give me a quick kiss before he darted out to head to the police station. When I turned back into the inn, I saw the deputies arriving with a warrant to search Steve's rooms for clues, fingerprints, and all the things that might tie him to Wallace's murder. They moved purposefully, clearly ready to get to work. I approached Christine, who was watching the deputies with a mixture of curiosity and concern. "Christine, do you have any sort of CCTV footage around here?" Christine nodded and led me to a small office behind the counter. She pulled up the footage on a computer screen, and we watched as the grainy images showed Steve leaving the inn and turning right to go down Main Street. "Unfortunately, that's all we have," Christine said, biting her lip. "You'll probably need to check across the street at Brewing Beans for more footage from their angle." I sighed, knowing it was another step I had to take in this ever-complicated investigation. "Thanks, Christine. Can you do me a favor?" "Of course," she replied, eager to help. "If the police find anything in Steve's room, like the letter opener, can you call me right away?" I asked, giving her my most earnest look. "Absolutely," she said, her eyes serious. "I'll keep you updated." When I stepped back into the main area of the inn, my mind raced with thoughts. Why was Steve so careless to lose the ring if he did take it from Wallace? It seemed almost too obvious, like a clue planted to frame him. My gut told me there was more to this story. Just then, I heard the familiar hum of a golf cart outside. Mama appeared at the door. "I heard on the police scanner they took Steve in for questioning," Mama said, stepping inside. "I knew you'd be here, so I drove up to check on you." "Thanks, Mama," I said, grateful for her support. "This case is getting more complicated by the minute." Mama glanced around the inn, her eyes narrowing thoughtfully. "So, what's the latest?" I filled her in on the ring and the CCTV footage. "The ring seems a little too obvious, don't you think? It's almost like someone planted it." Mama nodded, her expression thoughtful. "That makes sense. If Steve took the ring from Wallace, why would he leave it where it could easily be found? It could be a setup." "But he's still engaged to Badilla," I added. "With Wallace showing up like that, it could have sent Steve over the edge. Maybe he did it in a moment of rage." Mama sighed, leaning against the counter. "It's possible, but we need more than just a hunch. We need concrete evidence." I glanced around the cozy inn, taking in the warm lighting and the soft hum of conversations from the guests. The air smelled faintly of freshly baked pastries, adding to the homey atmosphere. It was hard to believe something so sinister could be lurking beneath the surface. Steve's interest in the marina could be a clue, I mused. Maybe he's hiding something there. Or maybe Wallace found out something he shouldn't have. Mama nodded, her eyes scanning the room as if searching for answers. "Could be, but we also need to consider the possibility that someone else is framing Steve. Someone who had access to the ring and knew it would point suspicion his way," she said, bringing her fingers up around her neck to fiddle with the strand of pearls. Both of us stood there pondering the possibilities. The deputies continued their search upstairs, the sound of footsteps and muffled voices filtering down to us. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were missing something, a crucial piece of the puzzle that would tie everything together. "Let's not forget Badilla," Mama said softly. "She had a lot to lose with Wallace's sudden reappearance. And if Steve thought he was protecting her—" I nodded, the weight of the investigation settling heavily on my shoulders. "We need to keep digging, Mama. There's too much at stake." She placed a comforting hand on my arm. "We'll find the truth, Vi. I'm going to be in the golf cart." "I'm going to check with Brewing Beans for more footage. If anything turns up here, call me immediately," I told Christine. "You got it," Christine said, giving me a reassuring nod. "Be careful out there." "I will," I promised, stepping back into the crisp autumn air. The festival atmosphere continued to buzz around me, but my mind was laser-focused on the task at hand. The truth was out there, and I was determined to uncover it one clue at a time. There were very few CCTV cameras in Holiday Junction, and I knew one of them was across the street at Brewing Beans. Mama had already and probably illegally whipped the golf cart around in the road to park on the opposite side of the Jubilee Inn, which was where Brewing Beans was located. She was already waiting by the door for me. We stepped into the coffee shop, the warmth inside a welcome contrast to the cool breeze outside. The place was buzzing with morning activity. Herschel Hudson stood behind the counter, his voice calling a cheerful greeting to every customer that came through the door. Hazel Ann was busy arranging a display of seasonal pastries, her thick brows drawn together in concentration. Brewing Beans was a traditional coffee shop, cozy and familiar, with its wooden furniture and soft lighting creating a relaxed atmosphere. It was a far cry from the eclectic charm of Sugar Brush Bakery, with its artistic flair and vibrant decor. I'd never admit it to Amelia, but I preferred this type of shop, where the focus was on comfort and simplicity rather than making a statement. But then again, they were two completely different vibes, each with its own special place in Holiday Junction.
"Morning, ladies," Herschel called out when he spotted us. "What can I get you today? Something with a bit of pumpkin spice, I bet."
Mama smiled.
"You know me too well, Herschel. A pumpkin spice latte for me, and Vi here will have her usual," she told him. "See?"
She nudged me and pointed to the happy face of a youngster eating one of the Brewing Beans donuts.
"They never make mistakes with their donuts."
"Coming right up," Herschel nodded, moving with the ease that comes with years of experience.
"And don't forget to try our pumpkin muffins, fresh out of the oven. Violet, you're not just here for coffee, are you? You've got that look about you."
Hazel Ann looked up from her task, her brows lifting in recognition.
"See? Even Hazel Ann can tell when you're on a mission."
Mama poked me again playfully. I laughed, though my mind was already spinning with the questions I needed to ask. "You're right, Hazel Ann. I was wondering if you happened to see strange things or arguments going on yesterday?" I asked, leaving the specifics out so she could recall anything without me having to coerce her. Yet. Hazel Ann exchanged a glance with Herschel, who gave a knowing nod.
"Oh, she was here all right,"
Hazel Ann said, her voice low with the weight of gossip.
"Badilla, Amelia's friend, well, they were in here sitting right over there by the window, deep in conversation. We couldn't help but overhear."
Herschel leaned in, his voice dropping to a near whisper.
"Badilla mentioned she was planning to see Wallace at the marina."
That caught my attention. The marina? What would Wallace be doing at the marina? I wondered. Herschel shrugged, his large hands working the espresso machine with practiced skill.
"No idea, but Badilla seemed pretty set on meeting him there,"
he said. I filed the information away, my thoughts racing. The marina wasn't far from where the festival was being held, and it wouldn't hurt to check it out when Darren and I went there tonight. Anything else they talked about? I asked, hoping to glean more. Hazel Ann pursed her lips, thinking.
"Just the usual wedding stuff, but the way Badilla talked about Wallace, it didn't sound like a friendly visit. Matthew came in here to watch the security cameras from that night, but they didn't show him leaving the inn."
Herschel nodded, gesturing across the shop to the Jubilee Inn on the other side of the street. "It didn't show him going to Celebration Park?" I asked, knowing the path leading to the marina was the quickest.
"Nope, not a thing. He stood there for a minute, then he took a few steps out of the sight of the camera."
Herschel shrugged. I thanked them as Herschel handed over our drinks and pumpkin muffins, still warm from the oven. The aroma of spices and coffee wrapped around us, comforting and familiar. Mama and I found a small table by the window, the view outside filled with the sights of fall, colorful leaves, children playing, and couples strolling hand in hand. Despite the coziness of the scene, my mind kept circling back to Wallace and the marina. "This whole thing is getting more tangled by the minute," I said, before taking a sip of my coffee. The warmth of it spread through me, but it couldn't chase away the unease settling in my gut. Mama nodded, nibbling on her muffin. "Well,
If Badilla was planning to meet Wallace at the marina, there's definitely something more going on. You should keep that in mind when you're there tonight," she said.
"Absolutely," I agreed, mentally preparing myself for the evening. The marina was now at the top of my list. "But how did you know I was going there tonight?"
"Because I know you, and you will be at the festival tonight taking photos, which means you've got a good cover to snoop."
Mama grinned. We finished our drinks, the coziness of brewing beans offering a brief respite from the storm of questions brewing in my mind. But even with all the festive cheer around us, the mystery of Wallace's death lingered like a stubborn shadow, refusing to be ignored. There was still so much work to be done, but at least now I had a new lead to follow. Chapter 14. We left brewing beans with the autumn air still crisp around us as Mama drove us back to the Junction Journal office. I smiled when I saw the cozy little cottage nestled by the seaside just past the dunes, its white clapboard exterior framed by a picket fence adorned with cheerful fall decorations. The golf cart lurched forward when Mama threw it in gear as soon as she reached the office drive and jumped out. Mama was ahead of me, her steps brisk, as though she was eager to dive into whatever awaited us inside.
"Looks like Louise is here."
Mama pointed to the golf cart on the side of the office. I looked up as she said it and saw Louise Strickland standing just inside, her sharp eyes on the newspaper spread across the large oak table in the center of the room. Louise was a force to be reckoned with, Darren's mama and the chief's wife, but also one of the co-owners of the Junction Journal, alongside Marge Strickland. "Hi, Louise," I greeted her as I stepped inside, the warmth of the office enveloping me. Louise looked up, a small smile touching her lip.
"Hey, Violet. I thought I'd drop by to see how things were going. I know with everything happening around town, you must have your hands full."
There was excitement in her eyes, and she turned to look at the murder board I'd been putting together. "Full is an understatement," I admitted, glancing at Mama, who was already sorting through a pile of papers on her desk. Louise folded the newspaper and walked over, her heels clicking softly on the hardwood floor. Her perfectly shaped brow rose, not a wrinkle on her forehead. She wore a deep green caftan dress that flowed elegantly past her feet, the fabric swaying with each movement. The trim of the dress was adorned with little ships along the edges, and the sleeves featured long ruffles down each side, adding a touch of nautical flair. Her style was impeccable, a blend of grace and charm that I couldn't help but admire. If only I could age with such elegance and poise, I'd consider myself lucky. Of course, Mama's Lily Pulitzer look was fine, but I'd grown up seeing Mama dress like this, so it was refreshing to have come somewhere where the styles were never the same.
"I wanted to talk to you about the Wallace situation. I know you're doing your job, but I want to make sure you're using your integrity when reporting on this,"
she said, sort of letting me know Matthew had probably already given her a good talking to.
"We need to be careful not to jump to conclusions or print anything that could compromise the investigation."
"Of course, Louise." I nodded, understanding the weight of her words. "I'm committed to finding the truth, but I'll make sure everything is handled with care." She studied me for a moment, then seemed satisfied with my response.
"Good. I know you will."
She winked, which was her way of giving me some leeway and letting me know she'd have my back no matter what I printed. Louise turned to a small bag she had placed on the counter and pulled out a neatly wrapped package.
"And speaking of doing the right thing, I heard from Darren over breakfast that you've moved into a new place. Congratulations."
She handed me the package. I blinked in surprise, touched by the gesture. "Thank you, Louise. You didn't have to get me anything," I said.
"Nonsense,"
she replied, pressing the package into my hands.
"Just a little something to make your new place feel like home."
I unwrapped the package, revealing a beautifully crafted set of hand towels embroidered with autumn leaves and pumpkins, perfect for the season. It was a thoughtful gift, one that made me feel even more welcome in my new apartment. "They're lovely," I said, my voice warm with gratitude. "Thank you, Louise." Louise smiled, a rare softness in her expression. "You're welcome. And remember, if you need anything, whether it's for the paper or personally, don't hesitate to ask," she told me with a very sincere voice. "I'll keep that in mind," I assured her, feeling a bit more at ease, knowing that she was on my side. With that, Louise glanced at her watch. "Well, I should be going. Matthew likes his lunch on time, and you know how he is." She waved her hand in the air. Mama chuckled from across the room. "Doesn't like to wait, that's for sure." Louise gave a nod, then turned to me once more. "I'll leave you to your work. Just remember, Violet, the truth has a way of coming out, so let's make sure we're the ones bringing it to light and doing it right," she said. "I will, Louise," I promised. After she left, Mama walked over and peered at the towels in my hands. "Well, aren't those just perfect for your new place?" "They really are," I agreed, tucking them back into the bag. "Louise may be tough, but she's got a good heart." Mama nodded. "Now let's get to work. We've got a paper to put out, and you've got a murder to investigate." I couldn't help but smile at Mama's straightforwardness. She was right, of course. There was still plenty of work to be done, and with Louise's words of wisdom in the back of my mind, I felt more determined than ever to uncover the truth, both for the paper and for myself. After Mama and I finished settling in at the office, I turned my attention to the task at hand, getting the latest edition of the online paper ready. After all, I had to get the work done that was paying the rent on my new place, since I'd been living rent-free. I settled into my cozy chair, the familiar hum of the computer booting up filling the cozy space of my office. The air mingled with the salty breeze as it came in through the open window. I plugged in my camera, the screen flickering to life as the photos began to upload. Each image captured the essence of the Columbus Day Festival in Holiday Junction, the joy, the community spirit, and the vibrancy of the season. As the thumbnails popped up on the screen, I couldn't help but smile at the memories they represented. One by one, I selected the best shot, adding them to the layout of the online paper. I started with a stunning image of the festival's opening ceremony at the beach, where the replica ships of the Nina, Pinta, and Santa Maria sailed majestically toward the shore. The sunset turned the ocean into a shimmering expanse of gold and orange. I added a caption beneath the photo. "A grand arrival. Columbus Day Festival kicks off with spectacular ship reenactment at Holiday Junction." Next, I chose a candid shot of a group of children laughing as they wore paper ship hats, their faces lit up with pure delight. The paper hats, crafted with care, had been a popular activity at their festival's craft station. I captioned it, "Setting sail. Young festival goers embrace the spirit of adventure with DIY ship hats." Scrolling through the photos, I found another gem, a candid shot of the festival goers exploring the various food stalls. The air had been thick with the mouth-watering aroma of caramel apples, roasted nuts, and warm cider. A group of friends, all bundled up in cozy sweaters, were huddled together, enjoying cups of steaming hot cocoa while they chatted and laughed. I captioned it, "Sweet treats and warm memories. Festival goers indulge in Holiday Junction's famous fall delicacies." As I worked, I added quotes from some of the festival goers I'd interviewed. One stood out in particular from Mrs. Lustig, a longtime resident of Holiday Junction. "The Columbus Day Festival is my favorite time of year. It brings everyone together, family, friends, and even strangers. There's just something magical about this town during the fall, and the festival reminds us all why we love living here." I smiled as I typed out her words, knowing they captured the heart of what made Holiday Junction so special. Another quote came from a young couple who had traveled from out of town to experience the festival for the first time. "We heard so much about this festival, and it didn't disappoint. The community here is so welcoming, and the events are fantastic. We're already planning to come back next year."
With each photo and caption, I could feel the energy of the festival coming alive on the screen. The online paper was more than just a report. It was a celebration of the town's spirit, a way to capture and share the moments that made the Columbus Day Festival so beloved. The final touch was a photo of Mayor Paisley, the Boston Terrier, decked out in her ceremonial sash, sitting proudly on the stage during the opening ceremony. The little dog had been the star of the show, as usual, and the crowd's cheers still echoed in my ears. I captioned it, "A positively perfect start. Mayor Paisley leads Holiday Junction into another memorable Columbus Day festival." To wrap it all up, I included a small but significant update. Breaking news: the Merrymaker has chosen the spot for the festival's grand finale, the charming little neighborhood street along the seaside. Be sure to make your way there to join in the fun, and look for the Merrymaker's sign, the big ship. This would let everyone know where to gather, adding to the buzz of anticipation. I bit my lip so I wouldn't mutter anything out loud on what a flub that was, even though Mama and Darren and I were the Merrymaker. Satisfied with the layout, I clicked Publish and watched as the edition went live. The photos and stories would be available to everyone in town, capturing the magic of the festival for those who couldn't be there, and giving those who had been a chance to relive the moments. Leaning back in my chair, I felt a sense of accomplishment. The paper was done, the festival was in full swing, and for the moment, I could savor the joy of the season before diving back into the mystery that was waiting to be solved. But I wasn't going to rest on my laurels too long. Louise said Matthew was coming home for lunch, but what she was really telling me was that he wasn't at the department, so I should go down there to see Steve, which was exactly what I needed to do. Chapter 15. The morning was actually turning out to be gorgeous, which I knew from the weather it was going to be, and it really made me want to walk to the police department, which was clear on the other side of Celebration Park in the business area of downtown. Okay, so clear on the other side was an exaggeration, but thinking about hoofing it there would take much longer than jumping on the trolley, even though I knew it was going to be very busy. Still, it was the quickest. I grabbed my camera, making sure I had everything I needed before turning to Mama, who was busy organizing some papers on her desk. "You good with holding down the fort?" I asked, leaning over to give her a quick kiss on the cheek. Mama smiled and waved me off. "Of course. Go on, do what you need to do." With a nod, I hurried out the door, just in time to hear the familiar clanging of the trolley bell in the distance. I picked up the pace, my shoes clicking against the cobblestones as I made my way to the trolley stop. As I rounded the corner, I saw the trolley rolling down the street, its brass bell clanging merrily. Just as I reached the stop, Goldie Bennett flung open the door with a wide grin. "Hop on, Violet, we are just about to head out," she called. I stepped onto the trolley, greeted by the cheerful sounds of chatter and the salty scent of the seaside wafting in through the open windows. The trolley was decorated for the festival, with colorful streamers and tiny ship flags fluttering along the roofline. Goldie was in full festival mode, dressed in a vibrant outfit that could only be described as delightfully over the top. Her jangling bracelets, necklace, and earrings all matched, sparkling as she moved. On her head, she wore a ship hat, complete with a miniature sail that bobbed with every turn of the trolley. "Nice hat," I said, taking a seat near the front so I could chat with her. "Thanks. Only wear it once a year, but it sure does make a statement, don't it?" Goldie chuckled, her bangles clinking together. She picked up the crackling microphone connected to the trolley's speaker system. "All righty, folks, welcome aboard the Holiday Junction trolley, and a very special welcome to those of you here for the Columbus Day Festival." As the trolley trundled along the seaside road, Goldie launched into her well-practiced spiel, giving the tourists a lively history of the Columbus Day Festival here in Holiday Junction. She spoke with the enthusiasm of someone who truly loved her town, pointing out landmarks and sharing tidbits of local lore that had everyone on board listening intently. Now, if you look to your left, you'll see the famous Holiday Junction lighthouse, built back in 1892. It's still in operation today and serves as a beacon for ships coming into our harbor, just like it did all those years ago, Goldie said, her voice filled with pride as she talked about Darren's lighthouse, even though it really wasn't in operation for the purpose she mentioned. It was still working because Darren kept up all the equipment needed for it to appear as if it were in operation. And over to your right, you'll catch a glimpse of the marina, where our very own Columbus Day ship reenactment sets sail every year. Those ships you saw earlier were handcrafted by local artisans who spend all year perfecting every detail. She paused to let the tourists take in the sights before continuing. And let me tell you, folks, this festival has been a tradition in Holiday Junction for generations. It started as a small gathering of townsfolk celebrating our rich maritime history. And over the years, it's grown into the event you see today, full of food, fun, and a whole lot of community spirit, she said with an enthusiastic heart. Goldie leaned closer to the microphone, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial tone. Now, here's a little secret for you. Every year, a mysterious figure known only as the Merrymaker chooses the spot for the grand finale of the festival. This year, it's a little seaside street, and you don't want to miss it. The whole town is buzzing with excitement to see what surprises are in store. I'll be sure to point out the location as we make our roundabout. The trolley turned around to go back the way it had come, and with the sea on my right now, I couldn't help but snap a few more candid photos. Satisfied with her history of the festival, Goldie put the microphone down and let the tourists and riders chat among themselves, which gave her the opening to chat with me. Police station, huh? She was fishing for information. Yep. I sighed and snuggled my camera to my chest, trying to bite my lip. In true Goldie fashion, she kept on. About that man's murder? She asked. Doing a piece in the paper, I said, and looked up at the large rear-view mirror she had above her head, where I could see that she was glancing between me and the road ahead of her. Then I guess I should tell you that I took the man in custody to the marina as my last stop the other night. Goldie Bennett just told me exactly why Steve wasn't on CCTV at Brewing Beans. Maybe I didn't drop him off at the marina, but I did drop him off at your office stop, because I wasn't making no special stops for anyone at that time of night. Do you remember what time it was? I asked, knowing I'd seen Steve at the bar around 7 p.m., when it was already dark. Then Darren and I had gone to see Vern around 10 p.m., which I knew because of the timestamps on the photos I'd taken. It was around 8-ish, maybe earlier, Goldie said, uncertainty in her voice. This made it look like Steve had been dropped off by her. If he had walked down the seaside going toward the marina, he would have had to pass the jiggle joint. That would be about the time Darren had kicked Warren and Owen out of the bar. So someone wouldn't be hard-pressed to say Steve could have run into Wallace, the two scuffled, and Steve had the letter opener from the Jubilee Inn with him because he was clearly going to the marina to see Wallace. Instead of making it to the marina, by a stroke of luck, he ran into Wallace on the street, stabbed him, and took his body to the woods at the far end of the neighborhood right near the office. The timeline fit, and it sure wasn't looking good for Steve. Chapter 16. Lost in my thoughts, I barely noticed when the trolley came to a stop. It wasn't until Goldie called my name twice that I snapped out of my reverie. "Violet, you're at the police station," she called, her voice snapping me back to reality. "Oh, right. Thanks, Goldie," I said, quickly gathering my things and stepping off the trolley. I gave her a quick wave before hurrying up the steps of the police station, my mind still racing with the new information. When I pushed open the door, I was greeted by the familiar hum of the police department, a mix of ringing phones, muffled conversations, and the occasional clatter of paperwork. But amid the usual sounds, my ears perked up at the unmistakable laugh of Fern Banks, a local beauty queen who had always been hard to miss. Tall, thin, with jet black hair that shone like a raven's wing, Fern was the epitome of small-town glamour. I glanced around, half expecting to find myself in the wrong place. What on earth was Fern doing at the police station? "Oh, Darren!" Fern's voice carried through the room, dripping with a syrupy sweetness that made my stomach churn. Sure enough, there she was, perched on the edge of a desk, her long legs crossed, showing off her designer heels. She was chatting animatedly with Darren, who looked slightly uncomfortable under her gaze. Fern glanced over at me, flashing a bright smile. "Violet, I didn't know you'd be here. Isn't this just the most unexpected reunion?" she asked. Her smile was as bright as the summer sun. "Yeah, you could say that," I replied, trying to keep the surprise out of my voice. I turned to Darren, hoping to get him alone. "Can we talk privately for a minute?" Before Darren could answer, Fern piped up again. "Oh, I'm sure Darren can squeeze you in between all his busy duties. But just so you know, I'll be front row at the Mad Fiddlers concert tonight, Darren. Wouldn't miss it for the world." She clapped her hands together before she used them to slide herself off the desk. I couldn't help the slight eye roll that escaped me, though I quickly masked it with a polite smile. It wasn't jealousy exactly, but Fern had a way of making everything feel like a competition. "What are you doing here?" I asked Fern, noticing her little too tight police uniform. "I'm a deputy now." There was pride in her voice. A hot pink fingernail tapped her stitched name on the pocket. "I don't do real deputy shoot-'em stuff, but I do the filing and paperwork necessary for criminals like Steve." Now, Fern." Darren started to correct her. "I know." She had a little flirtatious nature with him. "Innocent until proven guilty." "Really?" I said sternly. "I need to talk to you." I looked back at Fern, who was intently listening. "In private," I added. "Let's talk over here," Darren said, steering me toward a quiet corner of the room, away from Fern's watchful eyes. As we walked away, I could hear Fern's voice behind us, clearly pleased with her new position. "I wasn't sure the shade of blue was going to look good on me, but I think it really complements my hair color, don't you?" she asked someone. Darren and I shared a look, and I stifled a laugh. Fern as a deputy? I'd have had to see it to believe it. The police department had typical small-town charm mixed with the efficiency of a well-oiled machine. The front desk was manned by an officer who looked busy processing paperwork, while a few deputies moved purposefully between the desks, organizing files and making calls. The walls were lined with bulletin boards cluttered with notices, photos, and important memos. A faint smell of coffee lingered in the air, and the hum of a scanner echoed faintly in the background. Darren guided me toward a quiet corner, away from the bustle of the department, and, more importantly, away from Fern's prying ears. We found a spot near a row of filing cabinets, where the noise from the main area was muffled, giving us a semblance of privacy. "So, what's going on?" Darren asked, his tone serious as he leaned in slightly, ready to listen. I took a deep breath, knowing I needed to be clear and concise. "Fern might not be too far off the mark with Steve," I admitted, not wanting to say it, but knowing it was necessary. Darren's brows furrowed, a mix of concern and curiosity crossing his face. "What do you mean?" he asked. "I talked to Herschel and Hazelyn Hudson," I began, glancing around to make sure no one was eavesdropping. "They mentioned that Badilla was planning to meet Wallace at the marina. That got me thinking, what was Wallace doing at the marina in the first place?" Darren nodded, urging me to continue. "Then Goldie Bennett told me something interesting on the trolley ride here. She said she dropped Steve off near my office around 8 the night of the murder. He wasn't on the CCTV at Brewing Beans because he was dropped off there, not at the marina. If Steve had the letter opener from the Jubilee Inn,
He could have easily run into Wallace on his way down the seaside. Are you supposed to have this information? I had so many questions about Fern's new job, and the fact she wore heels with this uniform really threw me for a loop. But it was Fern. I didn't put anything past her.
Let's say I have a way of getting information.
She shrugged. Darren's face darkened as he absorbed the information. Go on.
The timeline fits, I said, my voice steady. We saw Steve at the bar around 7, and Goldie dropped him off around 8. Darren, Curtis Robinson put Wallace's time of death around then. Steve could have confronted Wallace. Things got out of hand, and Steve, well, you know the rest. Darren rubbed his chin thoughtfully, his eyes narrowing as he processed everything I'd said.
So you think Steve might have taken the letter opener with him, confronted Wallace, and then hid the body near your office?
Darren asked. A shade of worry crossed his face. It's a strong possibility, I replied, crossing my arms as I thought it through. It explains why Steve was so defensive earlier and why he might have been acting out of desperation. If Wallace was still legally married to Badilla, it would have thrown everything into chaos for Steve and Badilla. Darren let out a slow breath, clearly troubled by the implications. Remember, the ring was found right outside Steve's room at the Jubilee Inn. If Steve took it from Wallace, it would have been to make it look like a robbery, or maybe he panicked and dropped it without realizing it. I hated to point out that Darren's client just might have done the deed this time.
That's a lot of circumstantial evidence, Vi,
Darren said, his voice low.
But it's enough to make him a prime suspect.
I could see the weight of the situation settling on Darren's shoulders.
We need to be careful, though. We can't jump to conclusions, but we also can't ignore the facts,
he said, obviously treading lightly, his eyes locking with mine.
We need to tell Steve all of this. I need him to be straight with me if we're going to get him out of here, because I think my dad is inches away from arresting him.
He can hold him for 24 hours, right? I wanted to make sure I knew the law.
Yeah, and he's planning to hold him for every second of that time.
Darren sighed and glanced around.
Fern?
Her name left his lips a little too sweetly. Fern sashayed over, her heels clicking against the polished floor with each deliberate step. She looked pleased as punch, her dark hair bouncing slightly with the movement. When she reached us, she flashed Darren a bright smile, clearly enjoying the attention. "You called?" she asked, her voice dripping with sweetness that made me inwardly roll my eyes.
"Fern, I'd like to see my client,"
Darren said, keeping his tone professional.
"And I'm bringing Violet with me."
Fern's perfectly manicured eyebrow arched slightly. "Well, I guess you can, since you're his lawyer," she replied, emphasizing the last word as if it were a title of great importance. Without another word, she turned on her heel and began leading us down the hallway toward the holding rooms. The sound of her heels echoed off the walls. As we walked, I couldn't help but notice the way Fern swayed her hips, clearly enjoying the moment. The tight police uniform didn't leave much to the imagination, and I could see why she'd been so concerned about how it looked on her. We reached the door to the holding room where Steve was being kept, and Fern stopped, turning to face us. "I'll give you some privacy," she said with a wink, unlocking the door and pushing it open. Steve was seated at the small metal table inside, looking more disheveled than before. His shirt was wrinkled, and there were dark circles under his eyes, evidence of a long, sleepless night. He glanced up as we entered, his expression a mix of relief and apprehension. "I'll be right outside if you need anything," Fern said, giving Darren another overly sweet smile before stepping out of the room and closing the door behind her. Darren wasted no time, pulling out the chair across from Steve and motioning for me to take a seat beside him.
"Steve, we need to talk,"
he began.
"There's some new information, and I need you to be straight with me if we're going to get you out of here."
Steve's eyes flicked between us, clearly sensing the gravity of the situation.
"What do you mean? I already told you everything I know."
I leaned forward slightly, trying to gauge his reaction. Steve, we've pieced together a timeline of events that doesn't look good for you. Goldie Bennett told us she dropped you off near my office around 8, and that lines up almost perfectly with Wallace's time of death. Steve's face paled, his hands clenching into fists on the table.
But I didn't do it. I swear I didn't kill Wallace.
Darren held up a hand to calm him.
We believe you, but you need to help us understand what happened. The ring, Steve, the one that was found outside your room at the Jubilee Inn. Do you know how it got there?
Steve's eyes widened in shock.
The ring? I didn't take any ring. I don't even know what you're talking about.
I exchanged a quick glance with Darren before continuing. It was Wallace's ring. If you didn't take it, then someone might be trying to frame you. But you need to be honest with us. What were you doing after Goldie dropped you off? Steve ran a hand through his hair, his voice shaky as he spoke.
I went to the marina, like I told you before. I was supposed to meet Badilla there. We were going to talk about everything. About Wallace, the wedding, all of it. But when I got there, she wasn't there. I waited for a while, then I walked back toward the inn.
Darren leaned in, his expression hardened.
Did you see Wallace at all that night?
Steve shook his head firmly.
No, I didn't see him. I swear. After Goldie dropped me off, I headed straight for the marina, but Badilla wasn't there. I waited for a bit, but when she didn't show, I went back to the inn and went to bed. That's it. I didn't see Wallace or anyone else.
I studied his face, searching for any sign of deception, but Steve looked genuinely confused and worried. And you're sure? You didn't run into him or anyone else on your way back?
I'm sure, Violet.
Steve nodded again, his eyes wide with sincerity.
I never saw Wallace, and I certainly didn't take anything from him or hurt him.
Darren and I exchanged a glance, the weight of the situation pressing down on us. The pieces of the puzzle were still scattered, and if Steve was telling the truth, someone else was involved, and Badilla's absence was starting to raise even more questions.
All right, Steve,
Darren said, standing up.
We're going to keep looking into this, but you need to stay calm and cooperate with the police. I'll do everything I can to get you out of here, but you have to trust us. I do. I trust you both.
Steve nodded, his face clouded with concern.
But, Darren, please get in touch with Badilla. Ask her to come here and see me. I'm not sure why she hasn't shown up yet.
The request hung in the air, and a new suspicion flickered in my mind. Why hadn't Badilla come to see Steve if they were engaged? Was she avoiding him because she was hiding something? The more I thought about it, the more I felt like Badilla might know more than she was letting on.
We'll see what we can do,
Darren replied, trying to keep his voice steady.
Just sit tight, Steve. We're working on it.
I couldn't shake the growing unease in my stomach, a sure sign that something was not right, something I was missing. If Steve was innocent, then someone else was pulling the strings, and Badilla was starting to look like a key player in this twisted game.
Get me out of here,
Steve said as Darren and I stepped out of the holding room. We were greeted by the sound of heels clicking on the tile floor, which announced Fern's approach even before she spoke. She had a triumphant look on her face, clearly enjoying her newfound role as the bearer of important news. "Just in time," she said, sidling up to us with a manila envelope in hand. "The final autopsy and forensic report came in, and since you're Steve's lawyer, Darren, I got a copy for you." She handed the envelope to Darren, who took it with a serious nod.
Thanks, Fern.
Fern lingered for a moment, clearly wanting to be part of the conversation. "Thought you might want to know? It's not the letter opener from the Jubilee Inn. Turns out all the letter openers there are accounted for. And the murder weapon? Well, see for yourself." With that, she winked and sashayed off, leaving us with the weight of the new information. Darren wasted no time. He tore open the envelope and pulled out the forensic report, flipping through the pages with a practiced eye. I leaned in close, reading over his shoulder as he scanned the document. The report was detailed,
just like you'd expect from an official forensic analysis. It began with the basics: the victim's name, Wallace, his age, and a summary of the injuries. There were precise measurements, notes on the condition of the body, and a timeline of the estimated time of death, which matched Curtis Robinson's earlier findings. Then Darren's finger stopped on a section titled Murder Weapon Analysis. The report detailed the weapon used, a letter opener, just as we suspected. But as we read further, the details became more surprising. The letter opener wasn't from the Jubilee Inn. Instead, it was described as having a unique design, a handle inlaid with a specific type of stone, matching the same material as Wallace's missing signet ring. Darren read the next line aloud. The letter opener was identified as belonging to the victim, Wallace. The matching stone was part of a set, including the signet ring and other personal items found on his boat. Wallace's boat? I asked, feeling a wave of confusion. He had a boat? Darren looked up at me. Of course, Wallace's boat. That's why everyone's been going to the marina to see him, and why he wasn't staying at the Jubilee Inn. He said it like I should have already known it, but I hadn't. It was something Steve must have told him. It all started to click into place in my little investigative mind. Wallace had been staying on his boat, not at the inn. The letter opener, with its matching stone, must have been on the boat as well. If the weapon came from his own belongings, then the motive and the scene of the crime were starting to make more sense. But it also raised more questions. Why was Badilla going to meet him at the marina? I wondered aloud, my mind racing with possibilities. Because she was going to confront him about the divorce, or lack of? And if the murder weapon came from Wallace's own boat, then who had access to it? I questioned, knowing I had to confront Badilla. We need to figure out who was on that boat while Wallace has been here. Darren's expression was a mix of concern and determination. He folded the report back into the envelope, his mind clearly working through the new information. We've got to get back to the office and try to dig around some more. And I will head up to check on my apartment and pop over to see Amelia and find out where our bride is staying while in town for her wedding, I said, a little suspicion in my voice. You're not going to the boat? Oh, no. It's got cops crawling all over it, he told me before he bent down to kiss me. I couldn't help but replay the conversation in my mind as I walked back to the office. I welcomed the physical activity so my mind could start to process all the facts I'd just learned. There were still so many questions unanswered. Wallace staying on his boat, the letter opener with the matching stone, Badilla's mysterious visit to the marina, and the fact that she'd kept that quiet. It all pointed to something she had to be keeping a secret. The cool breeze and the vibrant fall colors of Holiday Junction that accompanied my thoughts really did help me clear away some of my suspicions about Steve killing Wallace and replace them with theories about Badilla, which stuck her at the top of my list. The lively chatter of festival goers filled the air as I walked through Celebration Park, but I barely noticed. My mind was fixated on my next step. The path from the park wound its way down toward the seaside, and I followed it, the sound of waves gently lapping against the shore providing a soothing backdrop to my troubled thoughts. The seaside cottages, each painted in cheerful colors, lined the street. The charm of Holiday Junction was undeniable, but today it felt like a veneer masking something much darker. By the time I reached the office, my determination had solidified into a plan. I needed to find Badilla and get some answers. But first, I had to make sure I had all my ducks in a row. As I pushed open the door to the Junction Journal, the familiar scent of coffee greeted me, and I found Mama at her desk, going over some paperwork. "Mama," I said, walking over to her, "can I borrow your golf cart?" Mama looked up from her papers and smiled. "Of course, sweetie, but could you drop me off at the leisure center first? I've got a meeting with the seniors about the upcoming bingo night." "Sure thing. I'll drop you off on my way." I nodded, grateful for the ride. She stood up, gathered her things, and we headed out to where the golf cart was parked. The leisure center was only a short drive from the office, like the rest of Holiday Junction, and the cart was the perfect way to navigate the narrow streets of the village without getting caught in the festival traffic. "What's on your mind, Vi? You've got that look again." Mama turned to me with a curious look after we were settled into the golf cart. "Just thinking about everything that's been happening with Wallace's murder. I'm heading up to check on my apartment and then over to see Amelia. I want to know where Badilla is staying while she's in town for the wedding." I didn't give Mama all the details because, like a good journalist, I had to gather some facts. Mama's eyebrows rose slightly. "You think she's involved?" "She certainly got motive." My brows pinched. "She can't get married with Wallace alive. What better way to hurry up a divorce?" "But I've got to follow up on every lead," I admitted, starting up the golf cart and pulling out onto the street. "She's been acting suspiciously. If she's staying somewhere other than the Jubilee Inn, that might mean something." "Well, you be careful, Violet." Mama nodded, her expression thoughtful. "People aren't always what they seem, especially when there's a lot at stake." "I know," I said, glancing over at her as we drove. "But that's why I have to keep digging." Instead of beating the possibilities of Badilla's involvement in Wallace's murder to death, I flipped on the golf cart radio. Mama hummed and smiled, tapping her foot on the floorboard. I pulled the cart to a stop in front of the leisure center's entrance. Mama gathered her things and gave me a quick kiss on the cheek. "Good luck, sweetie, and don't forget to let me know if you find out anything new," Mama reminded me. "I will," I promised, watching as she headed inside, waving at a few of the seniors who were already gathered on the front porch. With Mama safely at the leisure center, I turned the cart around and set off toward my next destination, the Art District. The road ahead was clear, but I knew the path to uncovering the truth about Wallace's death would be anything but straightforward, and I suspected that I just might find Badilla somewhere along that curvy road. Chapter 17. The drive up to the Art District was as picturesque as ever, with the vibrant colors of fall painting the landscape in rich hues of orange, red, and gold. The winding road led me past the quaint cottages and artistic boutiques that gave the district its charm, and before long I arrived at Sugar Brush Bakery. The bell above the door jingled as I stepped inside, and I was greeted by the warm scent of cinnamon and freshly baked pastries. Amelia was behind the counter, carefully arranging a display of intricately decorated cupcakes that looked almost too pretty to eat. "Violet!" Amelia looked up, her face lighting up with a smile. "I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Here for more wedding photos?" "Not this time," I said, returning her smile. "I was hoping to catch up with Badilla. I need to talk to her about a few things." Amelia's smile faltered slightly, but she quickly recovered. "Oh, Badilla's not here. She and the bridesmaids are staying at one of the rental cabins in the forest. It's more private out there, away from all the festival commotion." I nodded, trying to hide my surprise. "The forest, huh? That sounds cozy." Amelia wiped her hands on a towel and came around the counter, leaning in as if to share a secret. "It's actually a great spot for a wedding weekend. The cabins are beautiful, and the scenery is just perfect this time of year. Plus, Badilla wanted some time away to relax before the big day." "Do you know how I can get there?" I asked, keeping my tone casual. "Of course," Amelia said, reaching for a notepad. She quickly scribbled down directions, handing me the piece of paper. "It's a bit off the beaten path, but you can't miss it. Just follow the main road through the forest, then take the first left after the big oak tree. The cabins are tucked away in a little clearing. You'll know it when you see it." "Thanks, Amelia. I appreciate it." I pocketed the directions, my mind already racing with the possibilities. A secluded cabin in the woods seemed like an ideal place to hide, or maybe to confront someone without prying eyes. Amelia hesitated for a moment, then added, "Violet, is everything okay? I mean, with the wedding and all? I gave her a reassuring smile. Everything's fine, Amelia. Just tying up some loose ends, I said. Bradley has been such a big help with getting all the little details of the wedding together. Amelia's face brightened as she continued. He's taking care of everything, setting up the favors, making sure the venue is perfect. Badilla really deserves this, you know? After everything she's been through, she deserves a perfect wedding day. Her enthusiasm was genuine, and it was clear that Amelia was thrilled for her friend. But as I looked at her, I couldn't help but feel a pang of concern. You don't know, do you? I asked, watching her expression carefully. Amelia's smile faded. Know what? She asked, crossing her arms across her chest, wrinkling her apron. Steve was taken in for questioning this morning, I said gently. Badilla didn't say a word to you? Amelia's eyes widened in shock, her hand flying to her mouth. No. She didn't say anything. I had no idea. She looked genuinely distressed, her excitement for the wedding overshadowed by this new revelation. And apparently, Steve told Darren that Badilla hasn't been returning any of his calls. I added, watching as the weight of the situation seemed to settle on Amelia's shoulders. Her face fell, and she let out a small, nervous laugh. That's because we took Badilla's phone. She frowned, her brows knitted in worry. You what? I asked, taken aback. Amelia's cheeks flushed slightly as she reached into a small drawer behind the counter and pulled out Badilla's phone. We thought it would be better if she didn't talk to Steve before the wedding. You know, so she could focus on the day and not get distracted by, well, anything else. She shook her head. She handed me the phone, looking a bit sheepish. We thought we were helping her relax. She blinked back a few tears. It really showed how much she loved and cared for her friend. Amelia, I think it's time we go see Badilla. I stared at the phone in my hand, realizing just how much more complicated this situation was becoming. You're right, Amelia said, her tone now serious. She turned to her staff who were busy with customers and called out, I need to step out for a bit. I'll be back soon. Keep everything running smoothly, okay? The staff nodded, used to Amelia's occasional absences for wedding errands, and she quickly untied her apron and grabbed her coat. We stepped out of the bakery, and Amelia looked at me with determination. Let's go, she said, sliding into the passenger seat of the golf cart. We need to get to Badilla and figure this out before it gets any worse. If Steve's in jail, there's not going to be a wedding. I started up the cart, the engine humming as we pulled away from the bakery and headed toward the forest. Amelia's excitement for the wedding had been replaced by a sense of urgency, and I knew that whatever we found at the cabin could change everything. The road ahead twisted and turned, leading us deeper into the woods. The vibrant colors of fall surrounded us, but neither of us seemed to notice. We were both focused on what lay ahead, on the secrets Badilla might be hiding, and on what this unexpected detour might reveal. The drive through the forest was quiet, both of us lost in our thoughts as we approached the cabin. As we rounded the last bend, the cabin came into view, and it was clear that this was no ordinary getaway. The place was decked out in full bridal splendor, the kind you'd expect from a high-end destination wedding. Puffy, glittery letters that spelled out bride hung across the front porch, flanked by pastel-colored balloons and twinkling fairy lights. The front lawn was scattered with large pink and white lanterns, and a handmade wooden sign pointed the way to the bridal suite inside. Even from the golf cart, I could hear the distant sounds of laughter and chatter, the kind that only comes from a group of close-knit friends celebrating something big. We parked and stepped out. The air, with its scent a mix of pine and autumn leaves, was normally something that would make me stop to take it all in, but not at this moment. The front door of the cabin was wide open, and from where we stood, we could see a long table inside, covered with trays of hors d'oeuvres, mini sandwiches, and colorful cocktails that sparkled under the chandelier. The bridesmaids were gathered around the table, glasses in hands, their laughter ringing out like a chorus of bells.
They were all dressed in matching robes, the kind you see in those picture-perfect bridal magazines, and each one of them had a wide smile on her face. But as Amelia and I walked up to the door, our serious expressions must have given something away. The laughter died down, replaced by curious and concerned glances. Badilla, standing at the head of the table with a sparkling tiara perched on her head, looked up and saw us. Her own smile faltered as she took in the mood we were bringing with us. She blinked, her voice breaking the silence as she asked, "What?" Suddenly, the festive atmosphere was shattered. "It's Steve," I said, holding her phone out in front of me. "He's being held at the police station for questioning in Wallace's murder." Badilla gasped. The color drained from her face as the room seemed to tilt. The tiara on her head slipped slightly, but she didn't seem to notice. Her eyes were wide with shock and fear as she stared at the phone in my hand, her breath catching in her throat. The other bridesmaids exchanged uneasy glances, the festive atmosphere they had been enjoying just moments ago dissolving into a heavy silence. The food on the table and the cocktails in their hands suddenly seemed out of place, like props in a play that had taken a dark and unexpected turn. "What do you mean?" Badilla's voice trembled as she finally found the words. "Why would they think Steve had anything to do with Wallace?" "Chief Strickland believes he killed Wallace," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. The shock in Badilla's eyes quickly shifted to panic. No, that's impossible. Steve would never." Her words trailed off as she began to move frantically around the cabin, grabbing clothes from a nearby chair and shoving them in a bag. "I have to go to him. I have to be there." "Badilla, calm down," Deborah said, stepping up to her. "Go to the station and talk to them. We'll handle everything here. Don't worry about the wedding. We've got it covered." The other bridesmaids nodded in agreement, their earlier excitement now replaced by a collective determination to support their friend. "We'll take care of everything," one of them said reassuringly. "You just focus on Steve." "But the wedding, all the plans. What if—" Badilla's hands shook as she stuffed a few more items into her bag, her movements rushed and disjointed. "Don't even think about that right now," Deborah interrupted, her voice firm. "We'll make sure everything is ready. You go and sort this out. You'll be married by this time tomorrow. I promise." Badilla paused, her bag half packed, and looked around at her friends. The fear in her eyes was unmistakable, but there was also a flicker of hope. "Thank you, all of you," she whispered, before zipping up the bag and slinging it over her shoulder. "Come on," I said gently. "I'll take you to the station in the golf cart." Badilla nodded, her resolve hardening as she followed me out of the cabin. The other bridesmaids watched us go, their supportive smiles masking the worry they clearly felt. As we stepped onto the porch, I glanced back at Deborah, who was still standing near the door, her face filled with concern. She gave me a small nod, silently conveying that she'd stay behind and keep things under control. The golf cart's engine hummed softly as Badilla, Amelia, and I climbed in. I could feel the anger radiating off of her as she clutched her bag tightly, her mind clearly racing with 1,000 thoughts. The festive decorations that adorned the cabin seemed almost mocking now, a stark contrast to the turmoil that had overtaken Badilla's once joyous occasion. As we pulled away from the cabin and headed toward the police station, I could only hope that we'd be able to find the answers we needed, and that it wasn't too late to save Badilla's wedding and Steve's future. "Do you want me to drop you off at the bakery?" I asked Amelia before we drove past it. "No, I want to go with Badilla to the station," she said. As we drove toward the police station, everyone was silent. Badilla sat between Amelia and me, her hands trembling as she picked nervously at her fingers. Amelia reached over, gently patting Badilla's hand in a comforting gesture, but I could see the fear and confusion in Badilla's eyes. I knew this might be my only chance to get the answers we needed, so I took a deep breath and started asking the tough questions.
Badilla, I have to ask you some things, I said. It's important if we're going to clear Steve's name.
I'll tell you whatever you want to know. I just want to help Steve.
Badilla nodded, though her eyes were wide with fear. Let's start with Wallace, I said, keeping my focus on the road, but glancing at her from time to time. How did he know where to find you?
I have no clue.
Her eyes were big and wide, and she shrugged.
I haven't talked to him since the day we signed the divorce papers.
Her voice trailed off.
The day he signed them, I guess.
There was a deep realization that somehow she'd not fully executed her side of things. You knew he was staying on his boat, didn't you? I wanted to make sure Steve's recollection of how he was meeting Badilla at the boat was true. And if she knew about the boat, then he was telling the truth on that end. She hesitated, then nodded.
Yes, I knew,
she whispered just above the hum of the golf cart's engine. And the letter opener, I continued, pressing forward. It was from Wallace's boat. That's the weapon that killed him. Do you know how it ended up being used?
No, I didn't. I would never.
Badilla's eyes filled with tears, her voice shaky. But you were going to meet him at the boat, I reminded her, my tone growing more insistent. You had a reason to see him, to settle things. Were you not at the boat because you left the bar when Wallace did? Did you follow him there?
No,
Badilla cried, shaking her head vehemently.
I didn't follow him, I swear. After I left the bar, the bridesmaids went out and I went back to the cabin with Deborah. I never went to the boat. I never took the letter opener.
Tears streamed down her face, her words almost incoherent through her sobs. But I wasn't done. Badilla, you are still married to Wallace, I said, my voice hardening. You needed that to go away. The best way for that to happen would be to become a widow, wouldn't it?
I didn't do it. I didn't kill him. Please, you have to believe me.
Badilla broke down completely, her sobs racking her body. Amelia, who had been silently supporting her friend, suddenly snapped. She turned to me, her eyes blazing with anger. "That's enough, Violet!" Amelia shouted, her voice filled with a mixture of fury and pain. "Stop this! Can't you see she didn't do it?" I met Amelia's fierce gaze, taken aback by her defensiveness. Badilla was a mess beside her, crying uncontrollably, her entire body shaking with the weight of the accusations I'd just hurled at her. The golf cart rolled to a stop in front of the police station. I hadn't expected Amelia to explode like that, but I knew I had to push for the truth. Still, seeing Badilla in such a state made me question if I'd gone too far. "Amelia," I started, but she cut me off with a look that silenced any further words. "We're going inside," Amelia said sharply, her voice leaving no room for argument. "And you need to decide whose side you're really on, Violet." Without another word, she helped Badilla out of the cart, wrapping an arm around her as they walked toward the station entrance. I sat there for a moment, the weight of what just happened settling heavily on my shoulders. Had I pushed too hard? Or was Badilla hiding something that could unravel this whole case? Either way, I knew there was no turning back now. I'd managed to make both of them mad, but for me, it was my job not only to get all the facts correct before I reported on them, but also to help out Darren. I needed to sort through all the thoughts rolling around in my noggin. I had plenty of time before Darren's performance and our date to tour the ships. So instead of going back to the apartment, I decided to update the murder board at the office. Maybe I would have more luck being alone there since Mama was gone and Radley was still doing things for the wedding that just might not happen. Back at the office, I closed the door behind me, letting the cool, familiar atmosphere of the Junction Journal wash over me. The murder board, looming on the wall across from my desk, was waiting for me. An empty canvas that needed filling with all the chaotic bits of information I'd gathered over the past few days. I took a deep breath, grabbed a marker, and started at the top of the board. Wallace. I wrote his name in bold letters, circling it twice. Beneath it, I jotted down the key points from Curtis Robinson's forensic report. Time of death, approximately 8 p.m. Cause, stab wound from a letter opener found on Wallace's boat, not from the Jubilee Inn. Next, I added what I knew about the letter opener. Weapon matched the stone from Wallace's signet ring. That was a crucial detail, one that linked the weapon directly to Wallace himself. It told me that this murder wasn't random. Whoever did this knew Wallace, maybe even had access to his personal belongings. Steve. I moved down the board and wrote Steve's name underneath Wallace's. I underlined it once, then added a question mark next to it. There was still so much uncertainty surrounding his involvement, but there were also too many coincidences to ignore. I noted the timeline. Seen at the bar around 7 p.m. Dropped off by Goldie near my office around 8 p.m. The ring was found outside his room at the Jubilee Inn. That ring, another critical piece of evidence. But was it planted, or did Steve drop it by accident? Then I added the details about Steve and Badilla. Engaged to Badilla, Wallace's sudden reappearance could have jeopardized their marriage plans. That gave Steve a motive, but the lack of any definitive proof linking him to the crime was troubling. Hudson's and Goldie. Moving to the next section of the board, I wrote down what Herschel and Hazelyn Hudson had told me at Brewing Beans. Badilla mentioned meeting Wallace at the marina. I added Goldie's information as well. Steve dropped off near my office by Goldie around 8 p.m. Goldie's statement fit with the forensic timeline. If Steve was dropped off then, he could have easily made his way to the marina and confronted Wallace. Badilla. Finally, I wrote Badilla's name on the board, circling it and underlining it twice. This was the most complicated piece of the puzzle. Badilla had been evasive and scared, but was it fear of losing Steve or something more sinister? I listed the key points. Still legally married to Wallace, had a reason to see him gone, knew about Wallace staying on his boat, but claimed she never went there. I paused, considering the implications. If Badilla didn't go to the boat, then who did? Was she telling the truth, or was she hiding something? Next, I wrote down Amelia's involvement. Took Badilla's phone to prevent her from contacting Steve before the wedding. That move could have been innocent. Or it could have been a way to keep Badilla from getting caught in a lie. Amelia seemed genuinely concerned for her friend, but was there more to the story? I stepped back to look at the board. The pieces were all there, but they weren't quite fitting together. I had suspects, motives, and clues, but the picture was still blurry. I drew connecting lines between the names. Steve to Wallace, Wallace to Badilla, Badilla to Steve. I added a dotted line from the letter opener to both Wallace and Steve, marking it as a key piece of evidence that could tie everything together. Then I connected Badilla's name back to Wallace's boat, circling the marina in red. With each new connection, my chest felt heavy. Something was still missing, some detail that would make everything click into place. But for now, I had to work with what I had. I added one final note at the bottom of the board. Motive. Desperation? Fear? Stepping back, I let out a long breath. The board was full, and so was my mind. There were still so many questions, but at least now I could see the whole picture, or at least the pieces I had so far. As I capped the marker and set it down, I knew I was closer to the truth. But I also knew that finding it would require more digging, more questions, and maybe a few risks. But that's what I signed up for, and I wasn't about to back down now. As I stood there staring at the murder board, lost in thought, the sharp slam of the cottage door snapped me out of my head. My heart jumped into my throat. I hadn't even heard it open. "Violet!" Radley's voice cut through the stillness, rough and urgent. "We have to talk." I turned around, my pulse quickening. Radley stood in the doorway, His face a mix of frustration and something else. Fear? Anger? It was hard to tell, but one thing was clear. He wasn't happy with my snooping. His eyes darted to the murder board, taking in all the notes and connections I had laid out. For a moment, neither of us spoke. "Radley, I started, but the words caught in my throat. "No," he interrupted, his tone sharp. "You've gone too far this time, Violet." The weight of his words hung in the air between us, making the small office feel suddenly claustrophobic. I could tell this conversation wasn't going to be an easy one, and the look in Radley's eyes told me that this was far from over. But before I could gather my thoughts or respond, Radley took a step closer, his jaw clenched and his eyes locked onto mine. "We have to talk. Now."
Chapter 18. "Radley, I do not have time for this," I told him, crossing my arms over my chest. My patience was wearing thin. Was he really going to ask me to stop snooping around when we were so close to uncovering the truth? His eyes narrowed, making it clear he wasn't here for a casual chat. "You're upsetting Amelia, and now with Steve in the clink, Badilla is a mess," he said, his voice low and controlled, but there was an edge to it. Radley rubbed his chin, a gesture I'd seen him do 100 times when he was in deep thought. He stepped closer to the murder board, his eyes scanning the web of notes, photos, and scribbled connections I'd laid out. His jaw clenched as he took it all in. "Look at this," he finally said, pointing at the whiteboard. "You've got half the town up here. Badilla, Steve, Amelia, even the Jubilee Inn. You're connecting dots that might not even exist." I stepped forward, refusing to back down. "Radley, these aren't just some random dots. These are facts, evidence. Wallace is dead, and someone in this town knows why. I'm trying to figure out who." "And what if you're wrong?" he shot back, turning to face me. "What if all you're doing is stirring up trouble, making things worse for everyone? Do you even realize the damage you could be doing?" His words hit harder than I expected. There was frustration in his voice, sure, but underneath that, I could hear something else. Concern. Concern for Amelia, for Badilla, for the village, even for me. "I'm not just guessing here, Radley," I said, softening my tone just a little. "Every piece on this board is there for a reason. There's a connection, something that ties all of this together. I'm not trying to hurt anyone, but I can't just ignore the evidence." Radley sighed, running a hand through his hair, his gaze flicking back to the board. "You really think Badilla?" His voice trailed off, the implication hanging heavy in the air. "I don't know for sure," I admitted, "but there's something she's not telling us, something big, and I have to find out what it is before it's too late." Radley turned away from the board, his expression conflicted. He was quiet for a moment, wrestling with whatever was going on in his head. Finally, he looked back at me, the fight draining out of him. I don't want to see Amelia get hurt," he said quietly. "Or Badilla. Or you, for that matter. This whole thing, it's tearing people apart." I nodded, understanding where he was coming from. "I know, Radley. I don't want that either," I said. Radley's eyes remained fixed on the murder board, the weight of the situation clearly pressing down on him. "Darren is representing Steve, which is a good thing," I continued, trying to reassure him. "But I'm trying to find clues or other suspects that would get Steve released. Unfortunately, the finger keeps pointing to Badilla." Radley's jaw clenched, and he looked at me with a mixture of disbelief and concern. "Think about it," I pressed on. "Those two are really the only ones affected by Wallace's existence. They've spent a lot of money to have this destination wedding here, and just a couple of days before the big event, Wallace shows up out of nowhere, confronts Badilla. Steve has already confessed he went to the boathouse where Wallace was staying to confront him and to meet up with Badilla there. They both were going to confront Wallace. Badilla never showed. All the pieces are there, Radley."
Radley's expression darkened as he absorbed my words.
But why? Why would Wallace come here now, right before the wedding?
Radley finally asked me, sensing my openness to involve him in the investigation.
That's the question, I said, my voice steady. How did Wallace even know she was getting married? Who told him? And why now? He could have shown up any time before, but he chose now, when everything was on the line for Badilla and Steve.
It doesn't make sense. Badilla, she's not a killer, Violet.
Radley rubbed his temples, the frustration evident on his face. I don't want to believe that either, I said softly. But we can't ignore the facts. They're the only ones with a motive strong enough to want him out of the picture. Radley let out a heavy sigh, clearly torn.
So what do we do now?
He asked. We keep digging, I said firmly. Tonight I'm going on a tour of the ships with Darren, and I just might mosey over to the marina to see if I can get on Wallace's boat. Poke around, see what I can find. I know there has to be the answer there somewhere. He looked at me, searching for any hint of doubt in my eyes. When he found none, he finally nodded.
All right, Violet.
If I'm wrong, then we'll deal with it. But if I'm right, then we might just save Badilla and Steve from being suspects, and they get married in the morning. I shrugged. Now that Wallace is dead, Badilla has a free pass as a free woman to get married to whomever she pleases. Radley gave one last glance to the murder board before heading toward the door. After Radley left, I stood there for a moment, staring at the murder board. The pieces were starting to fit together, but there were still too many unanswered questions. I couldn't shake the feeling that the key to solving this mystery lay in the missing time between when Wallace left the bar and when his body was found. Someone had access to his boat and had used his letter opener to kill him. But who? And why? I knew what I had to do next. I quickly gathered my things and shut down the office for the day. The sun was beginning to set. The town was buzzing with activity, the festival in full swing, as locals and tourists alike enjoyed the evening festivities. But my mind was far from the celebrations. I was focusing on one thing, finding out what really happened to Wallace. I locked the office door behind me and made my way down to the jiggle joint, where I was supposed to meet Darren for the tour of the ships. But first, I needed to talk to Owen. As I approached the bar, I could hear the faint sound of music and laughter spilling out onto the street. The jiggle joint was as lively as ever, the kind of place where the troubles of the world seemed to disappear for a while. But tonight, I wasn't here to escape. I was here to dig deeper. I pushed open the door and stepped inside, my eyes scanning the room for Owen. The familiar sense of beer and fried food filled the air, and the low hum of conversation created background noise. It didn't take too long to spot Owen, who was sitting at the bar, nursing a drink. His face was still a bit bruised from the fight with Wallace, but he seemed to be in good spirits. "Owen," I called out as I walked up to him. "Mind if I join you?" He looked up, a slight smile playing on his lips.
"Violet, sure, take a seat."
He patted the bar stool next to him. As I took a seat next to Owen, I noticed Darren behind the bar, wiping down the counter with a clean rag. He moved with a practiced ease, his sleeves rolled up to his elbows, exposing the strong, tanned forearms of someone who had spent years working with his hands. His dark hair fell slightly over his forehead as he leaned in to clean a particularly stubborn spot, and I could see the concentration etched on his face.
"Be with you in a minute, Vi."
Darren called out without looking up, his voice carrying the kind of familiarity that made the bar feel like home. I nodded, knowing that Darren would join me once he was done. I turned my attention back to Owen, the steady hum of conversation in the bar fading into the background as I got ready to hear his account of the night Wallace showed up. "I wanted to talk to you about the other night, about what Wallace said to make you start that fight." Owen's expression darkened slightly, but he nodded.
"Yeah, I figured you'd want to know about that. It wasn't just some drunken brawl, Violet. Wallace, he was stirring up trouble."
What did he say? I pressed, leaning in closer. Owen took a sip of his drink, his gaze distant as he recalled the events of the night.
He said he was here to let Badilla know they were still married. Said she couldn't get married until she signed her part of the divorce papers. Amelia didn't believe him, of course. She told him he was here just to ruin Badilla's life, and that there was no way she didn't sign the papers. After all, she was the one who filed them.
I nodded, encouraging him to continue.
Wallace insisted he'd signed them and had proof that Badilla hadn't. He said he had papers with him. Amelia kept pushing, trying to get him to leave, but that's when he made some rude comment to her. Said something about how she was just as nosy as this whole damn town, and that's when I lost it.
What did he say to you during the fight? I asked, sensing there was more to the story. Owen's jaw tightened, and he looked down at his drink. The sound of pool balls clinking together echoed from a nearby table, where a few regulars were engrossed in their game, pausing only to take swigs of their drinks and exchange friendly banter. The soft strains of a country song played on the jukebox, adding to the laid-back, almost nostalgic atmosphere. As Owen recounted Wallace's words, I couldn't help but let my eyes wander around the room. A small group of patrons huddled near the dartboard, cheering each other on as they took turns aiming for the bullseye. The bartender, an older woman with a no-nonsense attitude and a cigarette tucked behind her ear, was chatting with one of the regulars at the end of the bar, her laugh a raspy cackle that made everyone within earshot grin.
He said he didn't want Badilla. He said he was only in this stupid town to get her to sign the papers so he could live his life. He didn't want to be married to her. But I was too mad at him insulting Amelia and the town to stop fighting him.
He rolled his eyes and shook his head, a wry smile on his face. I felt a chill run down my spine. Wallace wasn't here to keep Badilla tied to him. He was here to set her free. If that was true, then Badilla and Steve had no reason to kill him. They were both about to get exactly what they wanted. But that only deepened the mystery. If Wallace was giving Badilla a way out, who had a reason to kill him? And why had the murder weapon come from his own boat? Owen, you're sure that's what he said? He didn't want to be married to Badilla? I asked, needing certainty.
Positive,
Owen replied, his voice steady.
He just wanted her to sign the papers so he could move on.
I nodded, my mind racing. This changed everything. If Wallace wasn't trying to stop the wedding, then who stood to gain from his death? And how had they gotten access to his boat? As I mulled over the new information, I realized I needed to talk to Darren about this. But first, I had to figure out who else might have had a reason to kill Wallace, and what they were hiding. Finally, Darren finished up and made his way over to me with his fiddle case in hand, giving me a quick smile.
"Ready to head out?"
he asked. "I'm ready to be your #1 groupie," I teased, smiling from ear to ear, masking the fact that I had yet another tip to follow regarding the investigation. Unfortunately, I felt like I had just hit a brick wall with the information Owen told me. The transition from the dim, cozy interior of the jiggle joint to the vibrant, festival-lit beach was like stepping into another world. Darren and I walked side by side, the night air cool and refreshing against my skin, carrying the scent of salt water and the faint aroma of roasted marshmallows from the fire pits scattered along the shoreline. The sounds of laughter, conversation, and the distant hum of music filled the air, mingling with the smell of salt water. As we reached the beach, it was nothing short of magical. The moon hung low and full in the sky, putting a spotlight over the ocean, where the festival ships bobbed gently in the water, their sails illuminated by soft, twinkling lights. The stars above were scattered like diamonds across a velvet canvas, adding to the beauty of the night. The beach was alive with activity. Vendor tents lined the shore, each one draped in strings of glowing fairy lights. The smells of freshly popped kettle corn, caramel apples, and sizzling sausages were in the air, tempting festival goers to indulge in the seasonal treats. Children ran past, their faces painted with bright colors and their hands clutching glow sticks that lit up the sand as they moved. Clusters of people gathered around the community fire pits, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames as they toasted marshmallows or simply enjoyed the warmth. The sound of crackling firewood mixed with the murmur of conversations reminded me of home. Not here, but normal Kentucky, where roasting marshmallows over a fire was common and pretty much a daily activity. I cuddled close to Darren when we passed other couples strolling hand in hand along the water's edge, their laughter blending with the rhythmic sound of the waves. It was the kind of night that made you feel like you were part of something bigger, something special that only happened once a year in Holiday Junction. Darren and I made our way toward the makeshift stage set up at one end of the beach, where the mad fiddlers were preparing for their performance. The stage was framed by more twinkling lights and garlands of autumn leaves, giving it a rustic, festive feel. A crowd had already begun to gather, the anticipation buzzing in the air as people found their spots in the sand, ready to enjoy the show.
"I think the whole town is here tonight,"
Darren said, glancing around with a smile.
"It's going to be a good one."
"I can tell," I replied, my heart swelling with a mix of pride and affection as I watched him. His mind was obviously far from the murder. "You're going to be amazing." Darren set down his fiddle case and turned to me, his eyes sparkling under the moonlight.
"You know, I think you might just be my good luck charm."
He winked. My heart swelled. I laughed, feeling the weight of the day's investigation lift off my shoulders, if only for a moment. I caught a glimpse of Amelia and Badilla, as well as the group of bridesmaids making their way to the front of the stage. Well, I'll be sure to stick around. I curled up on my toes and kissed him, ignoring the feeling that I missed Amelia's friendship and might have taken this investigation too far. The mad fiddlers took their places on stage, and as the first notes of music filled the air, I settled into a spot on the sand, the warmth of the festival wrapping around me like a comforting blanket. The mystery of Wallace's death still lingered in the back of my mind, but for now, I allowed myself to get lost in the music and the magic of the night. For a moment. Just as I was beginning to relax, something caught my eye, a figure moving through the shadows near the marina. I squinted, trying to make out who it was, and my heart skipped a beat when I recognized the familiar silhouette of Deborah, Badilla's bridesmaid. She was moving quickly, her head down, as if she didn't want to be seen. But what was she doing at the marina, and why now? Curiosity and suspicion sparked in my mind, pushing aside the brief respite I'd allowed myself. I couldn't ignore this, not with everything that had been happening. Deborah might know something she wasn't telling. Without a second thought, I slipped out of the crowd, leaving the music and the festivities behind as I made my way toward the marina, determined to find out what Deborah was up to and how it might connect to Wallace's death. Chapter 19. As I followed Deborah toward the marina, a knot tightened in my stomach. I couldn't shake the growing suspicion that maybe, just maybe, Deborah had something to do with Wallace's death. After all, they say a great friend would help hide the body. Was Deborah that kind of friend for Badilla? My mind raced through all the things that make a friendship strong. The loyalty, the shared secrets, the unwavering support. If Badilla had found herself in a desperate situation, would Deborah step up to protect her, no matter the cost? It wasn't hard to imagine. They'd been inseparable during the wedding planning, and it was clear that Deborah would do anything for her best friend. As I neared the marina, the salty breeze from the water hit my face, bringing with it the sounds and smells of the bustling docks. The waves against the boats created a rhythmic backdrop to the occasional creak of wood. The air was cooler here, and I could feel the chill creeping up my pant legs, making me shiver. The marina was alive with activity. Voices carried through the night, mingling with the distant laughter from the beach, but it all felt muted to me, as if I were moving through a dream. I walked along the piers, each step echoing softly against the wooden planks. My heart pounded in my chest, and I couldn't help but feel my muscles tighten, my body on high alert. The boats, large and small, were lined up neatly, each one with its own unique character, but they all blurred together in my mind as I searched for one in particular. Where was Wallace's boat? There were so many vessels, their masts swaying gently in the breeze, lines clinking against metal in a melodic pattern. The smell of the sea was stronger here, containing notes of oil and fish. The water, though calm, seemed to ripple with a sense of unease, mirroring the turmoil inside me. I lost Deborah. Then I saw it, a flash of yellow police tape fluttering in the wind, stark and jarring against the serene backdrop of the marina. It was strung around a boat slip, and I knew instantly that this was the place. Wallace's boat was there, marked off as a crime scene, a silent testament to the tragedy that had unfolded. I stopped in my tracks, my breath catching in my throat as I took it all in. The police tape, the boat slip, the dark looming shape of the boat. Everything about it screamed danger and mystery. My pulse quickened, and a mix of fear and curiosity washed over me. This was what investigative journalists lived for. My mind curled back to Wallace's murder and Deborah. Was she here to revisit the scene of the crime? Was she hiding something that could blow this case wide open? The thought chilled me to the bone, but I couldn't back down now. There was too much at stake, and I needed to get to the bottom of this. But for now, I would keep my distance. I wasn't ready to board that boat just yet. Instead, I stayed where I was, watching and waiting, my mind spinning with possibilities, each one more unsettling than the last. I stayed hidden in the shadows, my eyes glued to the boat. The cool night air prickled my skin as I watched Deborah's silhouette move inside, her figure barely visible through the boat's windows. My heart thudded in my chest as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. Deborah moved cautiously, her head turning as if she was checking to make sure she was alone. The soft glow from the marina's lights barely penetrated the darkness of the boat's interior, but I could still make out the distinct motion of her hands. Was she rummaging through something? And then I noticed the gloves. Deborah was wearing gloves. No fingerprints? Deborah was snooping, searching for something, and she was being careful not to leave a trace behind. I edged closer, staying low to the ground, the wooden planks of the pier creaking softly beneath my weight. I had to get a better look, but I couldn't risk being seen. I crept closer, my breath shallow and controlled. Through the narrow windows of the boat, I could see Deborah rifling through the papers, opening drawers, and carefully examining everything she touched. She was methodical, deliberate, as if she was looking for something specific. The way she moved, quick but precise, made it clear she knew exactly what she was doing. What could she possibly be looking for? My mind raced through the possibilities. Something that could link her or Badilla to Wallace's death? Was she trying to cover up something? Maybe destroy a piece of incriminating evidence before the police could find it? Whatever it was clear that Deborah didn't want anyone to know she was here. I pressed myself against a nearby post, my eyes fixed on the boat. The gloves made everything feel more sinister, more calculated. Deborah paused, her head snapping up as if she'd heard something. My heart skipped a beat, and I held my breath, praying she wouldn't look out the window and spot me. After a moment, she resumed her search, but now her movements were quicker, more frantic. She was running out of time, and she knew it. I watched as she finally gave up. Deborah took a quick glance around one more time. Then she moved toward the door, her actions swift and practiced. I ducked back into the shadows as I watched her exit the boat. She paused, looking around the marina, before slipping off into the night, her figure quickly swallowed by the darkness. I waited until I was sure she was gone, before letting out the breath I'd been holding. My mind was spinning. What had she been looking for? And what did it mean for Wallace's death? One thing was certain. Deborah was hiding something, and whatever it was enough to make her sneak onto Wallace's boat in the dead of night while the rest of the bridal party was having a dang good time dancing to the Mad Fiddlers, front and center. Chapter 20. I waited until Deborah was well out of sight before making my move. The marina was quieter now, with only the occasional sound of a boat gently rocking against the pier. The night air was crisp, the stars barely visible through the thin layer of clouds that had started to gather. I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that had settled in my stomach since I first spotted Deborah sneaking around. With a quick glance to make sure no one was watching, I hurried to Wallace's boat, ducking under the police tape that still fluttered in the cool breeze. The boat felt eerie, almost as if it held on to the secrets of its former occupant. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for whatever I might find. The cabin door was slightly ajar, probably left that way by Deborah. I pushed it open, wincing at the soft creak it made. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of stale seawater and something else, something metallic. I flicked on the small flashlight from my phone, casting a narrow beam of light around the cramped space. I needed to find whatever it was Deborah had been so desperate to get her hands on. My eyes scanned the small cabin, searching for any signs of what she might have been looking for. The cluttered space was filled with the typical mess you'd expect on a boat. Clothes tossed on a chair, a half-empty bottle of rum on the counter, and some navigational charts strewn across the small table. Nothing stood out. Frustration gnawed at me as I moved deeper into the cabin. If Deborah had gone through the trouble of sneaking onto the boat, she must have been searching for something important. But what? I opened the small drawer by the bed and rifled through its contents. Nothing but a few papers and some old keys. I checked the tiny closet, but aside from a couple of wrinkled shirts and a jacket, there was nothing there either. Then I noticed the bed. It was neatly made, which seemed odd considering the state of the rest of the cabin. Something about it didn't sit right with me. I crouched down, peering underneath the bed frame, hoping to find a clue. At first, it seemed like there was nothing but dust and shadows, but as I reached further under, my fingers brushed against something. A file. My heart skipped a beat as I carefully pulled it out from beneath the bed, my hands trembling slightly with anticipation. The file was thick, its edges worn from being handled frequently. I sat back on my heels and flipped it open, holding my breath as I examined the contents. Right on top were the divorce papers. My eyes scanned the document quickly, my pulse racing as it confirmed what I suspected. Wallace had signed them, but Badilla's signature was missing. She never signed the papers. This was it, the key to everything. Badilla had lied. She wasn't divorced, and Wallace had been carrying these papers with him, probably intending to confront her with the truth. But why hadn't she signed them? And why had she lied about it? As I continued to sift through the file, another piece of paper caught my eye. It was a wedding invitation. My breath caught as I read the names, Badilla Thorne and Stephen Sillinger. And just below them, written in a neat, flowing script, was the name of the guest, Deborah Rodriguez. If she'd been dating him, she'd have motive to keep his presence and their relationship hidden, especially if Badilla didn't know about it. I pulled out my phone, the light from the screen cutting through the dimness of the cabin. I typed Deborah Rodriguez into the search bar, and within seconds, a social media profile popped up. The profile picture showed Deborah with the same easy smile I'd seen earlier. But the posts were what really caught my attention. While Deborah's account was surprisingly clean, devoid of any mention of Wallace, it didn't take much digging to find his profile. My heart thudded as I scrolled through Wallace's pictures. There they were, images of Wallace and Deborah together, smiling at the camera, enjoying dinner at a fancy restaurant, even one of them on a beach, arms wrapped around each other. The timestamps on the photos weren't old either. They were from just a few weeks ago.
It was all starting to fall into place. Deborah had been involved with Wallace, and when she found out he was still married to Bedilla, she must have snapped. The fact that she was sneaking around his boat now, in the dead of night, only made her look more guilty. The letter opener, the timing, the opportunity, it all pointed to her. As I scrolled through Wallace's profile, the sound of footsteps on the dock outside froze me in place. My heart raced as I quickly turned off the flashlight and pressed myself against the wall, holding my breath. The footsteps grew closer, each one echoing ominously in the silent marina. My mind raced, trying to figure out who it could be. Was it Deborah coming back?
Chapter 21. I exhaled slowly, the muscles in my body easing as the footsteps passed by without stopping. Just someone walking by, nothing more. I didn't dare move until I was sure the coast was clear. After a few moments of silence, I carefully slipped the file and the wedding invitation into my camera bag, making sure they were secure. I knew I'd have to revisit this later, but now wasn't the time. As quietly as I could, I retraced my steps and slipped off the boat, my heart still racing from the close call. The marina was quiet, the sound of the water gently lapping against the docks the only thing breaking the silence. I took a deep breath, letting the cool air clear my head, and made my way back toward the beach. By the time I reached the concert area, the crowd had thinned out and the bridal party had left already. I could see Darren on stage, finishing up the last song with the mad fiddlers. His focus was on the music, his fingers moving skillfully across the strings, completely lost in the melody. I watched him for a moment, allowing myself a small smile. It was nice to see him so in his element, even if my mind was still racing with everything I'd discovered. As the final notes of the song echoed across the beach, Darren looked up and spotted me. He gave me a quick nod and a smile, and then turned to say a few words to his bandmates before stepping off the stage.
"We've got just enough time to make it to the boat tour,"
Darren said as he walked over to me, his eyes shining with the adrenaline of the performance. He'd had no idea I'd left. I nodded, trying to push the discovery I'd made to the back of my mind. There would be time to tell him later, after the tour. For now, I needed to focus on the moment and enjoy the evening with Darren. "Sounds perfect," I said, slipping my hand into his. "Let's go." We walked toward the pier where the other people going on the tour of the Columbus Day replica ship were. I glanced back at the beach one last time. The evidence I'd found on Wallace's boat, including the wedding invitation with Deborah's name, and the social media photos, were all pieces of a puzzle that was slowly coming together. But tonight, I'd let the pieces sit for just a little while longer. I knew that soon enough I'd have to confront Deborah, but for now, there was a boat waiting for us, and I wasn't about to let this rare moment with Darren slip away. The pier was bustling with activity as we joined the group of tourists waiting to board the Columbus Day replica ship. The ship, with its tall masts and billowing sails, was an impressive sight against the backdrop of the night sky. Lanterns hung from the rigging, adding to the authenticity of the scene. Darren and I walked hand in hand toward the gangplank, and I couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement. This was one of the highlights of the festival, and it was a perfect way to unwind after the events of the day. I pushed the thoughts of Deborah and Wallace to the back of my mind, focusing instead on the adventure ahead. Once we were on board, a man dressed in full Columbus-era outfit greeted us with a wide smile. His clothes were a mix of dark wool and leather, complete with a tricorn hat that gave him a distinctly historical look.
"Welcome aboard, ladies and gentlemen,"
he called out, his voice carrying easily over the sound of the water lapping against the ship's hull.
"I'm Captain Miguel, and tonight I'll be your guide as we journey back in time to the days of Christopher Columbus. Prepare to be transported to the year 1492.
Darren gave my hand a gentle squeeze as we followed the group onto the main deck. The ship's wooden planks creaked underfoot, and I could smell the salts of the sea mixed with the scent of aged wood and canvas. It was easy to imagine what life might have been like for the sailors who had once manned such a vessel. Captain Miguel led us to the bow of the ship, where he pointed out the various features of the vessel.
This is a faithful replica of one of the 3 ships Columbus used on his voyage to the New World,
he explained, gesturing toward the towering masts above us.
Every detail has been carefully crafted to match the originals, from the rigging to the sails, even down to the storage barrels you see on deck.
He walked us through the different areas of the ship, each one bringing the history of the journey to life. We passed by the captain's quarters, a small, cramped space filled with maps, a compass, and a large wooden chest. The scents of old parchment and leather filled the air.
The captain's quarters were always the most secure place on the ship,
Captain Miguel continued.
It's where the navigational tools and important documents were kept, along with any personal belongings the captain might have brought along.
We moved on to the galley, a dark, narrow space with a low ceiling. The walls were lined with shelves filled with dried goods, barrels of water, and sacks of flour. A small iron stove was tucked into one corner, still warm from a recent fire.
This is where the crew's meals were prepared,
the captain said, his voice echoing slightly in the confined space.
Life at sea was harsh, and food was often scarce. The crew relied on simple fare, hardtack, salted meat, and whatever they could catch or trade along the way.
As we continued our tour, the ship's creaks and groans seemed to whisper the story of those who had once sailed the seas. The lanterns cast long shadows that danced across the wooden planks, adding an eerie yet enchanting feel to the night. We eventually made our way to the hold, where the ship's supplies and cargo were stored. The space was dark and cool, filled with the scent of old wood and the faint aroma of spices. Barrels and crates were stacked neatly along the walls, tied down with thick ropes to keep them secure during the voyage.
Here in the hold, the crew would store everything they needed for the journey,
Captain Miguel explained.
Food, water, tools, and trade goods were all kept here, carefully packed to withstand the long months at sea.
As the tour continued, Darren and I stayed close, sharing quiet observations about the ship and its history.
Imagine being out here in the middle of the ocean with nothing but the stars to guide you,
Darren said, looking up at the clear night sky.
It must have been both terrifying and exhilarating.
Exactly, I agreed, my mind wandering to the bravery of those early explorers. They were venturing into the unknown, with no idea of what they'd find, or if they'd even make it back. Our tour wrapped up back on the main deck, where Captain Miguel gathered us around for a final tale of Columbus's journey. I felt a sense of awe for the history we'd just experienced, but also a renewed determination to solve the mystery that had been occupying my thoughts. Darren and I exchanged a look, and I knew he could sense that I was still preoccupied.
You okay?
He asked. I have to go to the bathroom, I said, and pointed to the signs on the ship.
I'll wait right here,
Darren said.
Do you want me to hold your camera bag?
Nah, I shook my head. I might see something I can snap for the paper on my way. I lied. I just didn't want him going through the bag or to even think about him seeing the file, because it would probably be some sort of legal issue with me breaking into the boat. I made my way through the crowd. The corridor was narrow, the soft creaking of the wooden floors beneath my feet emphasizing the age of the old ship. When I reached the bathroom, I pushed open the door and stepped inside. The space was small, with 3 stalls lined up against one wall and 2 sinks with mirrors above them. It had a simple, functional feel, but the small balcony off to the side, which was open to the edge of the ship, added a touch of charm. I noticed someone at the sink, and when she looked up, I saw it was Deborah washing her hands. Her shoulders were pulled up towards her ears as she stared at her reflection in the mirror, and for a brief moment our eyes met in the mirror. "Deborah," I said, keeping my tone neutral. "Hello." She quickly glanced away from the mirror, her hands trembling slightly as she dried them on a paper towel.
"Violet,"
she replied, her voice barely above a whisper.
I'm sorry, but I can't talk to you. Badilla gave us strict orders.
Strict orders? I repeated, my brow arching. That makes it convenient for you, doesn't it, since you were dating Wallace? Deborah stiffened, her hands freezing mid-motion as she turned to face me fully. We both stood there, facing each other in front of the mirrors. You know, Deborah, I said, I've been putting the pieces together, and everything keeps pointing back to you. You were close to Wallace, closer than anyone else. You knew where he was staying, and you knew about the letter opener on his boat, and you knew he had those divorce papers. I didn't kill him, Deborah said quickly, her voice wavering with emotion. I loved him, Violet. He loved me. He came here to get Badilla to sign those divorce papers so we could be together. We had plans to get married. Did you? I asked, reaching into my bag and pulling out the wedding invitation I had found on Wallace's boat. I held it up for her to see, watching as her eyes widened in shock. This was on his boat, I said, my voice steady. You slipped away from the concert a little bit ago to find this on the boat, but you didn't look around well enough. Deborah's breath hitched, and she looked away, her gaze fixed on the small balcony just beyond the door. I didn't want anyone to find it and think I killed him, Deborah cried, her voice cracking. I didn't kill him. I stared at her, trying to gauge the truth in her words. Her desperation was real, but was it the desperation of someone who is innocent, or someone who was hiding something? If you didn't kill him, Deborah, then who did? I asked, my voice softening slightly. Because someone did, and they're trying very hard to make it look like you were involved. Deborah's eyes filled with tears, and she shook her head, her voice barely above a whisper. I don't know, Violet. I don't know who would want to hurt him. But there was something in her expression, a flicker of fear or guilt that she couldn't quite hide. It was like she was holding something back, protecting someone, or maybe herself. I was about to press her further, to ask who or what she was covering up for, when the sound of a toilet flushing from one of the stalls made us both freeze. The bathroom stall door creaked open, and Badilla stepped out, her eyes cold and calculating. A slow, almost mocking smile spread across her face as she clapped her hands softly, the sound echoing in the small bathroom. Well, 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 Badilla drawled, her voice dripping with disdain. Amelia told me about you, Violet, and your little snooping ways, how you fancy yourself some big-shot reporter. But here you are, stuck in this joke of a town, chasing after stories that don't matter to anyone but you. Her words were sharp, each one landing with a sting that made my heart pound. Badilla stepped closer, her gaze never leaving mine as she took in the shock and realization dawning on my face. You've been so busy sticking your nose where it doesn't belong, trying to prove how clever you are, Badilla continued, her voice almost a purr. But you're not as smart as you think you are you? All that digging, and you still haven't figured it out. The pieces clicked into place, and the truth hit me like a freight train. Oh my gosh, you killed him, I whispered, taking a step back, my eyes wide with horror. It was you, wasn't it? Was it because you didn't want your friend married to him? Wallace was the one who wanted the divorce, wasn't he? If you couldn't have him, then she couldn't either. Badilla's smile twisted into something darker, more menacing. I couldn't let him ruin everything, she hissed. He was going to take everything from me, my future, my happiness. I wasn't about to let that happen. Deborah didn't even know, did she? I asked, looking at Deborah, whose face was now pale with shock. She thought you were her friend, thought you had her back, but all this time you were planning to take Wallace out of the picture. Deborah's eyes widened in realization, tears spilling over as she shook her head in disbelief. Badilla, no. But Badilla's attention was fully on me now,
her expression hardening as she took another step closer. "You should have stayed out of it, Violet. But now you know too much." I swallowed hard, my mind racing as I tried to think of a way out. Badilla was cornered, and there was no telling what she might do next. I had to stay calm, keep her talking, and buy myself some time. "Why didn't you just sign the divorce papers?" I asked, my voice trembling slightly. "You could have been free, Badilla. You didn't have to kill him." "Because," Badilla snapped, her eyes blazing with anger, "I honestly forgot to sign them. But when I saw him here, with her," her head snapped toward Deborah, "I lost it." Deborah's face drained of color, her eyes wide as she stared at Badilla, trying to process the betrayal. Badilla's voice grew more frantic, the rage bubbling to the surface. "The moment I saw him at the bar, all those old feelings, anger, betrayal, everything came flooding back. I couldn't stand it. I had to get out of there. I followed him back to his boat, hoping to confront him, to make him see what he'd done to me. We argued, and I saw the letter opener on his desk. I knew Steve was going to meet him any minute, and I couldn't let Wallace ruin my life again." She paused, her dark eyes wild as she relived the moment. "I told him to come with me, that we could sign the papers, but it had to be off the boat. I needed him away from there, away from everything. He followed me, trusting me one last time. And that's when I led him to the forest, where no one could see, where no one would hear, and I stabbed him. He didn't even see it coming. I took his ring to make it look like a robbery, but you just couldn't let it go." The room seemed to freeze as Badilla's confession hung in the air, the weight of her words pressing down on all of us. Deborah's mouth opened in a silent scream, the horror of the truth crashing over her. "I knew Steve would get off because there was zero evidence against him, so I wasn't worried when the thing you call a police chief took him in," she snickered. "I knew it!" Deborah shrieked, her voice trembling with fear and fury. "When you needed me to be your alibi, I knew you had done it. I knew something wasn't right." The memories flooded back, sharp and clear in my mind. Amelia and I had gone to the cabin, where we'd told Badilla that Wallace had been found dead, and that Steve had gone to the station for questioning. Badilla had played her part perfectly, acting shocked, distraught, all the while knowing full well what she'd done. She'd let it play out, knowing Deborah would cover for her, thinking it was just a misunderstanding. It had been the perfect setup, a perfect murder. But now the mask had slipped, and Badilla's true nature was revealed. Without warning, Badilla's face twisted with rage, and she lunged at me, her hands outstretched. The impact was sudden and brutal as she slammed into me, and we both crashed into the balcony railing. The wood groaned under the pressure, splintering as we tumbled over the edge. The world spun around me as we fell, the cold ocean air biting at my skin. For a split second, there was nothing but the sound of the wind rushing past us, and then the icy shock of the water enveloped us, dragging us under. The frigid water hit like a slap, stealing the breath from my lungs as I struggled to break free from Badilla's grasp. Her hands clawed at me, desperate and wild, trying to pull me down with her. I kicked and thrashed, fighting to reach the surface, but her weight dragged me deeper. Panic surged through me as I twisted in her grip, desperate to escape. The murky water churned around us, and for a moment it felt like the darkness would swallow us both whole. But then, with one final burst of strength, I broke free, kicking upward with all my might. The surface was just above me, the faint light of the moon shimmering through the water. With a gasp, I broke through, gulping in the cold night air as I frantically searched for something to hold on to. Badilla surfaced a moment later, gasping and flailing, her eyes wide with terror. There was no time to think, no time to process what had just happened. I spotted a rope hanging from the side of the boat and grabbed hold, pulling myself up as Badilla struggled to stay afloat. "Help!" she screamed, her voice raw with fear. "Please, don't leave me." I hesitated, the weight of everything pressing down on me. But I couldn't leave her, not like this. With shaking hands, I reached out, grabbing Badilla's arms and pulling her toward the boat. The water threatened to drag us both under again, but I held on with every ounce of strength I had left. The boat swayed violently, the waves crashing against its sides as I struggled to keep us both above water. "Violet!" Darren's panicked voice rang out into the night, filled with fear and desperation. The powerful beam from the lighthouse sliced through the darkness, casting a fleeting light on us, two figures clinging to the edge of the boat, fighting against the relentless pull of the sea. "Over here!" I cried out, my voice barely carrying over the roar of the waves. My arms burned with exhaustion, but I refused to let go. Badilla was barely conscious, her grip slipping as the cold sapped her strength. I tightened my hold on her, praying that help would come in time. Suddenly, I heard the powerful thrum of an engine as the ship's captain, alerted by the commotion, guided a small rescue boat toward us. The searchlight mounted on the front of the boat swept across the water, blindingly bright, and I could see Darren's silhouette at the bow, frantically waving his arms. "Violet, hang on! We're coming!" Darren's voice, filled with urgency, pierced through the chaos. He was reaching out, his hands outstretched towards us as the rescue boat drew near. I held Badilla closer, my fingers slipping from the rope as the rescue boat bumped against the side of the larger vessel. The captain and Darren leaned over the side, their hands grabbing for us, and with a final, desperate effort, I pushed Badilla toward them. "Take her first!" I shouted, my voice hoarse from the strain. Darren and the captain heaved Badilla out of the water and dragged her limp body over the edge of the boat. She collapsed onto the deck, coughing and sputtering, but alive. Relief washed over me, but I knew I wasn't safe yet. "Violet, take my hand!" Darren's voice broke through the haze of exhaustion, and I looked up to see him reaching for me, his eyes wide with fear. I reached out, our fingers brushing, but the next wave slammed into the side of the boat, sending me sprawling back into the water. The cold gripped me again, and for a terrifying moment, I thought I'd lost my chance. The water closed over my head, pulling me down, and all I could see was the dim light from the boat fading above me. No, I wasn't giving up. Not now. With a surge of determination, I kicked hard, fighting my way back to the surface. My head broke through the water, and I gasped for air, my lungs burning. Darren was still there, leaning so far over the side, I thought he might fall in after me. "Grab on, Violet! I've got you!" Darren's voice was raw with emotion, his hand once again outstretched. This time, I managed to grab his hand, and he gripped me with all his strength. I felt myself being pulled upward, every muscle in my body screaming in protest, but I held on, refusing to let go. The captain leaned in to help, and together they hauled me over the edge onto the deck of the boat. I collapsed beside Badilla, gasping for breath, the cold air hitting me like a wall. My entire body was trembling and I could barely move, but I was out of the water. I was safe. The crowd on the beach had gathered near the shore, their faces illuminated by the flickering light of the bonfires. The music from the festival had stopped, and now there was only a low murmur of voices as they watched the rescue unfold. Darren knelt beside me, his face a mixture of relief and worry. "Are you okay?" he asked, his voice thick with emotion as he placed a warm blanket around my shoulders. I nodded weakly, unable to find the words to answer. I was too exhausted, too overwhelmed by everything that had just happened. Badilla, wrapped in another blanket, was being tended to by the captain, her face pale and her eyes distant. She was still in shock, the full weight of what she'd done crashing down on her. As the rescue boat turned toward the shore, the crowd on the beach parted, giving us space as we came closer. Everyone knew that something terrible had just happened, but not yet understanding the full scope of it. The boat bumped against the dock, and Darren lifted me to my feet, supporting me as we stepped onto solid ground. The warm sand felt strange beneath my cold, wet feet, but I barely noticed it as we walked toward the waiting paramedics. Badilla was escorted off the boat by the captain, her head bowed, her once proud demeanor shattered. She was no longer the bride-to-be. She was a woman with a terrible secret, a secret that had just been pulled from the depths along with us. The paramedics swarmed around us, checking for injuries and wrapping us in more blankets. Darren stayed by my side, his hand never leaving mine. The crowd watched in silence, the festive atmosphere now replaced by a somber, heavy mood. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the police arrived, their flashing lights cutting through the darkness. I knew this was just the beginning of a long night of questions and confessions, but for now, I was just grateful to be alive. And as I looked at Badilla, sitting on the dock with her head in her hands, I knew that the truth, as painful as it was, had finally come to the surface. Chief Strickland approached with a determined stride, his face set in a grim expression as he neared Badilla. The lights of the police vehicle sent harsh flickers over the scene, highlighting the tension in the air. Badilla sat on the dock, her head in her hands, her entire body trembling with the weight of what had just happened. Deborah stood a few steps behind him, her arms wrapped around herself, as if trying to hold together the pieces of her shattered world. It was clear from her tear-streaked face and the way she avoided Badilla's gaze that she had already told the chief everything.
Badilla Thorne.
Chief Strickland's voice was steady, carrying the authority of years of experience.
I'm placing you under arrest for the murder of Wallace McKenna.
Badilla looked up, her face pale and eyes wide with fear. She seemed too shocked to even react as Chief Strickland pulled out a pair of handcuffs and knelt beside her.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law,
Chief Strickland said. He continued reading her Miranda rights as he clicked the handcuffs around her wrist, the sound sharp and final in the heavy silence that had settled over the scene. Badilla didn't resist. She barely even moved, her once proud posture now completely collapsed. Her gaze shifted to Deborah, who stood frozen in place, watching with a mixture of guilt and sorrow. The betrayal in Badilla's eyes was apparent, but there was also a resignation, as if she knew this moment was inevitable. Deborah's lower lip trembled, and she looked away, unable to meet Badilla's stare any longer. She'd done the right thing by telling Chief Strickland the truth, but it had clearly cost her. The promise of loyalty to her friend and the moral obligation to do what was right had torn her apart, and now she was left standing on the shore, watching as her best friend's life crumbled before her eyes. Darren tightened his grip on my hand, sensing the gravity of the situation. I could feel the tension in his body, but he stayed silent, knowing this was a moment that had to play out without interruption. As Chief Strickland finished reading Badilla her rights, he gently helped her to her feet. The night air seemed to thicken around them as he guided her toward the waiting police car, the flashing lights reflecting off the tears that finally spilled down Badilla's cheeks. Deborah stepped forward as if to say something, but no words came out. She simply stood there, watching as her friend was led away, the full impact of the night's events settling heavily on her shoulders.
"I'm sorry,"
Deborah finally whispered, her voice so quiet it was almost drowned out by the sound of the waves gently lapping against the shore. But whether she was apologizing to Badilla, to herself, or to the memory of Wallace, I couldn't tell. Chief Strickland paused for a moment, glancing back at Deborah with a look that held both understanding and authority. He guided Badilla into the back seat of the police car. The door closed with a solid thunk, sealing her fate, and the car pulled away from the dock and headed toward the police station. The crowd that had gathered on the beach watched in silence, the festive spirit of the Columbus Day Festival now completely overshadowed by the tragic events that had unfolded.
The twinkling lights and cheerful decorations seemed like a cruel contrast to the grim reality that had just been revealed. Darren and I stood there, still holding hands, watching as the police car's taillights disappeared into the distance. The truth had come out, but at a cost none of us could have anticipated. "She didn't mean for this to happen." Deborah's voice broke through the silence, thick with emotion. She snapped when she saw him with me. She thought she had no other way out." I turned to look at Deborah, seeing the pain etched into her features. The weight of what had just transpired was almost too much to bear, and it was clear Deborah was struggling under it. "We'll get you home, Deborah," I said gently, my voice steady despite the turmoil inside of me. "There's nothing more you can do here."
Chapter 22. A Note from the Merrymaker. My dearest villagers and festive friends, what a Columbus Day festival it has been. From the twinkling lights on our beloved beach to the bustling excitement in our quaint seaside streets, this year's celebration has truly been one for the history books. But as with all grand tales, there was a bit of intrigue woven into our festivities, a reminder that even in the most charming of villages, secrets sometimes linger in the shadows. As many of you know, a certain mystery unraveled right here in Holiday Junction. But fear not, for the culprit has been uncovered, and justice is swiftly on its way. The tragic story of Bedilla, who let her fears and passions overwhelm her, has been resolved. The clues, the clues! They were there all along. The unsigned divorce papers, the letter opener from Wallace's boat, the late-night sneaking at the marina. They pointed us all to the truth, and while it was a painful revelation, it has ensured that our village remains safe and sound. So, my dear friends, I encourage you to leave behind the worries of the past few days and join in the joyous conclusion of our Columbus Day Festival. Tonight, the grand finale awaits us on the seaside, where the magnificent replica of the Columbus ship stands proudly, ready to lead us into the night's celebrations. Let us gather as one, villagers and visitors alike, and toast to the enduring spirit of Holiday Junction. And remember, as we bid farewell to this holiday, that the joy of our village lies in its unity, its resilience, and, of course, its endless capacity for celebration. Until the next holiday, dear ones, keep the spirit of festivity alive in your hearts. With warm regards and festive cheer, The Merrymaker. Books by Tonya Kappas. Southern Hospitality with a Smidgen of Homicide. Camper and Criminals Cozy Mystery Series. All is good in the camperhood until a dead body shows up in the woods. Beaches, Bungalows, and Burglaries. Deserts, Driving, and Derelicts. Forests, Fishing, and Forgery. Christmas, Criminals, and Campers. Motorhomes, Maps, and Murder. Canyons, Caravans, and Cadavers. Hitches, Hideouts, and Homicides. Assailants, Asphalt, and Alibis. Valleys, Vehicles, and Victims. Sunsets, Sabbatical, and Scandal. Tents, Trails, and Turmoil. Kickbacks, Kayaks, and Kidnapping. Gear, Grills, and Guns. Eggnog, Extortion, and Evergreen. Ropes, Riddles, and Robberies. Paddlers, Promises, and Poison. Insects, Ivy, and Investigations. Outdoors, Oars, and Oath. Wildlife, Warrants, and Weapons. Blossoms, Barbecue, and Blackmail. Lanterns, Lakes, and Larceny. Jackets, Jack-o'-lantern, and Justice. Santa, Sunrises, and Suspicions. Vistas, Vices, and Valentines. Adventure, Abduction, and Arrest. Rangers, RVs, and Revenge. Campfires, Courage, and Convicts. Trapping, Turkey, and Thanksgiving. Gifts, Glamping, and Glocks. Zoning, Zealots, and Ziplines. Hammocks, Handguns, and Hearsay.
questions, quarrels, and quandary. Witness, woods, and wedding. Elves, evergreens, and evidence. Moonlight, marshmallows, and manslaughter. Bonfire, backpacks, and brawls. Killer Coffee Cozy Mystery Series. Welcome to the Beanhive Coffee Shop, where the gossip is just as hot as the coffee. Scene of the Grind. Mocha and Murder. Freshly Ground Murder. Cold-Blooded Brew. Decaffeinated Scandal. A Killer Latte. Holiday Roast Mortem. Dead to the Last Drop. A Charming Blend Novella. Crossover with Magical Cures Mystery. Frothy Foul Play. Spoonful of Murder. Barista Bump Off. Cappuccino Criminal. Macchiato Murder. Holiday Cozy Mystery Series. Celebrate Good Crimes. Four-Leaf Felony. Mother's Day Murder. A Halloween Homicide. New Year Nuisance. Chocolate Bunny Betrayal. 4th of July Forgery. Santa Claus Surprise. April Fool's Alibi. Kenny Lowry Mystery Series. Mysteries so delicious it'll make your mouth water and leave you hankering for more. Fixin' to Die. Southern Fried. Axe to Grind. 6 Feet Under. Dead as a Doornail. Tangled Up in Tinsel. Digging Up Dirt. Blowing Up a Murder. Heavens to Bribery. Magical Cures Mystery Series. Welcome to Whispering Falls, where magic and mystery collide. A Charming Crime. A Charming Cure. A Charming Potion Novella. A Charming Wish. A Charming Spell. A Charming Magic. A Charming Secret. A Charming Christmas Novella. A Charming Fatality. A Charming Death Novella. A Charming Ghost. A Charming Hex. A Charming Voodoo. A Charming Corpse. A Charming Misfortune. A Charming Blend, crossover with a Killer Coffee Cozy. A Charming Deception. Mail Carrier Cozy Mystery Series. Welcome to Sugar Creek Gap, where more than the mail is being delivered. Stamped Out. Address for Murder. All She Wrote. Return to Sender. First Class Killer. Post Mortem. Dead. About Tonya. Tonya has written over 100 novels, all of which have graced numerous bestseller lists, including the USA Today. Best known for stories charged with emotion and humor and filled with flawed characters, her novels have garnered reader praise and glowing critical reviews. She lives with her husband and a very spoiled rescue cat named Ro. Tonya grew up in the small southern Kentucky town of Nicholasville. Now that her 4 boys are grown men, Tonya writes full-time in her camper she calls her shamper, she-camper. To learn more about her, be sure to check out her website, TonyaKappas.com. Find her on Facebook, Twitter, BookBub, and Instagram. Sign up to receive her newsletter, where you'll get free books, exclusive bonus content, and news of her releases and sales. If you liked this book, please take a few minutes to leave a review now. Authors, Tonya included, really appreciate this, and it helps draw more readers to books they might like. Thanks. Cover artist, Mariah Sinclair, The Cover Vault. This has been Columbus Day Conundrum, Holiday Cozy Mystery, Book 10. Written by Tonya Kappas. Narrated by Christina Sagnameni. Copyright 2025 by Tonya Kappas. Production copyright by Tonya Kappas.